close your eyes if you'd like, or simply let your gaze go soft, resting on nothing in particular. Let your body settle wherever you are. Let your shoulders drop. Let your hands rest open and still. There is nothing you need to do right now, nothing to hold on to. For the next little while, you are simply here, listening and resting. There is a sentence that every Japanese person knows, not because they memorized it, or not only because they memorized it, but because it has been in the language for 800 years, because it has been spoken by every generation since the story was first told, because it carries in its 8 syllables something that the Japanese language has always found true. Gion Shoja no kane no koe, shogyomujo no hibiki ari. The sound of the bell of Gion Shoja, the great monastery of the Buddha, carries in it the sound of impermanence. All things pass. Nothing remains as it was. Sha-ra soju no hana no iro, josha hisui no kotowari wo arawasu. The color of the sala flowers, the flowers that bloomed and fell at the moment of the Buddha's passing, shows us the truth of the mighty falling, that what rises must descend, that what is built must crumble, that the powerful and the glorious and the brilliant end as everything ends, in silence, in the dark, in the particular quiet of things that were once very loud. This is the story that begins with those words, the story of a family, the Heike, the clan of Taira, who rose higher than any family before them in the history of Japan, who stood at the summit of everything, political power, military force, imperial connection, the control of the sea lanes, and the great estates, and the appointments of the court, who looked out from that summit and said, "If you are not one of us, you are nothing," and who fell, as everything that rises must fall, into the sea, into silence, into the story that has been told every night since by the biwa hoshi, the blind monks with their lutes who walked the roads of Japan and sang the Heike into every ear that would listen. Tonight we begin. Rest now, and listen. The world in which the story takes place is a world at the end of something. The Heian period, named for the capital, Heian Kyo, the city of peace and tranquility, had lasted for nearly 400 years by the time the events of this story began to unfold. 400 years. In those 400 years, the imperial court at Kyoto had developed a civilization of remarkable refinement, a civilization of poetry and painting, of elaborate ceremony, and the careful observation of what color of robe was appropriate to what season of the year, of the correct form for a letter to a person of any given rank, of the particular aesthetic that saw in the fall of cherry blossoms, and the cry of the cuckoo, and the frost on the morning grass, the most important truths about the nature of existence. The men and women of the Heian court were not warriors. They were poets, calligraphers, musicians. They played the koto in the evening and wrote in their diaries about the quality of moonlight and the scent that drifted through the sleeve of a robe left behind. The greatest novel in the world, the tale of Genji, written by a court lady named Murasaki Shikibu at the beginning of the 11th century, was produced by this civilization, in this world, by a person whose concerns were entirely those of the court: love, rank, beauty, loss, the passage of time, the particular sadness of things that are exquisite and brief. But underneath this world, beneath the poems and the perfume and the carefully graded ranks, something else was growing. The country needed to be governed. Taxes needed to be collected. Bandits needed to be suppressed. Frontiers needed to be held. The court could not do these things. The poets and the calligraphers were not suited to this work. And so, in the provinces, in the great estates of the countryside, far from the refined air of the capital, a different kind of person emerged. The warrior, the bushi, the samurai. The Taira, one of the two great warrior clans whose rivalry would determine the course of Japanese history, the other being the Minamoto, their eternal opponents. The Taira were descended, at least in the stories, from imperial blood, from the grandsons and great-grandsons of emperors who had too many children to keep them all at court, and had given them family names and sent them into the world to make their own way. The man who began the particular rise of the Heike, the branch of the Taira that this story is about, was Taira no Tadamori. He was the father of Kiyomori. He was the first of the family to be admitted to the inner circles of the imperial court, the first warrior who had managed to make himself acceptable to the refined world of the Heian aristocracy, who had learned its codes and mastered its forms well enough to enter the spaces that had been closed to his kind. Tadamori was a practical man, the kind of person who sees what is needed and does it without the philosophical elaboration that would come later, when the warrior class had had time to develop its own sense of itself and its own aesthetic. He fought pirates. The Seto Inland Sea, the body of water between Honshu and the islands of Shikoku and Kyushu, was plagued by pirates who preyed on the trade that moved through it, the goods from the western provinces and from China and Korea that the capital required. Tadamori cleared them, and in doing so, he made himself indispensable to the court that could not clear them itself, had created the conditions, by his very success, for the warrior class to be something the court could not do without. His son Kiyomori was born into a world that his father had made, a world in which the Taira were already closer to the center of power than any warrior family had been before. But Kiyomori would go further. He always went further. It was his particular quality, the quality that made him extraordinary, and also the quality that made his downfall inevitable, the inability to stop at sufficient, the drive to keep going past enough and past more than enough, and past the point where the world he was moving through could accommodate what he was becoming. Kiyomori. The name means clear sheng, the clarity of the prosperous, or the prosperous clarity, a name that contains in it both the brightness and the abundance that his life would demonstrate. He was born in 1118. His birth carries a secret, or rather a rumor, the kind of rumor that attaches itself to extraordinary people and says, this person was not ordinary from the beginning, was not simply the product of ordinary causes. The rumor says that Kiyomori's real father was not Tadamori, but the retired emperor Shirakawa, the most powerful political figure of the early 12th century, a man who had ruled Japan for decades, from behind the scenes, whose influence extended into every corner of the court. Whether this is true is impossible to know. It is the kind of story that serves too many purposes to be taken entirely at face value. But it is true in the way that legends are true. It says something real about how Kiyomori was understood. He was too extraordinary to have been ordinary, too capable, too ambitious, too successful in too many ways, too comfortable in the world of the court, and too formidable in the world of war, to be explained by his known ancestry alone. He must have been more than he appeared to be. He must have had more in him than the warrior blood of Tadamori. The rumor explains him. Whether it is true or not, it explains him. He grew up in the court world that his father had made accessible, learned the codes of the aristocracy alongside the arts of the warrior, and by the time he was a young man he moved between the two worlds with the ease of someone who belonged to both. He could compose a poem that would not embarrass him among the court ladies. He could command troops in a way that made them follow without question. Both of these were necessary for what was coming. Neither alone would have been enough. The Hogan Rebellion. In the summer of 1156, the careful fiction that the court maintained, the fiction that all was harmony, that rank determined everything, that the questions of power could be resolved by ceremony and precedent, collapsed into violence. The conflict was at the top. The retired Emperor Toba had died, and the question of who held real authority, the reigning Emperor Go-Shirakawa or the retired Emperor Sutoku, who had been forced from the throne and harbored a bitter resentment toward the court that had removed him, produced two camps, two sides, two sets of men with weapons facing each other in the capital. The warriors were called the Taira and the Minamoto, the two great warrior clans, were called upon to fight for one side or the other, and for the first time in the long history of the elegant, peaceable court, the capital itself became the scene of battle. Fire in Kyoto, the smell of smoke, the sound of armies where before there had been only poetry and music. Kiyomori fought on the winning side, the side of Go-Shirakawa, the reigning emperor, and Minamoto no Yoshitomo fought beside him. For a brief moment, the two clans were allies. They had fought together. They had won together. But the peace of victory was shorter than the victory itself. Minamoto no Tamayoshi, the leader of the Minamoto on the losing side, was the father of Yoshitomo. After the battle, Yoshitomo was expected to execute his own father to demonstrate his loyalty to the victorious cause. He did. This is the kind of thing that the world the Heike describes asked of people. The kind of thing that left marks that did not heal. 3 years later, in the winter of 1159, the temporary alliance between the Taira and the Minamoto ended in blood. The Heiji Rebellion. Minamoto no Yoshitomo, the man who had executed his own father, who had given everything to the winning side and had not been rewarded in the way he felt his sacrifice deserved, made his move. He allied with a disaffected courtier named Fujiwara no Nobuyori, and while Kiyomori was away on a pilgrimage to Kumano, they struck. The retired Emperor Go-Shirakawa was taken. The palace was seized. It seemed for a moment that the Minamoto had made the decisive move. Kiyomori returned, and everything changed. The speed of his response, the quality of his generalship, the loyalty of his troops, these things combined to reverse what had seemed like a decisive reversal. The palace was retaken. Nobuyori was captured and executed. Yoshitomo fled, north, toward the east, toward the provinces where the Minamoto had their roots, and was killed before he could reach them, betrayed by someone he had trusted. The sons of Yoshitomo were spared. This is one of the decisions that the story of the Heike turns on. one of the moments where what was done or not done determined everything that came after. Kiyomori's stepmother pleaded for them. They were young. They were no threat. Let them live. Kiyomori agreed. The oldest son was sent to Izu province, a young boy barely more than an infant, where he would grow up in comfortable exile, watched but not harmed, far from the capital and the power that had destroyed his father. His name was Yoritomo. After Heiji, the Taira were supreme. There was no one left to challenge them, no one with the military force and the political position to stand against Kiyomori and the clan he was building into something that Japan had not seen before. He climbed the ranks of the court. Each year, a new title. Each year, a new position. The progression of a man who has decided where he is going and is going there, with the methodical inevitability of water finding its level. In 1160, he became a member of the senior council. In 1165, he became a major counselor. In 1166, he became a minister of state. In 1167, he became Daijo Daijin, the Grand Minister of State, the highest office in the Japanese government, the position at the very top of the hierarchy that the court had been building for 500 years. No warrior had ever held this office before. This is the moment that the tale of the Heike circles around. The summit, the peak, the point at which everything that had been climbing had arrived at the top. He held the office only briefly, for a few months, before the conventions of the court required him to step down in favor of someone of more traditional qualification, but the act of holding it, even briefly, said everything that needed to be said about where the Taira now stood. They were the court, the family that had been warriors, that had been the rough and necessary tool of a civilization that needed protection, but preferred not to think too carefully about what protection required. This family was now at the heart of the civilization itself. They had poetry in their houses. They had marriages to the imperial family. They had daughters who would become empress. They had sons who would hold the highest offices in the land. They had, in short, everything, and everything, as the opening of this story already told us, does not stay. Nishi Hachijo, the great Taira mansion in the western part of Kyoto, the compound of buildings where Kiyomori held his court, where the power of the Heike was made physical in the scale and the beauty of the place they inhabited. The count of the Taira at their greatest extent is staggering. 16 members of the family held the rank of counselor or above, the senior nobility of the court, the people who made policy and filled the important posts. 30 or more held the rank of courtier, the lesser nobility, the people who attended the great ceremonies and managed the daily life of the imperial institution. 8 daughters of the family were married into the highest levels of the aristocracy, into the imperial house itself, into the great families that had governed Japan for centuries. More than half the provinces of Japan, the great estates, the agricultural land from which the country's wealth derived, were under Taira control or influence. This is what the tale means when it says, Heike ni arazumba hito ni arazu. If you are not of the Heike, you are not a person, not a quotation of approval, not something the storytellers said with admiration, but something that was said at the court, in the corridors, by the men of the clan who had come to believe that their position was simply the natural order, that the world had organized itself correctly when it put them at the top. This is the quality that the opening of the story already told us about, the quality of the powerful who have forgotten what power is made of, who have begun to think that their current position is permanent, that the conditions which produced their rise will continue to sustain it. They will not. The conditions change. The sala flowers bloom. The sala flowers fall. The bell rings. The sound of impermanence moves outward through the air. Everything passes. There is a story within the story, a small story, a quiet story, that the tale of the Heike tells in the middle of the narrative of power and politics. It is the story of Gion. Gion was a shirobyoshi, a white dancer, one of the women who performed at court, who danced and sang in the white court robes that gave them their name. She was beautiful. She was accomplished. She was the most celebrated shirobyoshi in Kyoto, and she was, for a time, the favorite of Kiyomori. For 3 years she lived under his protection, in the house he provided, with the salary he paid, in the position of a powerful man's favorite, that was not marriage and not servitude, but something between them, something the Heian world had a specific place for. Then another shirobyoshi arrived. Her name was Hotoke. She was young, younger than Gion, and she had come to the capital to seek her fortune in the way that young women with talent and no family connections sought their fortune in the court world, by performing for those who could give her what talent alone could not provide. She went to Kiyomori's mansion. Kiyomori refused to see her. It was Gion who interceded. Gion who told him, "Let her perform. She has come so far, it costs nothing to listen." Kiyomori relented. Hotoke performed, and Kiyomori was captivated. Gion was dismissed, not with cruelty, not with the dramatic gesture of rejection, but with the particular administrative coldness of someone who has moved on and expects the world to adjust without complaint. She went home to her mother. She tried to return to the ordinary life that was available to her outside the protection of the powerful. But the powerful do not become ordinary by being dismissed. The Heike's favor and the Heike's indifference were both total, both absolute, and the world that had flocked to Gion when she was favored now had nothing for her. A year passed. Kiyomori summoned Gion again, not to restore her to her former position, but to perform for him at a banquet where Hotoke was present, a humiliation, a demonstration of where she now stood relative to where she had stood. Gion went. She performed. She sang the impromptu verse that the situation demanded, a verse that said, in the oblique language of court poetry, everything she felt, and nothing that could be held against her, that the grasses of the field do not know whether they will bloom this spring or wither, that the wind blows and the autumn comes, and what remains and what falls is not in the grass's choosing. Then she went home, and she did not go back. She left Kyoto, she and her mother and her sister, all 3 of them, and they went to the mountains outside the city, to a small hermitage, and they became nuns. They cut their hair. They put on the black robes. They gave up the world that the world had already given up on them. A year later, Hotoke came to them. She too had left Kiyomori's mansion. She too had felt the particular emptiness of being at the center of that world of having everything that the world of the Heike could give, and understanding that it was not enough, that the bell was ringing even in the midst of the feast, that the sound of impermanence was everywhere for those who were willing to hear it. The four women lived together in the mountain hermitage. They prayed. They performed the ceremonies. They let the world be what it was without them. This story, the story of Gio, is told in the middle of the Heike as a kind of pause, a kind of breath, a reminder that the great political story, the rise and fall of the Taira, is also the story of people who were caught in it and affected by it, and who found, in the end, their own way through, not through power, not through politics, but through the quiet, the mountain, the prayers, the particular peace of having let go of what the world was offering, and finding, in the letting go, something more durable. The Biwa Hoshi, the blind monks who carried this story through the centuries, who walked the roads of Japan with their lutes and their voices, and their particular art of making the past present for every audience they found. The biwa, the Japanese lute, with its pear-shaped body, and its 4 or 5 strings, and the particular quality of its sound, low, resonant, carrying in it something of the wood, and the silk, and the centuries of hands that had shaped it, was the instrument of the Heike. Not only of the Heike, the biwa was a court instrument, a sacred instrument, an instrument with a long history in Chinese and then Japanese music, but the particular form of the Heike recitation, the Heike biwa tradition, was something that developed specifically to carry this story. The biwa hoshi were blind. This is not incidental. In the Japan of the medieval period, blindness carried a particular significance. The person who could not see the surface of things was understood to be capable of seeing what lay beneath the surface, of perceiving what was invisible to those whose sight was occupied by the visible. The blind musicians who sang the Heike were not simply performers. They were, in the understanding of the people who listened to them, something between a messenger and a priest, someone through whom the voices of the past spoke to the present, someone whose art kept the dead present in the world of the living. They traveled in the dark, or in the darkness that was always with them, along the roads of Japan, staying in temples and households, performing in exchange for food and lodging, carrying from province to province, the story of the family that had risen and fallen, and whose members walked the roads in different forms, as memory, as warning, as the sound of the biwa in the evening air. Kiyomori was a complicated man. He was not simply the villain that the simplest reading of the tale might suggest, the proud, overreaching lord who forgot that everything passes. He was also, genuinely, a man of the Buddhist world, a man who built temples, who sponsored sacred art, who made pilgrimages and understood, in the intellectual sense at least, the teaching that formed the opening of the story, that all things are impermanent, that the mighty fall, that the world is suffering and the solution to suffering is the letting go of attachment to outcomes. He built Itsukushima Shrine, the great shrine on the island of Miyajima, the island in the Seto Inland Sea where the giant torii gate stands in the water. One of the most famous images in all of Japan, was built by Kiyomori and made one of the principal sacred sites of the Heike. He commissioned art of extraordinary beauty. The sutras donated by the Taira family to Itsukushima, the Heike no Kyo, the Heike Sutra scrolls, are among the most exquisite objects produced in the entire history of Japanese art. Paper decorated with gold and silver, calligraphy of surpassing refinement, the technical and aesthetic mastery of a civilization at its peak. He knew the teachings. He knew about impermanence. He knew that what rises falls, and yet he continued to rise. This is not hypocrisy, or not only hypocrisy, but something more human. The particular difficulty of knowing a truth intellectually and living it actually, the gap between what we understand and what we do, is where most of the drama of human life takes place. Kiyomori understood that all things pass. He simply could not stop grasping at them. The Biwa Hoshi, the blind monks who carried this story through the centuries, who walked the roads of Japan with their lutes and their voices and their particular art of making the past present for every audience they found. The biwa, the Japanese lute, with its pear-shaped body and its 4 or 5 strings, and the particular quality of its sound, low, resonant, carrying in it something of the wood and the silk and the centuries of hands that had shaped it, was the instrument of the Heike. Not only of the Heike, the biwa was a court instrument, a sacred instrument, an instrument with a long history in Chinese and then Japanese music. But the particular form of the Heike recitation, the Heike biwa tradition, was something that developed specifically to carry this story. The biwa hoshi were blind. This is not incidental. In the Japan of the medieval period, blindness carried a particular significance. The person who could not see the surface of things was understood to be capable of seeing what lay beneath the surface, of perceiving what was invisible to those whose sight was occupied by the visible. The blind musicians who sang the Heike were not simply performers. They were, in the understanding of the people who listened to them, something between a messenger and a priest, someone through whom the voices of the past spoke to the present, someone whose art kept the dead present in the world of the living. They traveled in the dark, or in the darkness that was always with them, along the roads of Japan, staying in temples and households, performing in exchange for food and lodging, carrying from province to province, the story of the family that had risen and fallen, and whose members walked the roads in different forms, as memory, as warning, as the sound of the biwa in the evening air. Kiyomori was a complicated man. He was not simply the villain that the simplest reading of the tale might suggest, the proud, overreaching lord who forgot that everything passes. He was also genuinely a man of the Buddhist world, a man who built temples, who sponsored sacred art, who made pilgrimages and understood, in the intellectual sense at least, the teaching that formed the opening of the story, that all things are impermanent, that the mighty fall, that the world is suffering and the solution to suffering is the letting go of attachment to outcomes. He built Itsukushima Shrine, the great shrine on the island of Miyajima, the island in the Seto Inland Sea where the giant torii gate stands in the water, one of the most famous images in all of Japan, was built by Kiyomori and made one of the principal sacred sites of the Heike. He commissioned art of extraordinary beauty. The sutras donated by the Taira family to Itsukushima, the Heike no-kyo, the Heike Sutra scrolls, are among the most exquisite objects produced in the entire history of Japanese art. Paper decorated with gold and silver, calligraphy of surpassing refinement, the technical and aesthetic mastery of a civilization at its peak. He knew the teachings. He knew about impermanence. He knew that what rises falls, and yet he continued to rise. This is not hypocrisy, or not only hypocrisy, but something more human. The particular difficulty of knowing a truth intellectually and living it actually. The gap between what we understand and what we do is where most of the drama of human life takes place. Kiyomori understood that all things pass. He simply could not stop grasping at them. Shogyomujo died in 1179. He was not old, not yet 50, and the tale of the Heike treats his death with the particular gravity of a story that knows what the death of the moderate person means for what comes after. There is a scene, before his death, in which Shogyomujo visits the great shrine of Kumano, the sacred mountains of the south, where the three great shrines drew pilgrims from the highest to the lowest in Japanese society. He prays there. He prays, the tale says, not for his own health, not for long life, not for the continuation of his father's power. He prays to be taken before he is forced to choose between his father and what he knows is right. He prays to die before the choice becomes impossible. His prayer was answered. He died that summer, and with his death, the moderating force within the Taira was removed. The voice that said, "This far and no further," the voice that knew the difference between enough and too much, was gone. What remained was Kiyomori, without restraint, moving toward the thing that the opening of the story had already told us was coming. The Heike describes Shogyomujo's death with the particular sadness of things that are lost before their time, of the good thing that the world could not keep. Men wept for him, not only his family, not only the Taira, but the court itself, which had understood, even as it resented the power of the family he belonged to, that Shogyomujo was the reason things had not been worse than they were. He had held something back. Now the holding back was over. Without Shogyomujo, Kiyomori moved. In the winter of 1179, within months of his son's death, he did what Shogyomujo had spent years preventing him from doing. He arrested the retired emperor Go-Shirakawa. Go-Shirakawa, the most subtle, the most persistent, the most political of all the opponents Kiyomori had ever faced. A man who had survived by being impossible to catch, who always had another option, another alliance, another configuration that shifted the balance, just enough to prevent anyone from accumulating the total dominance they were reaching for. He was placed under house arrest, the court that had governed Japan for centuries, the institution whose legitimacy derived from the emperor, whose entire elaborate structure existed to serve and to constrain the imperial will, was now controlled by a warrior, by Kiyomori. The shock of this cannot be overstated, not because the court had been blind to what was happening. The accumulation of Taira power had been visible for decades, but because there is a difference between the gradual erosion of authority and the moment when the erosion becomes a definitive act. Kiyomori had acted. He had laid hands on the sacred. He had arrested the retired emperor, and in doing so, he had crossed a line that could not be uncrossed. He followed this by removing from office or exiling dozens of aristocrats who had opposed him. The systematic clearing of the court of anyone who was not his ally. He replaced them with members of his own family. The court of Japan became, in the space of months, the court of the Taira. Every significant position, every important appointment, all of it. And the men who had been removed went to the provinces, went to the warrior families of the East, and they told them what had happened, and they asked, "Is there nothing to be done?" There was something else Kiyomori had done, something that seemed at the time like triumph, that was, in fact, the binding of the Taira to a fate they could not escape. He had given his daughter to the emperor. Tokuko, the daughter of Kiyomori, and his wife Tokiko, the woman who would become one of the central figures of the third part of this story, was married to the Emperor Takakura when she was just 16. She became his consort. She became the kenreimon-in, the lady of the Gate of Health. And when she gave birth to a son, that son was made emperor, Emperor Antoku. Antoku was a child, an infant when he was made emperor, barely 2 years old, and the symbolism of this was not lost on anyone who understood what the Heike had become. The Emperor of Japan was Kiyomori's grandson, the sacred line, the unbroken lineage that stretched, in Japanese belief, back to the sun goddess Amaterasu, now ran through Taira blood. The family that had been warriors 100 years before had made themselves into the family from which the emperor was born. This should have been the ultimate triumph. In some ways it was, but it also meant that when the Taira fell, as the opening of the story had already told us they would fall, the emperor would fall with them. The child who was the emperor would go down with the family that had raised him to the throne. He was 2 years old. He had no power. He had no choice. He was the symbol of everything the Taira had built, and when the building fell, the symbol fell with it. In the spring of 1180, everything changed. Prince Mochihito, a son of the retired Emperor Go Shirakawa, a prince who had been overlooked and sidelined by the Taira's manipulation of the succession, issued a call to arms. The document was a ritsuryo, an imperial decree, calling on the warriors of Japan to rise against the Taira, to restore the proper order, to end the domination of the family that had seized what belonged to the court. It was a desperate act. Mochihito had no army. He had no base of power. He had nothing except the imperial blood that gave the decree its legal form, and the resentment of the warriors who were looking for exactly this, a legitimate reason to act. The decree was carried east, to the Minamoto, the clan that Kiyomori had defeated 20 years before, whose leaders he had killed or exiled, or allowed to grow up at a safe distance from the center of power, to Yoritomo, who had been the infant boy spared at the Heiji rebellion, now a man of 33, living in Izu, who had spent 2 decades in the landscape of the East, understanding its warriors and cultivating their loyalty with the patience of someone who was waiting for exactly this moment to arrive. The decree reached him. He read it. He began to organize. The war that had been gathering in the resentments of the court, and the ambitions of the warriors, and the inexorable pressure of a family that had gone past the point where their power could be sustained, that war was beginning. The second part of this story will tell of what happened next. But first, there is more to say about the world the Heike had made, about what it looked like from the inside, about what it cost to be part of it, about the particular quality of a civilization that knows, somewhere in itself, in the sound of the bell, in the color of the flowers, that it is already passing. The sea. One of the things that distinguished Kiyomori from the warrior leaders who came before him was his understanding of the sea, his recognition that the sea lanes were the veins of Japan's economy, that what moved through the Seto Inland Sea was as important as what happened in the capital. His family had built its power in the western provinces, in Aki and Harima, in the lands that bordered the inland sea, and they understood what the court aristocrats in Kyoto did not, that the wealth which supported the culture of the capital came from the sea as much as from the land. The great trading ships from the continent, from China and Korea, came through the western sea routes. The goods they carried were distributed along the coast by the smaller vessels of the local traders. Kiyomori's father, Tadamori, had cleared the pirates from these routes. Kiyomori built on what his father made. He renovated the harbor at Awada, what is now the port of Kobe, improving its facilities and deepening its channels to accommodate the larger ships of the Song dynasty trade. He promoted direct trade with Song China at a time when the court aristocrats were still uncertain whether such direct contact with foreign merchants was appropriate for a country of Japan's dignity. Kiyomori had no such uncertainty. He saw what the trade could bring. He saw the silk and the ceramics and the copper coins and the texts that the Chinese ships carried. He saw the wealth and the cultural exchange that direct commerce enabled. The Itsukushima shrine that he built and supported, the great shrine on the island of Miyajima, with its gate in the water, was, among other things, the tutelary shrine of the Taira fleet. The sea was sacred to them. The sea had made them. The sea would take them, but not yet. In the years of their ascendancy, the sea routes of western Japan moved according to their will, carrying the goods that sustained the civilization at whose center they stood. Kyoto in the late 12th century, the city that the Heike moved through. That was the stage on which the rise and the beginning of the fall of the Taira was performed, was the most sophisticated city in Japan and one of the most sophisticated in the world. Heian had been founded in 794, built on a grid in the Chinese style, with the imperial palace at the north center and the city extending south. And in the centuries since, it had grown and changed and become something that its founders could not entirely have anticipated. The great temples and shrines, Enryaku-ji on Hiei, Kofuku-ji in Nara to the south, the complex of shrines that dotted the hills, shaped the spiritual landscape. The estates of the aristocracy, the compounds of the great families, each with their gardens and their lesser buildings, shaped the urban landscape. But Kyoto was also a city of ordinary people, the craftsmen and the merchants, the monks and the wanderers, the performers and the servants, all the people who made the elaborate life of the court possible by doing the work that the court required, but preferred not to think about. These people lived in the interstices of the grand design, in the neighborhoods that grew up between the great estates, in the quarters along the river where the tradespeople gathered, in the areas outside the original city limits that had been absorbed as the city expanded beyond its planned boundaries. The fires came regularly. Kyoto in the Heian period was a city of wooden buildings, of the wood and paper construction that was beautiful and efficient, and burned with terrifying ease. The great fires of 1177, the year of the Shishigatani conspiracy, burned down nearly a third of the city. The tale of the Heike describes these fires, the wind from the southeast, the flames spreading faster than people could flee, the accumulation of things that people had spent their lives acquiring and protecting, turning to ash in the space of an afternoon. The fire did not discriminate between the Taira's mansions and the hovels of the poor. The wind did not know who was powerful and who was not. Everything burned. In the winter of 1181, Kiyomori fell ill, not gradually, not with the slow accumulation of the symptoms of age, but suddenly, with a fever that the tale describes in terms that belong to the supernatural, a heat so intense that those who came near him could not bear it, that the water poured on him to cool him turned to steam before it reached his body, that the air around him was the air of a burning place. He was 64 years old. In the world of the 12th century, this was not young, was in fact a substantial life. But the manner of his going was not the manner of a man whose life had reached its natural length. It was the manner of a man consumed by something. He died in the second month of 1181. Before he died, he is said to have spoken, to have asked not for prayers, not for the comfort of the sutras, not for the rituals that Buddhist practice provided for the dying, but for one thing, the head of Yoritomo, the boy he had spared, the young man growing in the east, the son of the enemy whose mercy had seemed like a manageable risk 20 years before. He wanted the head of Yoritomo. He died without receiving it. With his death, the first part of the story ends. The man who had built what the Heike were at their height, who had climbed from warrior general to the highest office in the land, who had married his daughter to the emperor, and made his grandson the emperor of Japan, was gone. What remained was his creation, the family at the summit, the family that had said, "If you are not one of us, you are nothing," now without the person who had made them what they were. They would have to hold what he had built, without him, against everything that was now coming from the east. What had the Heike actually built? It is worth stopping here, in the space between the height of their power and the beginning of their fall, to consider what the Taira period actually produced, not just what they took, not just who they displaced, but what they made. They changed the relationship between the warrior class and the court. Before the Taira, warriors served the court, were its tools, its instruments, but were not of it. They were necessary, and they were, therefore, tolerated and rewarded, but they were not admitted to the inner life of the civilization they protected. Kiyomori changed this. He brought warriors into the court not as servants, but as participants, as people who were genuinely part of the world they had previously only protected. This transformation was not reversed. After the Taira, the court was never again quite what it had been, never again quite so confident that the world of the warriors was a separate world that could be managed from a distance. They built Itsukushima, the shrine on the island of Miyajima, where the great torii gate stands in the water of the Seto Inland Sea, is one of the most beautiful sacred sites in Japan. It was, in its original form, a Taira creation, built and rebuilt under Kiyomori's patronage, made into the extraordinary thing it became by the investment of Taira wealth and Taira reverence. The building burned and was rebuilt. The gate fell and was replaced. But the site remains today, as beautiful as it was, the sea and the mountain and the gate holding between them the particular quality of the sacred that 8 centuries of prayer and pilgrimage have accumulated. They made the Heike no Kyo, the sutra scrolls, the most beautiful objects in the history of Japanese art, were made by the Taira for the Itsukushima shrine. They survive. In a museum, behind glass, cared for by conservators, whose entire professional lives are devoted to the preservation of the paper and the gold and the silk, the objects still exist that the Taira made to express their devotion and their power and their understanding that beauty is the form that the sacred takes when the human being wants to reach toward it. Mujo, impermanence, the word that the opening of the Heike places at the center of everything, the concept that the bell carries in its sound, that the Sala flowers demonstrate in their blooming and their falling. In the Buddhist teaching that formed the intellectual and spiritual background of the Heike and of the world it describes, Mujo is not a sad idea, or not simply a sad idea. It is a teaching, a description of how things are, that, if understood fully, leads not to despair, but to liberation. Because if everything is impermanent, if nothing lasts, if nothing can be held, then the holding is the problem, not the passing. The suffering that attachment produces, the suffering of losing what you held on to, is not the fault of the thing that passed. It is the fault of the holding. The Heike knows this. The story is saturated with this knowledge. It is present in the opening lines, in the structure of the narrative, in the way the story moves from the height of Taira power to its complete dissolution. But the Heike also knows that knowing something intellectually and living it actually are different things, that the Taira understood Mujo and could not act on it, could not stop grasping, could not release. This is not presented as a moral failing, or not only as a moral failing. It is presented as a human thing, the particular human thing of being unable to do what you know is best, and it is presented with compassion as much as judgment. The Biwa Hoshi who sang this story were not singing a cautionary tale, or not only a cautionary tale, they were singing a lament, a long, beautiful, musically sophisticated lament, for the family that had been and was no longer, for the people who had lived inside the story and had done what people do, had loved and feared and grasped and lost. They were the Heike's voice. They were the sound of the bell that carries impermanence in its resonance. They sang so that the dead would not be forgotten. The Heike was a world of poetry, not incidentally, not as decoration, but as the Zohar, Krasmo, as the fundamental medium through which meaning was expressed and emotion was communicated and the relationship between the human and the world was articulated. In the Heian aristocratic culture, poetry was not a pastime, it was a necessity. The educated person, male or female, at whatever level of the court hierarchy, was expected to be able to compose a verse on any occasion, in any situation, with the same competence that we might expect of a professional doing their job. At a moment of parting, a poem was required. At a moment of arrival, a poem was appropriate. The seasons demanded poems. The moon demanded poems. The the cherry blossoms, and the autumn leaves, the cuckoo and the deer's cry in the evening. All of it demanded that the human being respond with words arranged in the particular form of the 31-syllable waka, the court poem that said, in that compressed space, what the moment contained. The Heike is full of poems, at moments of crisis, at the moments of departure, of defeat, of death. Characters compose poems. Gio, dismissed from Kiyomori's household, sings a verse that says everything she cannot say directly. Warriors facing death compose their last poems and leave them behind. Last acts of a culture that understood that the right words, arranged in the right way, were the most important thing a person could offer as they left the world. This is one of the things that the Heike teaches about the culture it describes, that the aesthetic and the ethical were not separate, that the ability to compose a poem was not merely a skill, but a sign of the quality of attention a person brought to the world, that the person who saw the cherry blossoms falling and found the words for it was the person who understood what was really happening in the falling. The poem was the knowledge, the beauty was the truth. The Taira were a sea people. This is easy to forget when you think of them as a court family, as the people who filled the offices and arranged the marriages and accumulated the titles of the Heian aristocracy. But before they were courtiers, before they were politicians, they were the people of the Seto Inland Sea. The Inland Sea, the body of water that lies between the main island of Honshu and the islands of Shikoku and Kyushu, scattered with small islands, enclosed on 3 sides, with the particular quality of a sea that is both open and sheltered, is the sea of the Taira story. Their provinces were along its shores, Aki, Harima, Iyo, the western lands that bordered the water and lived from it and understood it in the way that coastal people understand the body of water that sustains them. The inland sea in the 12th century was one of the busiest water routes in Japan, perhaps in all of Asia. The goods of western Japan moved through it eastward. The goods of the continent, Chinese silk and ceramics and books, arrived at the western ports and were distributed inland along the routes that followed the water. Control of this sea meant control of this trade. Control of this trade meant wealth. Wealth meant power. The Taira understood this equation before the court aristocrats of Kyoto had fully grasped it, understood that the money which paid for the poetry and the ceremonies and the beautiful objects of the Heian world came ultimately from the movement of goods through the inland sea. This is why Kiyomori rebuilt the harbor at Owada. This is why he cultivated relations with the Song dynasty merchants. This is why Itsukushima, the shrine on the island in the middle of the sea, was the sacred center of the Taira world. The sea was their element. The sea was where they were most themselves. The sea was where they would make their last stand. But that is the second part. For now, the sea at peace, the trade ships moving, the shrine gate standing in the water of the bay, with the particular beauty of something human placed precisely in the middle of something much larger than human. The women of the Heike. The tale is, on its surface, a story of men, of warriors and courtiers, of battles and politics, but the women move through it with a presence that the storytellers understood was essential to what the story was. Tokiko, Kiyomori's wife, known later as Ni-no-ama, the nun of the second rank, was one of the formidable women of Japanese history. She came from a distinguished family. She brought Kiyomori the connections he needed to operate at the highest levels of the court. She managed the household, the vast, complex household of the most powerful man in Japan, with the efficiency and the intelligence that such management required. And she gave him children, the children through whom the Taira power was extended and perpetuated. Daughters married into the imperial family, sons who held the military commands. The relationship between Kiyomori and Tokiko is not described in detail in the tale. The Heike is not that kind of story, but her presence is felt throughout as the ground beneath the action, the stable center around which the turbulence moved. She was still there when he died. She was there when the family left the capital. She was there at the end, in the water at Dan-no-ura, holding her grandson, the child emperor, stepping off the edge of the world with the particular dignity of someone who has decided how this will go and has decided well. But that is the end. Not yet. The women of the Heike are not passive figures, not simply the wives and daughters of powerful men who move through the story without agency of their own. They choose, they act, they find, in the limited space that their world provides, the forms of freedom that are available within it. Gion chose the mountain. Tokiko will choose the sea. Between these two women, between the choice of the hermitage and the choice of the waves, lies the entire emotional range of the Heike's story about what it means to live fully in a world that is passing. Rokuhara, the district of Kyoto where the Taira had their headquarters, on the eastern bank of the Kamo River, south of the great temple of Kiyomizu, in the area that had been, before the Taira came, a place of burial and ceremony, a liminal space between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The choice of this location, whether deliberate or simply convenient, gives the Taira headquarters in Kyoto a particular quality in the imagination of the tale. The powerful family that had made its home in the place between the worlds, the place where the dead and the living had always shared the ground. Rokuhara expanded as the Taira power expanded. More buildings were added. More family members established their residences nearby. The district became, in effect, a city within the city, a center of power that had its own gravity, that pulled the court world toward it, rather than existing at the periphery of the court world's attention. When people said they were going to see Kiyomori, they were going to Rokuhara. When decisions were made, they were made at Rokuhara. When the powerful needed to understand what was happening, what was allowed and what was not, they looked to Rokuhara. The intelligence service of the Taira, the Kibishi, the warriors who moved through the city gathering information, was based at Rokuhara. The Taira knew at any given moment what was being said in the corridors of the court, what meetings had been held, what alliances were forming, who was visiting whom and how often. The power of the Taira was not simply military, it was informational. The power of knowing what others were doing before they had finished doing it. This is part of what made them so effective, and also part of what made them so resented. The sense that nothing was private, that the walls of Rokuhara had ears that reached everywhere in Kyoto. The great temples were not neutral. In the political world of the late Heian period, the great Buddhist establishments, Enryakuji on Mount Hiei, Kofukuji in Nara, were political actors as much as religious ones. They had land, they had wealth, they had armies, the Sohei, the warrior monks, who could be deployed in support of their interests, and they had grievances. Kiyomori's relationship with the great temples was complicated. He was, genuinely, a Buddhist, a man who built temples and commissioned sacred art and went on pilgrimages, and he was also a man who was willing to use force against the temples when they opposed him. The Enryaku-ji, with its warrior monks and its political connections to the court, had clashed with the Taira on multiple occasions. The Kofuku-ji in Nara, the great temple complex of the old Fujiwara capital, had its own resentments, its own sense that the Taira had taken what belonged to those who had built Japan's culture. In 1180, during the confusion that followed Mochihido's decree, Kiyomori's forces attacked Nara. The great temples burned. The Todai-ji, home of the great bronze Buddha, one of the most sacred sites in all of Japan, was set on fire. The Daibutsu himself, the enormous bronze figure that had taken decades to build, the symbol of the imperial Buddhism that had defined the national culture, was damaged. This act, the burning of Nara, the damage to the Todai-ji, was one of the things that turned opinion definitively against the Taira. You could argue with their politics, you could resent their power, but the burning of the great Buddha, this was not arguable. This was wrong, and it was widely understood to be wrong. The reputation of the Taira, which had already been suffering from the accumulation of their overreach, took a damage at Nara from which it did not recover. The stories told after would remember this, the warriors of the East deciding which way to point their loyalty. Would remember this. While all of this was happening in Kyoto, while Kiyomori was rising and overreaching and Shogyomujo was moderating and dying, while the conspiracy met in the mountain villa and the decree was sent east, in the province of Izu, on the Izu Peninsula that juts into the Pacific south of what is now Tokyo, a man was watching and waiting. Yoritomo, the son of Minamoto no Yoshitomo, the boy who had been spared at the Heiji Rebellion, the child who had grown up in comfortable exile, watched by the Taira, but not harmed, allowed to live on the assumption that a boy in Izu was no threat to anyone. He was 33 years old when Mochihito's decree reached him. He had spent 20 years in the eastern provinces, 20 years of learning the landscape, the families, the loyalties of the warrior clans that dominated the Kanto Plain and the provinces beyond it. The east was different from Kyoto, different in its landscape, the broad plain of the Kanto, bounded by mountains, stretching to the sea, and different in its people. The warriors of the East were not the refined court warriors of the capital, not the men who could compose poems alongside their military service, but something more austere, more direct, more purely focused on the land they held, and the loyalty they owed, and the strength required to maintain both. These were the men Yoritomo had spent 20 years among. He understood them. They trusted him, as much as warriors trust anyone, with the trust of people who have watched a man over a long time and have not found him wanting. When the decree came, he moved. carefully at first, then with increasing momentum. The Minamoto banner was raised in the east. The warriors came, one family at a time, one province at a time, to what was gathering into an army. The tide had turned. Cherry blossoms. The sakura, the flowering cherry, is the flower most associated with the Japanese sense of mono no aware, the pathos of things, the bittersweet awareness of beauty that is beautiful precisely because it does not last. The cherry blossom season in Kyoto lasts perhaps 2 weeks, 2 weeks in which the trees are covered in the pale pink of the flowers, a pink so light it is almost white, the color of the very edge of the visible, and then the petals fall, not slowly, not one by one, but all at once, in wind, in rain, in the particular extravagant release of something that has been held and is now let go, filling the air, covering the ground, turning the rivers pink for a day before the current carries them away. The Heian court organized its life around the cherry blossom viewing, the hanami, the flower viewing, at which the aristocracy gathered under the trees with their sake and their poems to mark the moment of the blooming and to acknowledge what the blooming meant, that this is now, and now will pass, and what passes was real, was beautiful, was worth the sitting under and the marking of with the best words that could be found. Kiyomori viewed the blossoms. The family that he built held its hanami parties in the gardens of the Rokuhara, under the cherry trees that were among the finest in Kyoto. The poems they composed are lost. The parties are gone. The gardens themselves are under the streets of the city now, under the buildings that replace the buildings that replace the buildings of the Taira compound. But the cherries still bloom in Kyoto every spring, as they bloomed when the Taira were there, as they will bloom when everything else has changed. The blossoms know nothing of the families that have watched them fall. They simply bloom. They simply fall. How did the tale of the Heike come to be? The question is not simple. The Heike is not the work of a single author, not the product of one person sitting down with a brush and writing a story. It is something that grew, that accumulated over decades and perhaps centuries, the way that oral traditions grow, by being told and retold by each telling, adding something that the previous telling did not have, by the story absorbing the concerns and the aesthetics of each new generation that received it. The earliest versions were probably quite different from what we have now. The events were recent. The fall of the Heike happened in 1185, and the earliest versions of the story were probably being circulated within living memory of those events, and the early versions probably carried the particular rawness of things remembered rather than processed, the specific details that eyewitnesses carry alongside the broader shape that the storyteller gives. The biwa hoshi shaped it, the blind monks who carried the story through the Japanese countryside, performing it for audiences in temples and mansions and market squares, were not simply transmitters. They were artists. They made choices about what to include and what to leave out, how to pace the narrative, which moments to slow down and which to pass through quickly, where to place the poems, how to describe the battles. They were also musicians, and the musical dimension of the telling shaped the story itself, the rhythm of the prose, the way it rises and falls, the particular quality of the sentences that sounds like speech but reads like song. The version we have now, the Kakuichi text, compiled by a biwa hoshi named Kakuichi in 1371, nearly 200 years after the fall of the Heike, is the most celebrated and the most widely read. 200 years of telling and retelling and polishing and musical performance had made it into what it is, one of the great works of world literature, the Japanese Iliad, the story of a war told from the perspective of those who lost it and understood what the losing meant and found, in the understanding, a form that could hold it. The Heike moves through seasons, not because the storytellers imposed a seasonal structure on the events. The events happened when they happened, in whatever season history provided, but because the Japanese aesthetic tradition was so thoroughly organized around the seasons, that the awareness of what season it was entered naturally into every description of everything. Spring in the Heike is the season of beginnings, and of the particular sadness that beauty brings. The cherry blossoms, the return of warmth, the sense that the world is beginning again, alongside the knowledge that this beginning will end. Summer is heat and urgency, the season of the great campaigns, the armies moving, the dust of the roads, the particular intensity of things being decided. Autumn is the season of reflection, of the turning leaves and the moon and the cry of the deer and the harvest and the shortening days, the season in which the Heike's characters most often pause to consider what has happened and what it means. Winter is the season of endings, the cold of the northern campaigns, the snow on the mountain passes, the frozen rivers, the particular desolation of a landscape from which all color has withdrawn and left only the bare structure of things, the branches against the sky, the footprints in the snow, the smoke from a single fire in the far distance. Kiyomori died in winter. The Heike left Kyoto in summer. Dan-no-ura happened in spring. In the third month of 1185, when the sea of the inland sea was still cold from the winter, but the air had begun its warming, the petals of the cherry may have been falling as the battle was fought, as the Taira fleet met the Minamoto fleet in the straits between the main island and Kyushu, the blossoms falling into the sea alongside everything else that was falling that day. Go Shirakawa, the retired emperor who was Kiyomori's greatest and most persistent opponent, who survived everything that the Taira could do to him and outlasted them all, is one of the most fascinating figures in the Heike. He was not a warrior. He was not a powerful administrator. He was not, by most accounts, a particularly admirable man. The Heike does not present him as a hero or a saint, but he was something more valuable in the long game of politics. He was a survivor. He understood, with the particular intelligence of someone who has been at the center of power for a very long time, how the dynamics of that power worked, what could be pushed and what could not, where the leverage was, when to yield and when to resist. He had become the retired emperor, the insei, the ruler from retirement, at a young age, when he had abdicated the throne while retaining real power, by moving into the position where the formal constraints on the emperor's actions did not apply. This was the system that the Heian court had developed over centuries, the elaborate dance between the reigning emperor, the retired emperor, and the Fujiwara regent. And Go Shirakawa was one of its most skilled practitioners. He and Kiyomori were in many ways alike. Both were intelligent. Both were ambitious. Both were willing to do things that the conventions of their world would have preferred they not do. The difference was, Kiyomori had the army, Go Shirakawa had the patience. In the end, in the very long end, patience outlasted the army. Go Shirakawa survived the fall of the Taira. He survived the rise of Yoritomo. He survived the old man, the impossible survivor, into the new world that the Minamoto made, and he found a place in it, and he kept moving, as he had always kept moving, until he had no more moves to make. Insei system. The system of rule by retired emperors, the Insei, was one of the most distinctive features of Japanese governance in the Heian period, and understanding it helps understand the political world of the Heike. In the formal structure of the Japanese imperial system, the emperor held supreme authority, but the emperor was also constrained by ceremony, by tradition, by the requirement to act through established channels, in ways that made it difficult for an ambitious man to get things done quickly. The solution that the imperial family developed was to have the emperor abdicate, to step down from the formal position while remaining the real power, and to govern from retirement as the former emperor, the Joko, without the formal constraints that bound the reigning emperor. This was, in effect, a shadow government. The retired emperor had his own court, his own officials, his own sources of revenue. He could act faster, more decisively, with fewer constraints than the formal emperor, and if things went wrong, the reigning emperor took the formal responsibility while the retired emperor retained the real power. This system had worked reasonably well for a century when Kiyomori entered it, but Kiyomori was not content to work within a system designed to balance competing powers. He wanted all the power, not the formal power and not the shadow power, but both of them, all of them, the whole of it in the hands of the Taira. This was what the system could not accommodate. This was what produced the final confrontation between the logic of the Insei and the ambition of the warrior lord, from which one of them would not emerge intact. The Fujiwara, before the Taira, before the warriors, before the world of the Heike, Japan had been governed by the Fujiwara, not exclusively, not without opposition, but substantially, for more than 2 centuries. The great Fujiwara family had stood at the center of the imperial system, providing the regents and the chief ministers, marrying their daughters into the imperial family, accumulating the offices and the estates that made them the effective governors of Japan. Fujiwara no Michinaga, who lived from 966 to 1027, was their greatest representative, the man who famously wrote, "This world, I think it is indeed my world. Like the full moon I shine, uncovered by any cloud." He was the model of what aristocratic power looked like at its height, refined, literary, connected to the court in every way, and the world he presided over was the world that the tale of Genji described, the world of the Heian aesthetic in its fullest flowering. By the time of the Heike, the Fujiwara were still there, still holding some of the formal offices, still present in the court, but their practical power had been eroded. The warrior clans, first the Taira, then the Minamoto, had become the real forces in Japanese governance. The Fujiwara watched this with the particular dismay of people who understood what was being lost, not just their own position. but the entire system of values and aesthetics and ways of understanding the world that they had built. The Heike is, among other things, the story of this transition, the passing of the world from the Fujiwara to the warriors, from the culture of the court to the culture of the samurai, a transition that would not be reversed for 700 years. The Biwa Hoshi, who sang it, were already in the new world when they sang of the old one. They sang it with the nostalgia and the grief of people who understood what had been lost and what, in the losing, had been beautiful. Itsukushima, the island in the Seto Inland Sea, the island of Miyajima, where the Taira built their most sacred shrine and left their most beautiful offerings. The island is small, a mountain rising from the sea, not much more than the mountain, the forest that covers it, and the narrow strip of land at its base where the shrine and the village are pressed against the water. The deer walk through the streets. The maple trees cover the hillside. In November, when the maples turn, the mountain becomes a flame of red and orange, reflected in the water of the bay. The torii gate stands in the water. This is the image that the world knows. The great gate, rust red against the sea and sky, standing in the bay so that at high tide the water comes around its feet and the gate appears to float. It is one of the most photographed objects in Japan. It appears on everything, on calendars and postcards and money, in the background of films and the foreground of photographs taken by 10 million visitors who have come to see the thing that Kiyomori made and that has outlasted him by 8 centuries. The Heike no Kyo, the sutra scrolls, are kept there still, or rather, copies are shown. The originals are preserved with the care that objects of their importance and their fragility require. When the Taira went to war, when the family left Kyoto and went to the Western Sea, they took their most sacred things with them: the child emperor, the imperial regalia, and the memory of Itsukushima, the island shrine, the gate in the water, the place where the Taira had expressed themselves most beautifully. They carried it with them toward the end. The night the Heike left Kyoto, it was the summer of 1183, not long after Kiyomori's death, while the family was still adjusting to his absence, still finding its new shape without the person who had been its center. The Minamoto armies came over the mountains from the north. The general was Minamoto no Yoshinaka, a cousin of Yoritomo, a warrior from the mountains of Shinano province, and he came quickly, with a speed that surprised the Taira commanders, who had expected the advance to be slower, who had not prepared adequately for what was now descending on them. The decision was made. The Taira would leave, not retreat. The storytellers are careful about this word, but leave, take the sacred things and the emperor, and go west, to the provinces they knew, to the sea they understood, to the landscape where they had made themselves what they were. The night of the departure is one of the great passages in the tale. The lanterns lit at Rokuhara, the great compound of the Taira, casting their light on the preparations, on the loading of the boats, on the faces of the family members who understood that they were leaving and did not know if they would come back. The child emperor was taken. He was 6 years old. He did not understand what was happening. He was carried in the arms of his grandmother Tokiko through the lantern-lit night to the boats on the river. The regalia were wrapped and carried. the sacred mirror and the sacred sword, and the sacred jewel that legitimized the emperor as the emperor, because the emperor was not the emperor without them. The city they were leaving, the city that had been the center of everything for 400 years, was behind them. The river was below them. The sea was ahead. When the Taira burned Nara, they did not only burn buildings, they burned objects. The wooden statues, the great figures of the Buddhas and the guardians and the bodhisattvas that the temples of Nara had accumulated over centuries, burned. The paintings, the scrolls, and the wall paintings of the great halls burned. The libraries, the texts and the records and the accumulated learning of the Japanese Buddhist tradition burned. What survived the fires of Nara in 1180 is what we have now. The extraordinary things that were saved or hidden, or that were simply in the parts of the temple complex that the fire did not reach. The Daibutsu survived, damaged, scorched, and was later restored through the efforts of the monk Chogen, who made it his life's work to rebuild the Todaiji, the Shosoin, the great treasure house of the Nara period, where the objects of the 8th century were stored in the cedar building, whose design kept them at the right humidity. Survived, but much was lost. This is one of the things that the Heike and the period it describes took from Japan, the irreplaceable objects of the early period, the art and the texts that would have told us more about how Japan was in its first centuries of settled civilization, gone, because a general gave an order, because soldiers needed light in the dark, because the fire, once started, went where the wind took it. The losses of the Heike period are not only human. The buildings can be rebuilt. The Todaiji was rebuilt. Kofuku-ji was rebuilt. And in fact, many of the temples of Nara that stand today are reconstructions of what was destroyed in 1180. But the objects inside them, the things that the hands of the 8th and 9th centuries made, these are not replaceable. This too is impermanence. This too is the bell ringing. The sala flowers fall in the fire as well as in the breeze. The retired emperor's garden in the palace complex of Go-Shirakawa in the Hojuji, the great temple palace that he had built for his retirement, there was a garden. Gardens in the Heian world were not incidental, not simply the spaces between buildings, but carefully designed environments that expressed the aesthetic values of the people who made them. The Heian garden was based on the model of the Chinese garden, as interpreted by the Japanese sensibility. A pond at the center, islands connected by bridges, carefully placed rocks, trees chosen for their seasonal quality, the plum for early spring, the cherry for the peak, the maple for autumn, arranged to produce a specific experience of moving through a compressed representation of the natural world. Go Shirakawa's garden was where he spent the hours that were his own, the hours between the ceremonies and the politics and the constant management of his position in a court that was changing around him. He composed poetry there. He listened to music there. He received visitors in the pavilions that overlooked the pond. The garden is gone now. The site of the Hojuji is under streets and buildings, as most of Heian Kyoto is, but the descriptions that the diaries of the period provide allow us to imagine it. the water catching the moonlight, the sound of the waterfall that fed the pond, the particular silence of a well-made garden at night, while outside, in the provinces, armies were forming, while the Taira were doing what they were doing, while the world was becoming what it was going to become. The garden was quiet, the politics were loud, and Go Shirakawa, with his particular intelligence, knew the difference, knew which one would last. If you had been in Japan in the 13th or 14th century, traveling the roads between one province and another, you might have heard the Heike before you saw the man who sang it. The biwa, the particular sound of the four-string lute that the biwa hoshi played, plucked with a plectrum, the strings vibrating against the body of the instrument, has a quality that is difficult to describe to someone who has not heard it. It is not quite like any Western instrument. It is lower than a guitar, more resonant, with a quality of weight to it. And the plectrum technique produces a sound that is simultaneously struck and sustained, the initial attack of the plectrum against the string giving way to the tone that follows. The singers used specific scales, modes developed specifically for the Heike recitation, and specific melodic patterns for specific types of content. One pattern for battle scenes, another for the death of noble characters, another for the descriptions of nature, another for the laments. A listener who knew the tradition would have known from the first phrase what kind of moment was coming. The music prepared the ear prepared the heart. This is still practiced today. The tradition of Heike biwa, of performing the Heike in the way the biwa hoshi performed it, has been maintained by a small number of musicians who have studied the tradition and preserved it. It is not widely heard. The audiences are small. The practitioners are few. But the tradition lives. The specific melody for the opening lines, the particular way the voice rises on the phrase shogyomujo, all things are impermanent, as if the music itself is trying to say what the words already say, that this is passing, this sound, this moment, this everything, passing even now, as we sit and listen in the particular silence that follows the last note of the biwa into the night. The warrior aesthetic, one of the things that the period of the Heike created, one of the things that the transition from court culture to warrior culture produced, was a new aesthetic, not a rejection of beauty, not the replacement of refinement with roughness, but a different kind of beauty, the beauty of the warrior world, that would go on to define Japanese culture for the next 7 centuries. The samurai aesthetic took what it needed from the court tradition, the love of nature, the awareness of impermanence, the capacity to find meaning in the precise observation of the particular moment, and combined it with the values of the warrior, loyalty, courage, the willingness to die well. The cherry blossom remained central, but in the warrior aesthetic, the cherry blossom was understood specifically as the image of the warrior's death, the brief, brilliant flowering, the quick fall, the beauty of the ending that was not diminished, but intensified by its brevity. To die in battle at the height of one's power, young, beautiful, complete, was the cherry blossom death, not something to be mourned, but something to be admired, the full expression of what one was in the moment of its ending. The Heike is full of this aesthetic. The deaths it describes, the deaths of the warriors on both sides, are described not as tragedies, but as completions, the moment when the person became entirely what they were, expressed themselves fully, and then were gone. Atsumori at Ichinotani, the young Taira warrior who was killed by the Minamoto general Kumagai, is perhaps the most famous instance. The young man, playing his flute as he retreated to the sea, caught and killed by a man who wept for what he had done, and became a monk because of it. Beauty in the dying, the flower falling, the bell ringing. There is a story about the retired Emperor Shirakawa, the man who may have been Kiyomori's real father, the most powerful man of the generation before, and his admission of the limits of his power. Shirakawa was known for the formidable reach of his authority, for having dominated Japanese politics for more than 30 years, and he was known for saying in a moment of unusual candor that there were 3 things in Japan that refused to obey him: the water of the Kamo River, which flooded when it chose to flood, regardless of what the emperor decreed; the roll of the dice, whose outcome no authority could determine; and the monks of Enryaku-ji, the warrior monks of Mount Hiei, who came down the mountain with their portable shrines and their demands and their willingness to cause chaos in the capital when they were not satisfied. Water, chance, religion, the 3 things that the most powerful man in Japan could not control. This is the kind of observation, modest, self-aware, genuinely funny, that makes the people of the Heike feel real, not the 2-dimensional figures of pure power or pure virtue that a more hagiographic tradition might produce, but people who noticed the limits of their power and sometimes said so. Kiyomori did not have this quality. He did not admit limits. He did not acknowledge the water of the river, the roll of the dice, the monks on the mountain. This was his greatness. This was his downfall. The man who knows no limits reaches further than any man who respects them, and falls further when the falling comes. The shirabyoshi, the white dancers, the women who performed at the Heian court, in the white robes of their profession, with the caps of the court nobles, were not simply entertainers. They were a specific institution, a specific form of female artistry that existed in the particular space between the court world and the world outside it. The shirabyoshi performed the songs and dances that had developed in the court tradition, the imayo, the popular songs of the Heian period, and they performed them for audiences that ranged from the highest aristocracy to the general public. They were educated women in a world where women's education was not guaranteed. They could compose poems. They could sing and dance. They were conversational partners as well as performers, capable of the kind of exchange that the Heian aesthetic valued in any interaction worth having. Their position was ambiguous. They were celebrated. The most successful shirabyoshi were famous throughout the capital, known by name, sought by the powerful, and they were also outside the formal structures of aristocratic life. They were not wives. They were not nuns. They occupied a category that had no formal name, that was defined by what they were, rather than by their relationship to a man or an institution. Jio and Hotoke were the most famous of the shirabyoshi in the Heike, but they were not alone. There was also Shizuka, the lover of Yoshitsune, who would appear in the second part, who danced at the shrine of Tsurugaoka when the Minamoto demanded it, and sang a song of loyalty to her lord in the presence of his enemy. The shirabyoshi, moved through both parts of the Heike, through the world of the Taira and the world of the Minamoto, as a thread of beauty and of the particular courage of women who had no armies and no formal power, and expressed what they believed through the only medium available to them, the song, the dance, the poem composed in the presence of the powerful, that said, in the language of beauty, everything that could not be said in any other way. Kamo River, the river that flows through Kyoto, coming down from the mountains north of the city, running south through the heart of the capital, bending east before it joins the Uji River and eventually the sea, is one of the constants of the Kyoto story. In the Heian period, the Kamo River was the eastern boundary of the city, the edge beyond which the city became something else. The other side of the river, where the great temples of the eastern hills were, was the territory of the sacred Kiyomizu, Gion-in, the temple mountain complexes that looked down on the city from the wooded slopes. The river flooded. This was one of the things Shirakawa said he could not control, and he was right. The Kamo flooded regularly, seasonally, with the rains that came down from the mountains, and had nowhere to go but into the river, and from the river into the city. The low-lying areas of the eastern part of Kyoto, the areas closest to the river, were vulnerable, and the people who lived there knew the floods as an ordinary hazard of the lives they had chosen or been given. Today, the Kamo River is a different thing. Its banks managed, its flow controlled, the floods that Shirakawa feared made unlikely by the engineering of a later Japan. People sit along the banks in the evenings, on the stone steps that lead down to the water, and eat and drink and watch the river. In summer, the restaurants and bars that line the west bank put out their wooden platforms, their yucca, over the river itself, and people eat dinner suspended above the water in the warm evening air. The river is still there. It was there when Kiyomori was at his height. It was there when the Taira left the city. It was there when Yoshitsune walked the streets of Kyoto and met Benkei on the bridge. It is still there, moving south, in the particular way of rivers that have been moving in the same direction since before the city existed, and will be moving in the same direction after the city is gone. The great bells of Kyoto. If you stand in the right place in Kyoto at dusk, in the right season, when the air is clear and the wind is from the right direction, you can hear the bells of the great temples ringing the evening hour. Not one bell, many bells. Each temple has its own timing, its own tone, its own particular resonance, and they do not ring together but in sequence, one after another, each filling the air before the previous one has fully finished. The Toji, the great temple at the southern entrance to Kyoto, founded in the 9th century, its 5-story pagoda, the tallest wooden tower in Japan, has a bell that was cast in 1239. It survived the fires and the wars and the centuries, survived everything that the history of Kyoto could put it through, and it is still rung today. The bell that the opening of the Heike invokes, the bell of Gion Shoja, the monastery of the Buddha in India, was not a Japanese bell. It was a metaphor, the bell that signified impermanence, the sound that said all things pass, placed at the beginning of the story to tell us what to listen for. But the Japanese bells, the bells of Kyoto's temples, ringing in the evening air, carry the same sound, every bell, every evening, every moment that the tone leaves the metal and moves through the air and arrives at the ear and resonates in the chest, it is the same sound. This is passing. This is passing. This is passing. The sound of the bell. The sound of impermanence. The sound of the Heike. What has the first part of the Heike told us? It has told us about a family, the Taira, the Heike, who rose from the ranks of warriors to the very summit of Japanese society, who filled every office, married into every great family, controlled the sea and the land and the appointments of the court. It has told us about the particular beauty of the world they inhabited, the poetry and the gardens, the cherry blossoms and the bells, the biwa hoshi moving through the dark, and about the relationship between that beauty and the knowledge of impermanence that the beauty contained. It has told us about the people inside the story, Kiyomori, who reached past every limit because that was who he was, Shigemori, who saw what reaching past limits would cost, and could not stop his father, Gio, who found what she was looking for in the mountain rather than in the mansion, Tokiko, who was there at the beginning and will be there at the end, Go Shirakawa, who survived everything by being impossible to catch. And it has told us, underneath all of this, in the opening lines, in the structure of the narrative, in the sound of the biwa that carries it, that everything passes, that the powerful fall, that the beautiful fades, that the particular moment, the family at its height, the garden in the evening, the bell ringing over the city, is passing even as it is present. This is not a reason for despair. The Heike is not a sad story. Or, not only a sad story. It is a story that treats the passing with the full weight of what the passing deserves. With grief, yes, but also with gratitude. Gratitude that it happened, that the Heike were, that Kyoto was beautiful, that the cherry blossoms fell in the gardens of the Rokuhara, that the biwa was played, and the voice sang, and the listeners sat in the dark and heard the story of the family that had everything and lost it, and found, in the telling, something that did not pass, the story itself, the sound of the bell, the knowledge of impermanence that the bell carried. The moon, in the Japanese aesthetic tradition, in the poetry and the diaries and the tales of the Heian period, the moon is everywhere, not as a decorative element, not as the easy symbol of romance, but as the thing that the culture found most reliably beautiful, most reliably meaningful, most reliably available to the person who needed something to look at that would tell them the truth. The full moon of the 8th month, the harvest moon, the tsukimi, the moon viewing, was the occasion for poems and gatherings, and the particular quality of attention that the Japanese brought to the moments they found most beautiful, the full presence, the letting go of other concerns, the willingness to simply look until the looking had done what looking does when it is fully given. Kiyomori looked at the moon. His family looked at the moon. The courtiers they had displaced, and the monks they had offended, and the warriors gathering in the east, all of them looked at the same moon. The moon did not take sides. The moon did not prefer the Taira to the Minamoto, the court to the provinces, the old world to the new one that was forming. The moon simply rose and moved across the sky and set night after night over the gardens of the Rokuhara and the mountains of Hiei and the inland sea where the Taira ships moved. There is a particular loneliness in the moon's impartiality. It watched everything that the Heike describes, the conspiracies and the battles, the departures and the deaths, and it continued to rise. It watches now, over whatever is happening now, in this moment, wherever you are, with the same quality of presence and distance that it brought to the world of the Heike, the same moon, a different night, the same sky, a different world beneath it, and the bell ringing, always, with the sound of impermanence. The first part of the tale of the Heike ends where it began, with the sound of the bell. We have traveled far in this first part, from the founding of the world in which the Heike moved, through the rise of Kiyomori and the height of his power, through the stories within the story, Gio and the mountain, Shogyomujo and the conscience, the great bell and the moon, and we have arrived at the edge of the fall. The Taira have left Kyoto. Kiyomori is dead. The armies of the Minamoto are gathering in the east and moving west. The second part will take us to the battles, to Ichi no Tani and Yashima and Dan-no-ura, to the end of the story that this beginning has been preparing for. But tonight, in the quiet of wherever you are, let the first part rest. Let the bell ring one more time, and let the sound of it carry what it carries. That the world of the Heike was real, that the people in it were real, that they loved their families and their positions, and their beautiful possessions, and their city, with the full force of human love, and that what they loved passed, as what we love passes, as all things pass. Not with bitterness, with the particular quality of the Heike's acceptance, which is not resignation and not despair, but the recognition that the passing does not negate the having, that the falling does not negate the rising, that the world was beautiful, and the beauty was real, and the bell keeps ringing. Rest now. The second part waits, the battles and the sea. Tonight, the court, the poems, the moon over Kyoto. The family. The Taira were not one person. Kiyomori was the center, the sun around which the others moved, but the Heike is the story of an entire family, a clan of dozens of people whose individual lives and individual choices made the whole what it was. Kiyomori's sons. Shogyomujo, the eldest, the moderate, the one who saw clearly, who died before his father, whose death removed the last check on Kiyomori's ambition. Munamori, the second son, who became the leader of the family after Kiyomori's death, who was capable enough but lacked the particular quality of command that the situation required, who found himself in charge of the most difficult moment in his family's history without the gifts that moment needed. Tomomori, the fourth son, the great naval commander, who would conduct the defense of the Heike fleet in the Western Sea with the skill and the courage of someone who understood that the end was coming and intended to conduct it well. Atsumori, the young one, the flute player, whose death at Ichi no Tani would become one of the most famous moments in the entire tale. Kiyomori's daughter Tokuko, the kenreimon-in, who would outlast them all, who would be there at the end of everything and survive into a life so different from the one she had been born to, that it was almost a different existence entirely. These are the people the second part will follow into the battles and the sea. Hold their names lightly. You will know them by what they do when the doing becomes necessary. It is worth pausing before the battles begin, before the second part takes us into the war, to consider what exactly was ending. not just the Taira. The fall of the Heike was the fall of an entire world, the world of the Heian court, the world of the poet aristocrats, the world in which the correct form of a letter and the appropriate color of a robe were matters of genuine importance, in which the moon and the cherry blossoms and the cry of the deer were not simply pretty things, but the deepest available language for the truths that mattered most. After the Heike, Japan would be governed by warriors. The samurai world, the world of the shogunate, of the warrior code, of the political structures built on military power, would last from 1185 to 1868, nearly 700 years. The world of the Heian court, the world that produced the tale of Genji, the pillow book, the vast flowering of poetry and diaries and tales, continued in some form. The imperial court in Kyoto maintaining its ceremonies and its aesthetic traditions, but the real power had moved to the warriors, to the east, to Kamakura, and later to Edo. The Biwa Hoshi who sang the Heike were singing the end of a world. They knew this. Their audience knew this. The particular quality of the Heike's grief, the particular beauty of its lament, comes from this knowledge that what is being described is not simply a family's fall, but a world's transformation, that the world the listeners lived in was the world that came after, and that what was being sung was the world before, the world that the listeners had not known, but were, through the singing, invited to remember as if they had. There is something in this first part of the Heike that belongs to sleep in a particular way, not the battles, those are for the second part, but the court itself, the world before the war. The quality of attention that the Heian aesthetic required, the capacity to be fully present to the moon, to the cherry blossoms, to the sound of rain on a roof, is the quality that sleep asks for too, not the grasping attention, not the mind working at its tasks, processing and solving and planning ahead, but the open attention, the receptive attention, the attention of someone who is simply here and willing to receive what is present. The bell rings, its sound moves outward, through the night air, over the city, over the river, over the hills, and as it moves, it diminishes, not because it becomes less true, but because the distance between the source and the ear grows, and in that diminishing, in the long, slow fade of the bell's resonance, there is something that the body recognizes as permission to release what was held, to let go what was grasped, to follow the sound as it moves away into the silence that receives it. Let the court be what it was. Let Kiyomori rise and reach and fall. Let Shogyomujo kneel. Let Gio walk to the mountain. Let the fires of Kyoto burn in the distance. Let all of it be what it was, complete, beautiful, passing, and let the passing carry you into the particular quiet of sleep, the silence that comes after the bell, the dark that holds the sound that is no longer sounding. The Heike in Japanese memory. 8 centuries after the events, the tale of the Heike is still present in Japanese culture, not as a historical curiosity or an academic subject, but as a living thing, a story that people know and reference and return to. The opening lines, Gion Shoja, no kane, no koe, are among the most memorized passages in the Japanese language. Every Japanese schoolchild learns them. Every adult knows them. The words have become part of the shared vocabulary of Japanese culture. part of what you can say to another Japanese person and be understood not just literally, but in all the layers that the words carry. The bell, the impermanence, the family that rose and fell, the beauty of the story that carries the knowledge of loss. The places of the Heike are still there. Miyajima and its shrine, Itsukushima with the gate in the water, draws millions of visitors every year. The Rokuhara area of Kyoto, though the mansions are long gone, still carries the name and a small museum that holds some fragments of the world the Taira built. The Strait of Dan-no-ura, between Honshu and Kyushu at the western end of the inland sea, is still the Dan-no-ura, still the place where the sea received what the Taira gave it. The Heike is not finished. It is told today in schools and theaters, in anime and novels, in the occasional performance of the biwa hoshi tradition by the handful of musicians who have learned it. It is not finished because it tells something true, something that each generation needs to hear again, in whatever form they can receive it, that everything passes, that the passing is real, that the beauty was real, that the bell keeps ringing. In the summer of 1183, the Taira left Kyoto. They took the child emperor and the sacred regalia, and the things that could be carried, the people and the objects that represented what the Heike had been, and they went west, to the sea. Behind them, Yoshinaka and his armies entering the capital, his rough eastern warriors moving through the streets of the most refined city in Japan, with the particular disorientation of people encountering a world they had not imagined. Ahead of them, the provinces they knew, the sea they understood, the shrine of Itsukushima, where they had made their most beautiful offerings, and where they would make their last ones. The second part of this story will take up from here. It will tell of the battles, the great battles of the Genpei War, Ichi no Tani, where Yoshitsune descended the impossible cliff, and the Taira were caught between the mountain and the sea. Yashima, the fortress island in the inland sea, where the arrow of Nasu no Yoichi split a fan at sea in one of the most celebrated feats of archery in the entire tradition. Dan-no-ura, where the Taira met the Minamoto in the final battle on the water of the strait, where the inland sea received everything the Taira had to give it. But that is the second part. For now, the city behind them, the sea ahead, the child emperor in his grandmother's arms, the bell still ringing in the distance, the bell that they could still hear, perhaps, as the boats moved away from the shore, ringing with the sound it has always rung with. All things pass, all things pass. The night settles, the water is dark, the stars are out. Rest well. The second part waits. The landscape of the Heike. If you travel in Japan today, if you take the Shinkansen from Tokyo to Osaka, or the slower train along the inland sea coast, landscape of this story. The mountains of the interior, the ranges that divide the Pacific coast from the Japan Sea, are the mountains that Yoshinaka crossed when he came south in 1183. The inland sea, visible from the train on the Sanyo line, glimpsed between the towns and the hills, is the Sea of the Taira, the islands that dot its surface, some large enough to have cities, others barely more than rocks, with a lighthouse, are the islands the Taira fleet moved through. Hiroshima is on the inland sea. between Hiroshima and the island of Miyajima, a 15-minute ferry ride. The gate of Itsukushima is visible from the water. The rust-red torii, standing in the bay with the mountain behind it, and the shrine buildings extending along the shore. At high tide, the gate appears to float. At low tide, you can walk out to it, through the shallow water and the exposed mud, and stand beneath it, and look up at the thing that Kiyomori built 8 centuries ago. This is one of the gifts that the Heike gives to those who read it, and then travel in Japan. The landscape becomes legible. The places are not just beautiful, they are meaningful. The inland sea is not just a beautiful body of water. It is the sea of the Taira, the sea they controlled, the sea they fought on, the sea that received them. The mountains are not just beautiful mountains. They are the mountains that the armies crossed, that divided the world of the court from the world of the warriors. The story gives the landscape depth. The landscape gives the story reality. Together, they make something that neither is alone. The feeling of a world that was real, that had weight and weather, that smelled of sea salt and cedar and the particular smoke of the fires that the Heike kept burning as they moved west into the story that was already ending. The first part is complete. We have been in the world of the Heian court, in the gardens and the mansions, in the ceremonies and the conspiracies, for the length of this telling, and now the telling rests. What you have heard is the beginning of one of the greatest stories ever told in Japan. A story that has been told for 800 years, that has been sung by blind monks walking the roads in the dark, that has been written and rewritten and performed and argued over and loved by every generation that received it. You have heard the opening, the bell, the flowers, the family at its height. The second part will bring the battles, the armies moving, the ships on the sea, the warriors doing what warriors do in the landscape that the first part showed you. The third part will bring the end, the water at Dan-no-ura, the child emperor, the silence after, but those are for other nights. Tonight, the bell rang. You heard it. The sound is still in the air if you are quiet enough to hear it, still moving outward, still diminishing, still carrying in it what it has always carried, the truth of impermanence, the particular peace of knowing that this moment, this breath, this darkness, this stillness is exactly what it is and will pass as everything passes and is, precisely because of that, worth being fully present to. Rest well, sleep well, good night. New Japanese stories every day on Quiet Tales of Japan. See you again for your next sleep. The Tale of the Heike, Part 2, The Age of Battles, a Japanese classic for sleep. Close your eyes, let your body settle, let your hands rest open, let your shoulders drop. You have been here before, in this story, in this world, and you know what to listen for. The bell, the sound of impermanence, the particular quality of the Heike's voice as it tells you what happened next. In the first part, we heard of the ascent, the Taira rising, rank by rank, year by year, to the summit of everything. The court of Heian in its final flowering, Kiyomori at his height, the child emperor on his throne, the bell still ringing. Now the descent begins, not slowly, not with the gradual, gentle fading that the word descent might suggest. But, with the particular speed of things that have been held at height by force of will and fall, when the will gives out, with the momentum of everything that was held too long. The armies are moving, from the east, from the north, from the mountains. The warriors of the Minamoto are coming toward the sea where the Taira wait. This is the second part. Rest now, and listen. Minamoto no Yoshinaka, the man who came first, before Yoritomo, before Yoshitsune, the cousin from the mountains of Shinano province, who had grown up in the rough country far from the capital, and who arrived in Kyoto in the summer of 1183, like something the capital had never quite seen before. He was a mountain warrior, not the polished court-adjacent kind of warrior that the Taira had become, not a man who could compose a poem alongside his military service, but someone formed entirely by the landscape he had come from, the steep valleys and the deep snow, the self-sufficiency of people who live far from the centers of power and have developed their own particular culture of directness and endurance. He had defeated the Taira at Kurikara Pass, one of the most decisive engagements of the war, driving the Taira army into a ravine from which it did not recover. The story says he herded oxen with torches tied to their horns into the Taira camp at night, the panicked animals crashing through the darkness, fire and hooves and chaos, and the Taira, who had never fought an opponent willing to use this kind of strategy, broke and fled, and fell into the gorge below. Whether this is exactly what happened is the kind of question that history cannot answer with confidence, but the result is not in question. The Taira lost at Kurikara. They lost badly, and the loss opened the road to Kyoto. Yoshinaka walked it, and the capital, the elegant, perfumed, poem-composing capital, received him with the particular anxiety of a world that knew the rough thing was coming in, and did not know what it would do when it arrived. The problem with Yoshinaka was not his courage. His courage was not in question. The problem was that he did not know how to be in Kyoto, how to hold the city that his victory had given him, how to manage the relationship between the military power he had and the political structure of the court that the city contained. His soldiers caused trouble, men from the mountains, far from home, in a city whose wealth and refinement they had never encountered. The markets and the mansions, the goods from the continent, the accumulation of beautiful things that the capital had been gathering for 4 centuries, they took what they wanted. The court complained. Go Shirakawa complained. The temples complained. Yoshinaka could not control what he had brought into the city. He tried to manage the political situation the only way he knew, with force. When Go Shirakawa moved against him, when the retired emperor, the great survivor, the man who had managed every political opponent he had ever faced, began organizing the removal of Yoshinaka and his replacement with Yoritomo's forces, Yoshinaka responded by surrounding the palace and taking the retired emperor under what amounted to house arrest. This was the wrong move, not because it was ineffective, it worked temporarily, but because it placed him in the position that Kiyomori had occupied, the warrior who had laid hands on the sacred, who had seized what was not his to seize, who had crossed the line that the world he was trying to govern could not forgive. He had won the city, he was losing the city, and from the east, Yoritomo's forces were coming, led by his brothers Yoshitsune and Noriyori, coming to take from Yoshinaka what Yoshinaka could not hold. Among the warriors who rode with Yoshinaka, there was one whose name the tale preserves with particular care, Tomoe Gozen. The tale describes her. She was especially beautiful, with white skin and long hair and charming features. She was also a remarkably strong archer, and as a swordswoman she was a warrior worth 1,000, ready to confront a demon or a god, mounted or on foot. She handled unbroken horses with superb skill. She rode unscathed down perilous descents. Whenever a battle was imminent, Yoshinaka sent her out as his first captain, equipped with strong armor, an oversized sword, and a mighty bow. She performed more deeds of valor than any of his other warriors. This is how the Heike describes her. Whether she was a historical figure exactly as described, whether a woman fought at the battles the tale assigns her to, is uncertain. But the Heike's inclusion of her is not uncertain. She is there, fully present, given her own description, her own deeds, in the story of Yoshinaka's campaign. She rode with him. She fought beside him. When the end came, when Yoshinaka was surrounded at the Battle of Awazu in the winter of 1184, she was there. The tale says he told her to go, that he did not want her to die beside him, that he wanted her to live and carry the memory of his name. Whether she obeyed or resisted, whether she went or stayed, the versions differ. What does not differ? That she was the warrior the Heike chose to give a woman's face to war, to show that the courage the story was describing was not the property of men alone. Yoshinaka died at Awazu in the first month of 1184, winter, the lake of Biwa frozen at the edges, the reeds along the shore brittle in the cold. The forces of Yoshitsune and Noriori caught him. He had only a handful of men left. The battles of the previous weeks had stripped away the army that had been formidable enough to take Kyoto, defeat by defeat, defection by defection, until what remained was Yoshinaka himself and the small group of warriors who had stayed with him to the end. He was riding hard across the marshy ground near the lake when an arrow found him, struck him in the face through the visor of his helmet, and his horse stumbled into the muddy ground along the water's edge and could not rise. He died there, alone, or nearly alone, in the winter mud near the lake that had been visible from the monastery on Hiei all his life. He was 30 years old. The Heike does not spend a great deal of time mourning Yoshinaka. He had caused too much trouble, hurt too many people, made too many enemies, but it does not dismiss him either. He was brave. He was a genuine warrior. He understood the kind of fighting he had grown up with. What he could not understand, what he was never given the time to learn, was the kind of fighting that the capital required, the slow, patient, multi-dimensional contest of politics and ceremony, and the management of power, in a world whose rules he had not been born to. He came from the mountains. He stayed a mountain man, and the city that he took did not become his, because taking a city and holding it are different skills. Minamoto no Yoshitsune, the name that the second part of the Heike belongs to, the general whose brilliance drove every engagement from the defeat of Yoshinaka to the final battle at Dan-no-ura, the man who is, alongside Benkei, the most beloved figure in the entire tradition of Japanese military legend. He was 26 years old when the major campaigns began. Small. The sources agree on this if they agree on little else. Slight of frame. Not physically imposing in the way that a general was expected to be imposing, but possessed of something that the Heike struggles to name and ends up describing through its effects, a quality of mind that saw the battlefield differently from everyone else, that perceived the unexpected angle, the approach that was impossible and therefore undefended, the moment in which the conventional could be abandoned for the unconventional, because the unconventional was what the situation required. He had grown up at Kurama, the mountain temple north of Kyoto, raised among monks after his father's death, after the defeat of the Minamoto at Heiji. The legend says the Tengu trained him, the great mountain spirits, half human, half bird, masters of the martial arts, that he went into the forest at night and learned what the Tengu taught in the mountain darkness. Whether this is true is the wrong question. What it is true about is this: he learned something that no one else learned in the way that he learned it. Where and from whom, and in what darkness? These are the details the legend provides, because the legend knows that the extraordinary requires an extraordinary explanation. After the death of Yoshinaka, the Minamoto turned west. The Taira were at Ichi-no-tani, a fortified position on the coast near what is now Kobe, where they had established themselves after leaving Kyoto. Ichi-no-tani, the name means the Valley of the First, a narrow strip of land between the mountains and the sea, the mountains behind, steep and forested, the sea in front, cold and deep, with the Taira fortress pressed against the water, its back to the cliff, protected on every side except the sea. From the sea, they were secure. The Taira navy commanded the water, and from the land approaches, they were defended by walls and earthworks and the natural protection of the terrain. It was a strong position, the kind of position that a competent general could hold for a long time against a conventional attack that required, if it was to be broken, something other than a conventional attack. Yoshitsune looked at it. He considered it. He asked about the terrain. He was told about the cliffs above and behind the fortress. Hiyodori-go, the cliff of the plover, a descent so steep that it was used only by the deer, and considered impassable by any military force. Yoshitsune considered this. He asked, if deer can descend it, can horses? The answer, carefully given, was, perhaps. Yoshitsune decided, yes. The descent at Hiyodori-go. In the second month of 1184, early spring, the plum blossoms just opening, the morning still cold, Yoshitsune led a small force of 70 riders to the top of the cliff above the Taira fortress. He looked down. The cliff dropped away at an angle that the sources describe as nearly vertical, a slope of loose rock and root, and the remnants of last year's undergrowth, falling hundreds of feet to the beach below. The Taira camp was visible from the top. The rooftops of the fortress, the smoke from the cook fires, the movement of men going about the ordinary business of an army in winter quarters. They were not looking up. They were not looking up because nothing came from above. Nothing could come from above. The cliff was impassable. Everyone knew this. Yoshitsune sent a horse over first. A single horse led to the edge and encouraged forward, and the horse went, scrambling and sliding, finding footing where there seemed to be none, reaching the bottom. The horse survived. Yoshitsune looked at his men. He went over the edge. The descent that followed, 70 horses and their riders coming down the impossible cliff, is one of the most vivid passages in the Heike. The chaos of it, the horses' hooves searching for purchase on the loose stone, the riders gripping with everything they had, the slide and the catch and the slide again, the sound of it reaching the Taira camp below before the sight did, and then the sight, the warriors emerging from the base of the cliff that was supposed to protect them, coming from the direction from which nothing was supposed to come. The Taira broke. Not immediately. They were still warriors, and they fought. But the psychological shock of the impossible happening was not something that courage alone could overcome. The fortress at Ichi-no-tani fell. In the chaos of the retreat from Ichi-no-tani, the Taira fleeing to their ships, the Minamoto pursuing, a warrior named Kumagai Naozani rode into the surf after a single figure he had seen heading for the boats. He called out, "It is shameful for a warrior to show his back to an enemy. Turn back." The figure turned. He was young, 16 years old, the same age as Kumagai's own son, with the face of someone who had not yet grown into what war was asking of him, who still had about him the quality of the court, the careful grooming, the faint presence of the perfume that the Heian warrior aristocrats wore even into battle. Kumagai wrestled him from his horse. He raised his visor to take his head, and stopped. The boy's face, too young, too beautiful, too much like what Kumagai loved in his own son. He tried to let him go. He looked up and saw other Minamoto warriors coming, too many, too close, and understood that there was no escape for either of them from what the situation required. He took the boy's head. Afterward, he found in the boy's possession a flute, a beautiful instrument carried into battle, and understood from it what he had killed. A young man of the Taira who had played music on the morning of the battle that ended his life, who had brought to the war the things of the world he was fighting to defend. His name was Atsumori. He was the nephew of Kiyomori. He was 16 years old. Kumagai became a monk. He could not remain in the world that had required this of him. After Ichi-no-tani, the Taira retreated to the sea, not destroyed, not finished, but broken at the fortress they had held, and pushed back to the element they understood best, the water. They went to Yashima, a flat-topped island in the inland sea off the coast of Shikoku, what is now the eastern edge of Takamatsu, where they built a new base and established what amounted to a court in exile, the child emperor still with them, the sacred regalia still in their possession, the form of imperial government maintained even as the substance of it had long since moved to the east. The year between Ichi-no-tani and Yashima was a year of waiting, of the Taira holding the sea and the Minamoto unable to take it, lacking the naval capability to pursue them where they were strongest. Yoritomo in Kamakura was building his new order. The administrative structures, the loyalties, the political architecture of the warrior government that would govern Japan for the next century. He was not in the west. He was in the east. He sent his brothers, and his brothers, particularly Yoshitsune, were trying to find a way across the water to where the Taira waited. The waiting has its own quality, in the tale and in history. Both sides knew that what had happened at Ichi-no-tani had tilted the balance, that the Taira's position was deteriorating, that the regalia and the child emperor were not infinite resources, that the longer the war continued, the less leverage the possession of them provided. The Taira had the sea, the Minamoto had the land, and the question that the year of waiting was asking, which one would determine the outcome? Yoshitsune crossed in a storm. In the second month of 1185, nearly a year after Ichi-no-tani, he assembled a fleet at Watanabe on the coast, near what is now Osaka, and prepared to sail for Yashima and the Taira. The weather was wrong. The commanders of the fleet, the sailors who knew the sea, who understood the inland sea's particular temperament, told him, "Not yet. The wind is wrong. Wait." Yoshitsune disagreed. The storm, he said, was not a reason to wait. It was a reason to go. A storm means the Taira are not watching. A storm means they have pulled their lookouts in, and their ships are sheltered, and their attention is directed at the water rather than at the horizon from which the enemy might come. A storm is an opening. They sailed. The crossing that normally took 3 days took a matter of hours, the wind that made it dangerous also making it fast, and Yoshitsune arrived on the coast of Shikoku before the Taira had understood he was coming. He had done this before. At Ichi-no-tani he had descended the cliff that was impassable. Now he had crossed the sea that was uncrossable. The pattern was becoming clear to anyone paying attention. Yoshitsune did not accept the conventional assessment of what was possible. He looked at the obstacle and found the place where the obstacle was also the path. Yashima, the island fortress of the Taira in exile, where the child emperor lived and the regalia were kept and the form of the court was maintained against all the evidence that the court was what it had been before any of this began. Yoshitsune attacked from the land. The Taira had not expected this. Yashima was an island, and island fortresses are attacked from the water, and the surprise was complete enough to produce the characteristic result of Yoshitsune's tactics. The Taira scrambled for their ships. They went to the water, their element, their refuge, and the battle continued as a naval engagement in the shallows near the shore. It was during this battle, the fighting in the shallows of Yashima, the arrows flying between the ships and the shore, that one of the most famous moments in the entire Heike occurred. A Taira ship moved close to the shore. On the bow of the ship, a long pole had been set up. At the top of the pole, a fan was attached, a red fan with a golden sun, swaying in the sea wind above the water. The meaning was clear, an invitation to shoot it, a challenge, a gesture of the kind that the warrior culture of the period understood as both a test and a form of theater. Show us what you have. On the shore, the Minamoto warriors looked at the fan. They looked at each other. The distance was considerable. The wind was moving the fan. The shot was not impossible, but it was close enough to impossible to make a miss something that would be remembered. A young warrior stepped forward. His name was Nasu no Yoichi. Nasu no Yoichi, a young warrior from the Kanto, not famous before this moment, not distinguished above others, who stepped forward when the challenge of the fan was before the Minamoto and no one else was stepping forward. He rode his horse into the water, the salt water rising around the horse's legs, the animal uncertain on the shifting sea floor, the waves moving against them both. Yoichi steadied himself. He looked at the fan. It was swaying. the red and gold of it catching the light above the dark water, in the wind that came off the inland sea. He prayed. The tale tells us this, that he prayed to the gods of his home province, to the particular deities who had watched over him since he was a child, and asked, "Let this arrow find its mark." Then he drew. The bow bent. The string came back to his ear. He released. The arrow crossed the water in the particular silence that the tale creates around it, the silence of a moment that the story knows is the moment, and struck the fan at the rivet, at the very center, at the point that would have been the hardest to hit, and the fan flew up from the pole, turned in the air, and fell into the sea. Both sides fell silent. Then both sides made noise. The Minamoto cheered. The Taira, even the Taira, beat the sides of their ships with their oar handles and called out their approval, because there is something in a perfect act of skill that transcends the allegiance of the witness. The arrow had found the fan. The fan was in the sea. Yoichi had done it. After Yashima, the Taira had nowhere left that they could hold on land. The island fortress was behind them, taken by a man who had arrived from a direction no island fortress expected. Ahead of them, the open sea, and somewhere to the east, the Minamoto. They gathered at Hikoshima, a small island at the western end of the inland sea, in the strait between Honshu and Kyushu, and they waited, not with the patience of strategy, not as a planned defensive position, but with the particular waiting of people who have run as far as they can run and have arrived at the place where the running ends. The sea behind them, the sea in front of them, the sea all around, the inland sea that the Taira had once commanded, that had been their element, their road, their source of wealth, the water they had built their shrine on, was now the sea that contained them. The water they had loved was the water they were trapped in. Munamori, the son of Kiyomori who had led the family since his father's death, understood what was happening. He was not a bad man. He was not a coward. He was a man who had inherited a position in circumstances that the man who created that position would have handled differently, and who had done what he could do with what he had been given. But he understood now. What remained was not a decision about victory. It was a decision about how to end. Dan-no-ura, the 24th day of the 3rd month of 1185, the strait between Honshu and Kyushu, the narrowest point of the passage between the main islands, where the tides run with a violence that the local people have known for centuries, and that the Taira, who were sailors, knew better than anyone. The Minamoto fleet arrived. On the water, in the morning light, the two fleets facing each other across the channel, the Taira ships holding the western position, the Minamoto ships approaching from the east. The Taira had hundreds of warships. The Minamoto had hundreds. Both sides knew that this was the final engagement, that what happened here would end the war. In the early hours, the Taira had the advantage. The tide ran in their favor, pushing toward the Minamoto, carrying the Taira ships forward with the force of the current, and the Taira archers, who were experienced in exactly this kind of fighting, made good use of the advantage the tide gave them. The Minamoto fell back. The strait was chaos, arrows crossing in both directions, ships maneuvering, men in the water, and the Taira, for a brief morning hour, seemed to be winning the last battle of the war. Then the tide changed. This is how the strait works. The tides here shift multiple times in a day, reversing with a force that reverses the momentum of everything moving on the water. And when the tide shifted, the advantage shifted with it. The current that had been carrying the Taira forward began carrying the Minamoto. The water changed sides. The defection, in the middle of the battle, as the tide shifted and the momentum began to move toward the Minamoto, a Taira ally changed sides. Taguchi Shigeyoshi, a warrior from Shikoku, who had fought with the Taira, and who now, in the moment when the battle was turning, made the calculation that the turning was decisive, crossed the water and joined the Minamoto. He brought something more valuable than his sword. He brought knowledge. He told Yoshitsune which ship carried the emperor, which of the hundreds of vessels in the Taira fleet held the child in whose name the war was being fought, the child whose possession was the Taira's last real card. Yoshitsune directed his archers at that ship. The tale tells another thing here, the thing that would trouble the record and become a subject of debate for centuries afterward, that he ordered his archers to target the sailors, the men at the oars, rather than the warriors. In the warrior code of the period, this was not done. The sailors were not combatants. To target them was to step outside the rules of the contest, to win not by superior fighting, but by removing the ability to fight. Yoshitsune did it anyway. The sailors died. The ships became unmanageable. The Taira fleet could no longer maintain its formations, could no longer respond to what was coming. He had won before. He had won at Ichi-no-Tani by descending the impassable cliff. He had won at Yashima by crossing in a storm. Now he won at Dan-no-ura by doing what was not done. The victory was total. The method was not clean. Both things are true. The Heike does not hide either one. Taira no Tomomori, the fourth son of Kiyomori, the naval commander, the one who had understood the sea and the ships and the particular kind of fighting that the inland sea required. When the battle was clearly lost, when the tide had shifted and the defection had occurred, and the Minamoto arrows were finding their marks in the sailors, and the fleet was breaking apart, Tomomori went to the imperial ship. The tale preserves his words with a particular care. He went through the vessel, from bow to stern, collecting the things that should not be left, sweeping, cleaning, putting in order what could be put in order in the time remaining. When the women aboard asked him what he was doing, what had happened, why he was acting this way, he turned to them and said, with a smile, "You are about to see the strangest men from the East." This is the quality the Heike values and returns to again and again, the quality of meeting the end with whatever dignity the moment allows, the ability to act well, to speak clearly, to find the form of what needs to be done, and do it. He had lost the battle. He could not have won it. The tide had turned in every sense. He put on 2 suits of armor, weighted himself to ensure he would sink, and went into the sea with his attendant. He had seen everything there was to see. Tokiko, the widow of Kiyomori, Ni no Ama, the nun of the 2nd rank, who had been there at the beginning of the family's greatness and was here now, at the end of it, on the imperial ship in the Strait of Dan-no-ura as the battle collapsed around her. The child emperor was 6 years old. He had been emperor since he was 2. He had never known any other life than this one. The moving from place to place, the ships, the formal ceremonies maintained even in exile, the adults around him performing the rituals of a court in increasingly desperate circumstances. He did not fully understand what was happening. He understood that something was very wrong, that the sounds were wrong, that the expressions on the faces around him were wrong, but not what it meant. Tokiko took him in her arms. She wrapped the sacred sword close to the child, the kusanagi, the sword of the imperial regalia, one of the 3 objects whose possession legitimized the emperor, and she spoke to him. The tale preserves what she said. She told him that there was a pure land beneath the waves, that the western sea held a place of paradise, that they were going to a beautiful place. She turned toward the west, the direction of the Pure Land in the Buddhist geography, and she stepped off the ship. The child emperor went into the sea in his grandmother's arms. He was 6 years old. The sword went with him. The sacred sword, one of the 3 treasures that had defined the imperial institution, was lost in the strait. It has never been recovered. After the battle, the sea at Dan-no-ura held everything that the Taira had been. The ships drifted. The armor floated. The robes of the court, the silk and the brocade that the Taira had worn even in exile, maintaining the forms of the civilization they had carried with them, moved on the surface of the water with the particular weightlessness of things that have been let go. The Minamoto warriors moved through it, through the wreckage and the stillness, through the aftermath of what had been, an hour before, a battle. Some of the Taira were captured. Munamori, the leader, the son of Kiyomori who had commanded what could not be saved, was taken alive, pulled from the water before he could complete what the water was being asked to complete. He would be executed months later in Kyoto, the final administrative act of a war that had already found its real ending here in the strait. The kenreimon-in, Tokuko, the daughter of Kiyomori, the mother of the drowned emperor, was pulled from the sea before she drowned. She had gone in. She had intended to go where her son had gone, where her mother-in-law had gone. The sea did not take her. She would live, for decades, in a small hermitage outside Kyoto, in the place called Jako-in, among the mountains of Ohara, the last survivor of what the Heike had been, the witness whose witnessing the tale saves for last. The sacred sword, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the grass-cutting sword, one of the 3 treasures that constituted the imperial regalia of Japan, the objects whose possession legitimized the emperor as the emperor. The sword went into the sea with the child emperor and the woman who carried him. It has never been recovered. This is not a metaphor. The sword is gone, physically gone, in the strait of Dan-no-ura, at the bottom of the water between Honshu and Kyushu, somewhere in the currents that have moved over it for 800 years. The mirror was recovered, thrown into the sea, but found floating. The jewel was recovered, captured with the ships. The sword was not. The imperial regalia today, the sacred objects that are part of the Japanese imperial ceremony, include the sword, but the sword that is part of the regalia is not the original. The original is in the strait, or what remains of it, What 8 centuries of salt water has left of the blade, and the hilt is in the strait. The Heike carries this loss without quite naming it as a loss, without quite saying, the empire was broken here, something was taken that cannot be replaced, but it is there, in the story, the thing that went into the water and did not come back, the gap in the regalia that the ceremony works around, because what was lost cannot be unlost. The sword is in the sea. The sea keeps it. The tide moves over it as it moves over everything that has been given to the water, impermanently, endlessly, with the particular patience of things that are not troubled by time. Jakoin, the small temple in the mountains of Ohara, north of Kyoto, in the valley where the hills hold the cold air in the morning, and the sound of water is always present, where the kenreimon-in lived out her years after the sea at Dan-no-ura declined to take her. She was 29 years old when the battle was fought. She had been the daughter of the most powerful man in Japan, the wife of an emperor, the mother of an emperor, the highest-ranking woman in the country, the kenreimon-in, the lady of the gate of health, in the world that the Heike had made. Now she was a nun in a small hermitage in the mountains. The Heike ends with her, not with the battle, not with the victory of the Minamoto, not with Yoritomo's triumph, or the establishment of the shogunate. The tale ends with the kenreimon-in, with the surviving witness, the woman who had seen everything, who had been at the center of everything, living in the mountain hermitage, praying for the souls of the people she had loved and lost. Go Shirakawa visited her, the old man, the impossible survivor, the retired emperor who had outlasted everything, came to Ohara and spoke with her. The tale says she recounted everything that had happened, everything she had seen, the story of the Heike from the inside, from the perspective of the woman who had been its highest-placed witness. And then the years passed, and she prayed, and the mountains were quiet, and the water ran through the valley, and the cherry blossoms came and went, and the deer moved through the trees, and she prayed. What do the battles of the Heike tell us? Not just about the 12th century, not just about the warriors and the tactics and the particular geography of the inland sea, but about something that the Heike was trying to understand and has been helping its listeners understand for 800 years. The battles tell us about the nature of courage, not the simple kind, the kind that walks into danger because it does not fully appreciate what danger is, but the complex kind, the courage of Kumagai, who wept for the boy he killed, the courage of Tamamori, who swept the ship before he drowned, the courage of the kenreimon-in, who went into the water and came out, and had to live with having come out. The battles tell us about the relationship between skill and outcome. Yoshitsune was brilliant. His tactics were extraordinary. He descended the impossible cliff. He crossed the storm sea. He found the opening that no one else found. And he won. But winning the battles did not make him what he wanted to be. It made him a threat to the brother who needed to consolidate power, who needed the victory to be his and not Yoshitsune's. Skill and outcome are not the same thing. Winning a battle and winning a war are not the same thing. And winning a war and getting what you wanted from it, that is the hardest gap of all. The battles tell us about loss, about the young man playing his flute on the morning of his death, about the fan struck by the arrow and falling into the sea, about the sword in the water that has never been recovered. Loss is the subject the Heike returns to again and again, not as complaint, not as accusation, but as the honest accounting of what the world contains. Yoshitsune. After Dan-no-ura, after the victory that ended the war, Yoshitsune returned to Kyoto as the general who had done what the war required. He had defeated Yoshinaka. He had taken Ichi-no-tani. He had crossed to Yashima. He had won at Dan-no-ura. He was the most celebrated warrior in Japan. And Yoritomo turned against him. The reasons are not simple. The Heike is careful about this, careful not to present Yoritomo as simply the villain, and Yoshitsune as simply the victim, because the political reality was not simple. Yoshitsune had accepted rewards and honors from Go Shirakawa without Yoritomo's permission, had operated with an independence that the structure of the Minamoto authority did not permit. He was too popular, too brilliant, too celebrated, a general who is loved by the people he has defeated and by the people he has fought for, who the court wants to honor and the public wants to celebrate, is a threat to the brother who holds the administrative power but not the charisma. Yoritomo declared him an enemy, not publicly, not with the dramatic gesture of formal accusation, but with the quiet, bureaucratic lethality of a man who understood power as an administrative matter, stripping Yoshitsune's allies, blocking his resources, making it impossible for him to operate in the world that Yoritomo controlled. Yoshitsune fled, with Benkei, with a small group of loyal followers, into the north, toward the same end that the first part of the story had told us was coming from the very beginning. The Genpei War, 5 years, from the summer of 1180 to the spring of 1185, during which the country that had been organized around the Heian court reorganized itself around the reality of military power. 5 years is not long. In the history of wars, in the accounting of the time that human conflict takes from the people who live through it, 5 years is brief. But the transformation that those 5 years produced was not brief. The world that existed at the beginning of the war, the world of the Heian court, of the poetry and the ceremony, of the aristocracy that had governed Japan for 4 centuries, that world did not fully survive. What came after was different, not the absence of the court. The court continued, the imperial institution continued, the poetry and the ceremony continued, but as something else, as the formal structure within which the real power operated. The real power had moved to the warriors, to Kamakura, to the east. And it would stay there, in one form or another, in one city or another, for the next 700 years. The Genpei War was the hinge on which Japanese history turned. Before, the court. After, the warriors. The Heike tells the story of the hinge, the moment of turning, from the perspective of the side that turned away from. This is why the Heike is a lament as much as it is a chronicle. It knows what was lost. It keeps the knowledge of what was lost alive in the telling. The inland sea, the body of water that was the stage of the second part of the Heike, that the Taira fled across, that Yoshitsune crossed in a storm, that held the island of Yashima, that received the Taira at Dan-no-ura, is still there. If you take the train along the Sanyo coast today, the line that runs between Osaka and Hiroshima with the sea visible from the window, you are moving through the landscape of this story. The islands that the Taira fleet moved between are still there, smaller than you might imagine, covered in green, sitting in the water with the particular stillness of islands that have been exactly where they are for longer than anyone has been recording them. The water is the same water, not the same molecules. The water of the inland sea moves and cycles, and is not the specific water that was here in 1185, but the same body, the same enclosed sea, the same islands, and the same tides, and the same light in the morning on the surface. The fan that Nasu no Yoichi shot fell into water that is part of this water. The emperor and his grandmother went into water that is part of this water. The sword is in water that is part of this water. The inland sea keeps what it has received. It does not return things, not the sword, not the people, but it keeps the quality of having received them, the particular weight of what has been given to it. The water that carries this weight is the same water that the fishing boats cross in the morning, and the ferries cross in the afternoon, and the tourist ships cross in the season of the maples. The same water, the same weight, the same tide running through the strait where the battle ended. The warriors of the Heike operated within a code, an unwritten, evolving code that governed what was permitted and what was not in the conduct of war. The code was not yet the fully articulated Bushido of later centuries that would come later, codified and refined in the more settled world of the Tokugawa period, but it was the beginning of it, the set of values and practices that defined what a warrior was and was not. Announce yourself before fighting. The Heike's battles are full of this. The warrior who rides forward and declares his name and his lineage and his right to be taken seriously as an opponent before engaging. Kumagai calls out to Atsumori, "It is shameful to show your back. Turn." Yoichi is called forward to take the shot at the fan. The announcements, the challenges, the formal structure of individual combat, these are not simply ceremony. They are the expression of a code that believed that fighting was a relationship between specific people, that the enemy was also a person, that the way you fought said something essential about who you were. Yoshitsune violated this code at Dan-no-ura by targeting the sailors, the non-combatants. He broke the rules of the contest he was winning. The tale notes this, does not excuse it, does not condemn it entirely. He won. The sailors died. The Taira fleet collapsed. The code existed. He broke it. Both things are true, and the Heike holds both things without resolving them into a simple judgment, because the Heike knows that the world in which the code is followed, and the world in which wars are won, are not always the same world. Among the Taira, who died in the battles of the second part, one stands out for the particular quality of what the Heike chose to remember about him, Taira no Tadanori. He was a warrior. He was also a poet, a serious poet, a student of the great master Fujiwara no Shunzei, whose school of poetry was the most influential of the period. The night before, the Taira left Kyoto, the night of the departure that would become the flight. Tadanori went to Shunzei's house. He carried a scroll. On the scroll were his poems, the poems he had written over years of study, and he asked Shunzei if any of these are worthy, include them in the next imperial anthology, even if you use them anonymously, even if you cannot give my name because the times make it impossible to honor a Taira. Put the poem in, even without the name. Shunzei wept, the tale says. He promised. Tadanori went. He fought at Ichinotani. He died there. When his body was found, a poem was attached to his quiver, a poem he had written that the Heike considers worthy of preservation, about the traveler spending the night under blossoms at a temple, far from home, a poem about the particular beauty of being nowhere that belongs to you, and finding, in that rootlessness, the same sky that covers every place. Shunzei kept his promise. In the next imperial anthology, one poem by Tadanori appears, without his name, simply a poem by someone whose name cannot be given. The poem survived. The warrior survived in the poem. The name is gone and the poem is there, and this is the form that the Heike understands as the most durable, not the name, not the rank, not the position, but the poem, the 31 syllables, the compressed truth of a moment that the person who lived it found the words for. The Taira became ghosts, not metaphorically, or not only metaphorically, but in the specific sense that the Japanese tradition has always given to the spirits of those who died violently and without resolution, the onryo, the vengeful dead, who return to the places of their death or to the world of the living with the force of unfinished business. The waters of the Strait of Shimonoseki, near Dan-no-ura, are associated with the Taira ghosts. The crabs of the strait, the heikigani, the hiki crabs, have shells whose surface appears to show the face of a warrior in anguish. The explanation that has been given, the explanation that the people of the region have told for centuries, is that the souls of the Taira warriors entered the crabs, and that the faces are their faces, preserved in shell. The scientific explanation is that the crabs with shell patterns that resembled human faces were traditionally thrown back by fishermen, while those without were eaten, and so the face pattern crabs survived to reproduce, and their descendants inherited the faces. Both explanations are true. The scientific explanation tells you how the crabs got their faces. The folk explanation tells you what those faces mean, what the people who lived near the strait understood to be present in the water and in the creatures that lived in it. The Taira are in the water. They have been in the water for 8 centuries. They are in the crabs. They are in the stories. They are in the carvings at the shrine of Akama in Shimonoseki, the shrine built for the repose of the drowned emperor, where the priests still perform the ceremonies for the dead who went into the sea at Dan-no-ura. The Heike ends. The Taira do not entirely end. Kamakura, the city on the eastern coast, surrounded on 3 sides by wooded hills, open to the sea on the south, that Yoritomo chose as the seat of his government. Not Kyoto. This was the decisive statement, more decisive in some ways than any battle, that the new power would not be absorbed into the old power city, would not be domesticated by the court it had defeated, would maintain its own geography and its own culture and its own way of understanding what Japan was. Yoritomo established what the Japanese call the bakufu, the tent government, the military administration, at Kamakura. The term tent government carries the memory of its origin, the command tent of the general, the governance that arose from the field rather than from the palace. It was a warrior government, not a court, a government of the people who had won the war by being better at war than the people who had held power before them. This government would last, in one form or another, until 1868. Not Kamakura. The Kamakura shogunate itself would fall in 1333, but the structure, the warrior government, the military administration, the understanding that real power resided in the warriors and not in the court. The court continued, the emperor continued, the ceremonies and the poetry and the seasonal rituals of the Heian aesthetic continued, and continue today, but as the formal dimension of a country whose real governance had moved. Kyoto had the culture, Kamakura had the power, and later Edo, and later Tokyo. The East, always the East, where Yoritomo had waited in exile and Yoshitsune had trained in the mountains, and the warriors had gathered to answer the decree that changed everything. Shizuka Gozen, the Shirabyoshi, the white dancer, who was the beloved of Yoshitsune, who followed him into exile and was captured and brought before Yoritomo at his headquarters in Kamakura. Yoritomo demanded that she dance at the shrine of Tsurugaoka Hachiman, the great warrior shrine of the Minamoto, the tutelary deity of the clan that had just won the war, before Yoritomo himself and his wife Masako and the assembled court of Kamakura. Shizuka was asked to perform. She was the lover of the enemy. She was in the power of the man who had declared that enemy a fugitive. She was asked to perform for the entertainment of the people who had destroyed the life she had been living. She danced, and she sang, and what she sang, in front of Yoritomo, in the shrine of his ancestors, with the entire court of Kamakura watching, was a song of loyalty to Yoshitsune, a love song, a lament, a public declaration that the man she loved was the man she loved, and that no amount of power standing in front of her could change that. Yoritomo was furious. His wife Masako spoke to him. It is natural for a woman to long for her lord. It would be wrong to punish her for this. Have mercy. He relented. Shizuka's life was spared, but the song she sang, the song of loyalty performed in the place that least wanted to hear it, is the thing the Heike preserves about her, not her survival, her song. Hojo Masako, the wife of Yoritomo, the woman who interceded for Shizuka Gozen, is one of the most remarkable figures in the history that surrounds the Heike. She was the daughter of Hojo Tokimasa, a warrior from Izu province, the same province where Yoritomo had spent his exile, and she had married Yoritomo against her father's wishes in the early days of the war. She understood power, not the courtly kind, the kind that expressed itself in ceremony and rank, but the real kind, the kind that came from knowing who owed whom what, from managing relationships across time, from the patient, unglamorous work of building and maintaining the structures within which decisions were made. When Yoritomo died, in 1199 of uncertain causes, Masako did not step back. She became a nun, following the custom of widowhood, and was thereafter known as the Ama Shogun, the nun shogun. The irony of the title is intentional. She governed, not in her own name, through her son's nominal authority, through the structures of the Hojo clan that would dominate Japanese politics for a century after her. But she governed. The Heike does not tell her story. It ends before her full significance becomes clear, but she is part of the world the Heike made, the world the Heike's battles produced, the world of the Kamakura shogunate, the world of warrior governance. That world was shaped as much by Masako as by anyone else. She is the proof that the warrior world was not exclusively male, that the intelligence and the will and the capacity for power crossed whatever lines the formal structures of the period tried to draw. The battles of the Heike have their own music, not just the biwa that the blind monks used to carry the story, but the music within the story, the sounds that the tale describes with unusual care, as if it knows that the sonic world of the battles is part of what needs to be preserved. The drums, the war drums of the Heike period, struck to signal the beginning of an engagement, to communicate orders across the noise of battle, to maintain the rhythm of the archer's volleys, are described in the tale with the particular attention of someone who has heard them and understands what they do to the body that hears them, the low, resonant sound that travels through the ground as much as through the air, that is felt in the chest before it is heard in the ears, that changes the quality of the time it occupies. The conch shells, the horagai, the great conch shells blown as signaling instruments whose sound carries across water and across distance with a clarity that the drums cannot match, a high, clear, haunting sound that the warriors recognized as the voice of the war itself. The flute, Atsumori's flute, the one he carried into battle and played, the tale implies, in the morning hours before the fighting began, is the counter sound, the music of peace in the place of war, the art of the court surviving into and dying in the world that the court was losing. The drums and the conch shells made the battle. The flute marked what was lost in it. The horses of the Heike are not incidental. They are named. They are described with the same care the tale gives to the warriors. Their color, their character, their particular qualities of speed and endurance, and the willingness to go where they are asked to go. The Heike warrior was inseparable from his horse. The training of the samurai, in this period and for centuries after, included the horse as an extension of the body, the ability to shoot accurately from the saddle, to manage the animal in chaos, to communicate through the reins and the legs what needed to happen in the time available for it to happen. The horse that Yoshitsune sent over the cliff at Hiyodori-go first, testing whether the descent was possible, carried in its willingness to go something of the quality of what followed, the animal's trust in the hand that guided it, its willingness to go somewhere unreasonable, because the unreasonable thing was what was being asked. The famous horse of the Heike, the one whose name the tradition has preserved above all others, is Ikazuki, the great black horse that two warriors nearly came to blows over at the crossing of the Uji River, each claiming the right to ride it first into the enemy-held opposite bank. The horse swam the river. Its rider survived. The other warrior, having forced his own horse into the current alongside, also survived. They were both brave. The horse was also brave. The Heike records all three. The war moved through seasons. This matters, not as a rhetorical device, not as the easy symbolism of autumn meaning decline and spring meaning hope, but as the physical reality of what fighting in the landscape of Japan in the 12th century was like. The winter battles, Awazu, where Yoshinaka died, the frozen edges of the lake, the muddy ground that caught and held the horses' hooves, is a winter battle with the cold and the light of a season that the Heike describes with the precision of people who know what winter does to the body that fights in it. The spring battle. Dan-no-ura was fought in the 3rd month, early spring, the sea beginning to warm, the light returning to its summer quality, and the plum blossoms may have been visible on the shores of the strait as the battle was fought. Spring in Japan is the season of beginnings, of the new year in the older reckoning, of the return of life, and it is also the season of the cherry blossom falling. The Taira fell in spring. The blossoms were falling. The sword went into the sea with the tide of early spring running through the strait. The Heike does not make these correspondences explicit, does not say, notice how the season echoes the event. It does not need to. The Japanese listeners who heard the Biwa monks sing already knew what the seasons meant. They already carried the seasonal awareness in the way they heard everything. The spring tide running through the strait as the Taira fell, they heard this as it was meant to be heard. The Taira prayed. This is one of the things the Heike makes visible, the religious life of people in extremity, the particular quality of prayer that comes from people who have lost everything except the act of praying. At Yashima, the child emperor performed the ceremonies, the court in exile, wherever it was, on whatever ship, in whatever temporary structure, maintained the imperial rituals, the prayers at the prescribed hours, the offerings to the gods, the maintenance of the sacred forms that the emperor's role required. A child performing the ceremonies of the civilization that was protecting him with increasingly desperate faith in the power of ceremony to protect. The Taira warriors prayed before battle. Not only the Taira, warriors on both sides, but the Heike shows the Taira prayers with the particular care of a story that understands prayer as one of the things human beings do when there is nothing else left. Shogyomujo had prayed at Kumano, had asked to be taken, before he was forced to choose between his father and what was right. Tadanori had prayed before he went to Ichi no Tani. The grandmother had prayed on the ship at Dan-no-ura, had turned toward the west, toward the Pure Land, before she stepped off. The Pure Land, the Buddhist paradise, the realm of Amida Buddha in the west, that the Taira invoked in their last moments, is the same Pure Land that the ordinary people of Japan had been invoking for centuries, the place that waited beyond the difficulties of this world, the destination that made the difficulties bearable. They prayed. The sea took them. The prayers went somewhere. Loyalty, the concept that runs through the second part of the Heike like the current, through the strait of Dan-no-ura, always present, always moving, sometimes in the direction you expect and sometimes not. Benki's loyalty to Yoshitsune, the warrior monk who had pledged himself at Gojo Bridge, who had followed his lord through the war and into exile, stands at the barrier at Koromogawa, while Yoshitsune prepares to die with dignity inside. He holds the gate. He fights alone. He takes the arrows. The account says dozens. The account says more. And does not fall. He does not fall because he is dead already, because he has died standing, because the body that has received too many arrows to support life has not yet received the signal to fall. He stands. The warriors of the enemy approach. He stands. They do not dare come closer. He stands. And then they see. He is standing in death, the standing death of Benkei. This is the image of loyalty that Japan has returned to for 800 years. The figure at the gate, standing past the point where standing is possible, because the Lord within needed one more moment. It is not practical. It is not strategic. It has no military value beyond what it already accomplished. But it is what loyalty looks like when it is complete, when there is nothing left to give, and it gives that too. Yoshitsune died at Hiraizumi, in the mountains of the north, in the Tohoku, the deep north of Honshu, where the Fujiwara of Oshu had built their own civilization, their own refined world, apart from and parallel to the Kyoto that was the center of everything else. He had fled there with Benkei and his small band, north, always north, evading the search that Yoritomo had set across the country. The Fujiwara of Oshu had sheltered him, not because they were allies, not because they had a political interest in his survival, but out of the particular honor of the person who provides refuge to the person who needs it, the obligation of shelter that the warrior world understood as real. But Yoritomo's pressure grew. The Fujiwara lord died. His successor calculated that the cost of protecting Yoshitsune had become greater than the honor of protecting him. The betrayal came. The forces of the new Fujiwara lord surrounded the compound at Takadachi, the small fortress at the edge of Hiraizumi, where Yoshitsune had been given refuge. Inside, Yoshitsune understood. He sent his wife and daughter ahead of him, a decision the Heike records without dwelling on, the specific cruelty of what war required and what survival required, being left to the imagination of the listener. Then he composed himself. He performed the last prayers. He was 31 years old. He died at Hiraizumi, in the north, far from the sea where his victories had been won, and the capital where he had been celebrated. Benkei stood at the gate. Yoshitsune died within, both of them in the north, both of them at the end. Hiraizumi, the city in the north, in what is now Iwate Prefecture, where the Fujiwara of Oshu had built their own version of the civilization that Kyoto embodied. The Konjikido, the Golden Hall, is still there, built in 1124 before the Heike's events began. A small building, housed now within a larger structure that protects it from the weather. Its interior covered in gold leaf, mother of pearl, lacquerwork of extraordinary refinement, the expression of what the Fujiwara of Oshu had built in the north, the wealth from the gold mines of Tohoku, the craft of the artisans they had attracted, all of it compressed into this small room that still glitters in the subdued light that filters through the outer structure. Yoshitsune came here, to this city, this hall, this expression of the northern civilization that had developed outside the center and had become, in its own way, as beautiful. He came as a fugitive. He was sheltered. He was betrayed. He died. The Golden Hall survived. It survived the betrayal, the battles, the centuries, the fires and the earthquakes, and the slow dissolution of the civilization that had built it. The poet Basho came here 500 years later. He stood where the Fujiwara palaces had been, already ruins by his time, already returned to grass, and he wrote, "The summer grasses, all that remains of the warrior's dreams, Natsu, Gusa, ya, tsu, amono, domo, ga, yume, no, ato." The summer grasses, the warrior's dreams, the place where Yoshitsune died. The Heike is a story of bridges, not only as physical structures, though they are that too, but as the places where the story's most significant meetings and crossings happen, where the movement from one world to another is made physical by the act of crossing the thing between them. Gojo Bridge in Kyoto, where Benkei stood with his 999 swords and met Yoshitsune and became what he would be forever after. The bridge over the Uji River, where Yorimasa and the monks made their stand against the Taira forces sent to capture Prince Mochihito, where the planks were ripped up to slow the crossing, and the warriors swam the river anyway. The bridge at Koromogawa, where Benkei stood in his standing death, holding the gate while Yoshitsune completed what had to be completed. Bridges are where things change. On one side, what was. On the other side, what will be. The crossing is the moment of commitment, the moment of no return, that every bridge asks of the person who crosses it. The Heike is full of crossings, the Taira crossing to the western sea, Yoshitsune crossing in the storm, the grandmother stepping off the ship into the water, all of them crossings, all of them the moment when what was on one side is left behind, and what is on the other side is accepted. The bridges make this literal, the water makes it irrevocable, the Heike makes it beautiful. The children, the war that the second part of the Heike describes, was fought by adults, by warriors in their 20s and 30s and 40s, but its costs were paid by children as well. The child emperor, 6 years old at Dan-no-ura, he had been emperor since he was 2. He had lived his entire conscious life on ships and in exile, in the form of a court that was performing the ceremonies of an institution that was fighting for its survival. He did not choose this. He did not understand it. He was a child dressed in robes and asked to be the sacred center of everything that was falling apart. The children of Yoshitsune. The Heike does not dwell on the daughter that Yoshitsune sent ahead, the child who was at Hirizumi when the end came, because the Heike is careful about the things that are most painful and closest to the places where pity tips into something the listener cannot hold. But they were there. The children were there. They always are. The young men. Atsumori was 16. The sons of warriors on both sides who died in the battles of the second part, the ones the Heike names and the ones it does not, were young. The war was fought by adults. It was also fought by people who had barely stopped being children. The Heike remembers this. It looks at the boy's face under the raised visor and sees how young he is. It sees the flute. It remembers the age, 16. Here Izumi, the city in the north, in what is now Iwate Prefecture, where the Fujiwara of Oshu had built their own version of the civilization that Kyoto embodied. The Konjikido, the Golden Hall, is still there, built in 1124 before the Heike's events began. A small building, housed now within a larger structure that protects it from the weather. Its interior covered in gold leaf, mother of pearl, lacquer work of extraordinary refinement, the expression of what the Fujiwara of Oshu had built in the north, the wealth from the gold mines of Tohoku, the craft of the artisans they had attracted, all of it compressed into this small room that still glitters in the subdued light that filters through the outer structure. Yoshitsune came here, to this city, this hall, this expression of the northern civilization, that had developed outside the center and had become, in its own way, as beautiful. He came as a fugitive. He was sheltered. He was betrayed. He died. The Golden Hall survived. It survived the betrayal, the battles, the centuries, the fires and the earthquakes, and the slow dissolution of the civilization that had built it. The poet Basho came here 500 years later. He stood where the Fujiwara palaces had been, already ruins by his time, already returned to grass, and he wrote, "The summer grasses, all that remains of the warrior's dreams, Natsu, Gusa, ya, tsu, amono, domo, ga, yume, no, ato." The summer grasses, the warrior's dreams, the place where Yoshitsune died. The Heike is a story of bridges, not only as physical structures, though they are that too, but as the places where the story's most significant meetings and crossings happen, where the movement from one world to another is made physical by the act of crossing the thing between them. Gojo Bridge in Kyoto, where Benkei stood with his 999 swords and met Yoshitsune and became what he would be forever after. The bridge over the Uji River, where Yorimasa and the monks made their stand against the Taira forces sent to capture Prince Mochihito, where the planks were ripped up to slow the crossing, and the warriors swam the river anyway. The bridge at Koromogawa, where Benkei stood in his standing death, holding the gate while Yoshitsune completed what had to be completed. Bridges are where things change. On one side, what was. On the other side, what will be. The crossing is the moment of commitment, the moment of no return, that every bridge asks of the person who crosses it. The Heike is full of crossings, the Taira crossing to the western sea, Yoshitsune crossing in the storm, the grandmother stepping off the ship into the water, all of them crossings, all of them the moment when what was on one side is left behind, and what is on the other side is accepted. The bridges make this literal, the water makes it irrevocable, the Heike makes it beautiful. The children, the war that the second part of the Heike describes, was fought by adults, by warriors in their 20s and 30s and 40s, but its costs were paid by children as well. The child emperor, 6 years old at Dan-no-ura, he had been emperor since he was 2. He had lived his entire conscious life on ships and in exile, in the form of a court that was performing the ceremonies of an institution that was fighting for its survival. He did not choose this. He did not understand it. He was a child dressed in robes and asked to be the sacred center of everything that was falling apart. The children of Yoshitsune. The Heike does not dwell on the daughter that Yoshitsune sent ahead, the child who was at Hirizumi when the end came, because the Heike is careful about the things that are most painful and closest to the places where pity tips into something the listener cannot hold. But they were there. The children were there. They always are. The young men. Atsumori was 16. The sons of warriors on both sides who died in the battles of the second part, the ones the Heike names and the ones it does not, were young. The war was fought by adults. It was also fought by people who had barely stopped being children. The Heike remembers this. It looks at the boy's face under the raised visor and sees how young he is. It sees the flute. It remembers the age. 16. The moon was there at Dan-no-ura. The battle was fought in the day. The accounts place it from mid-morning through the afternoon. But the moon was there in the sense that it is always there, above the daylight, invisible but present, moving through its arc above the battle and the strait and the ships. The night before the battle, the moon would have been visible. The warriors on both sides, on the Taira ships and the Minamoto ships, would have seen it. The child emperor, wherever he was on the ship, with whatever understanding a 6-year-old has of what is about to happen, may have been shown it, may have been held up to see the moon on the last night before the last day. The moon does not take sides. This is what the first part established. This is what the moon over the Rokuhara Gardens, and the moon over the Kamo River, and the moon over the mountain hermitage all say, that there is something above the conflict that is not part of it, that continues regardless of outcome, that will be there after the battle is over and the water is still and the ships are gone. The moon was there at the beginning of the Heike, over the Heian court in its flowering, and it was there at Dan-no-ura, over the sea receiving what the sea received, and it is there now, over wherever you are, moving through its arc, indifferent to outcomes, faithful to its own uninterruptible motion. Look for it. It is always there. What has the second part given us? It has given us the battles, Ichi no Tani and Yashima and Dan-no-ura, and the particular quality of the fighting that the Heike preserves, not the mass movements of armies, but the individual moments, the specific people, the particular acts of courage and beauty and grief that the storytellers chose to carry forward into the memory of the culture. It has given us Yoshitsune, the brilliant general, the impossible tactician, the man who descended the cliff and crossed the storm sea and won the war and lost everything that he wanted from the winning. It has given us Tomoe Gozen, the woman who rode with Yoshinaka, worth 1,000 warriors, proof that the courage the second part describes was not the property of men. It has given us Atsumori, the young man with the flute, the beauty of what war costs, when it costs the people who should not have to pay it. It has given us the fan, the shot that both sides stopped to watch, as the reminder that even in the worst of things, the capacity for beauty survives. It has given us the grandmother, Tokiko, the nun of the second rank, stepping off the ship with the child emperor in her arms, turning west toward the Pure Land, making the choice that the sea made possible. It has given us the sword in the water, the loss that cannot be recovered, the thing that went in and did not come back, as the honest accounting of what was permanently taken by the Battle of Dan-no-ura. And it has given us the standing death, Benkei at the gate, standing past the point where standing is possible, as the image of loyalty that Japan has returned to for 8 centuries, the figure who gives everything and then gives that too. Water. The second part of the Heike belongs to the water in a way the first part does not. The first part was the court, the land, the city, the gardens, the mountains behind Kyoto. The second part is the sea. The Taira went to the sea when they left Kyoto. They were sea people. The first part established this. And when they lost the land, they went to what they knew. The inland sea in the summer and autumn of 1183, the time between the departure from Kyoto and the Battle of Ichinotani, was a Taira sea. The ships moved through the familiar waters. The islands were known. The currents were understood. The ports where the Taira had collected tribute for decades received them now as exiles. But receive them with the knowledge of what they had been. The sea changes things. The same person who is one thing on land is something else on the water, where the ground moves, where the horizon is always present, where the distance between here and elsewhere is measured in the direction of the wind rather than in the length of the road. The Taira on the sea were not the same Taira who had filled the offices of the Heian court. They were older. They were diminished. They were carrying the child emperor and the regalia and the memory of what they had been across the water of the sea that had made them, heading, though they did not know it, toward the strait where the sea would receive everything they had and return nothing. The Biwa Hoshi, who carried the second part of the Heike along the roads of Japan, were performing something that their listeners understood as more than entertainment. The dead needed to be remembered in the Buddhist understanding that shaped the Heike's world and the world of the listeners who received the Heike. The dead who are not remembered are the dead who have not fully passed. They linger, they return, they appear in dreams and at the places of their deaths, and in the lives of the people they were connected to. The Biwa monks were performing a memorial. Every performance, every night in every temple, or mansion, or market square where the Heike was sung, was an act of remembrance for the specific dead that the story named Atsumori, Tomomori, Tadanori, the child emperor, the grandmother, named, remembered. Given the particular form of being in the story, being in the song, that the living culture could hold and carry and pass on. This is what the Biwa monks gave, not just the story, not just the entertainment, but the ongoing act of keeping the dead in the attention of the living, of not letting the sea be the last word, not letting the battle be the final accounting. The arrow hit the fan fell into the sea. The Biwa monk sang it back into the air every night for 200 years. 3 battles, Ichi no Tani, Yashima, Dan-no-ura, the 3 battles that the second part of the Heike moves through, each one diminishing the Taira further, each one driving them closer to the water that would receive them, form a kind of sequence that the Heike understands as a progression, not just of military events, but of meaning. At Ichi no Tani, the land, the cliff, the fortress, the mountains behind, and the sea in front, the Taira caught between what they had defended and what they were retreating to. Yoshitsune descended what could not be descended. The Taira fled to the ships. The land was lost. At Yashima, the shore, the island fortress, between land and sea, attacked from the unexpected direction. The fan shot from the shore across the water, both sides in the shallows, neither fully on the land, neither fully on the sea. The Taira fled further west. The shore was lost. At Dan-no-ura, the water, no land left, no shore left, only the strait, the narrow water between the islands, and the tide running through it with the indifference of the physical world to the human events occurring on its surface. The tide changed. The Taira went into the sea. The sea kept what it received: land, shore, water, the 3 losses that are also one loss, the gradual, complete, irreversible movement from the world into the element that receives everything. The landscapes. The second part of the Heike moves through specific places, places that still exist, that can be visited, that carry in their geography the weight of what happened there. Kobe, the modern city on the coast of Hyogo, the great port city of the Kansai region, includes within it the area where Ichi no Tani was fought. The cliff of Hyodori-goe is still identifiable, a steep slope in the hills behind the city, though the city has grown up to its base, and the wilderness that Yoshitsune's horses descended is now overlaid with roads and houses. But the shape is there, the geography that made it what it was, the mountains behind, the sea in front, is recognizable in the landscape of the modern city. Takamatsu, the city on the coast of Shikoku, where Yashima has been connected to the mainland by reclamation and bridges. The flat-topped plateau that was the island where the Taira built their last court is still there, still distinctive, still the same shape it was in 1185, when Yoshitsune's small force came out of the night with torches and noise and chased the Taira off the island and into the sea. Shimonoseki, the city at the western tip of Honshu, where the narrow strait of Dan-no-ura separates Honshu from Kyushu, where the tide still runs with the particular violence that the Heike describes, and the people who live there still know. The Akama Shrine, built for the repose of the drowned emperor, stands on the shore of the strait. On the anniversary of the battle, the ceremonies are performed. 800 years later, still performed, still remembering. The sea at night. There's a particular quality to the sound of the sea when you are listening to it in the dark, when the visual dimension is reduced and what remains is the sound alone, the rhythm of the waves, the particular cadence of water returning, the breath of it, in and out, in and out, that is not quite the same as breathing, but close enough to synchronize with. The Taira heard this sound every night of their exile, on the ships, with the water moving below them and the stars above, on the islands they sheltered at, with the sea surrounding. The sound of the water was the constant of the years of exile. There is something about this sound that the body responds to, that the oldest part of the nervous system recognizes as something familiar, something that preceded the human being and will outlast it. The rhythm of the sea, the breath of the water, not threatening, not the storm sea that Yoshitsune crossed, but the quiet sea, the nighttime sea, the sea at rest between the tides. Let the sea carry you now. The battles are over. The Taira are in the water. The sword is in the strait. The moon is above everything. Let the rhythm of the water, the rhythm the Taira heard in their last years, the rhythm that received them, carry you now into the particular quiet of deep rest, in and out, in and out. The sea breathes, and everything breathes with it. The landscapes. The second part of the Heike moves through specific places, places that still exist, that can be visited, that carry in their geography the weight of what happened there. Kobe, the modern city on the coast of Hyogo, the great port city of the Kansai region, includes within it the area where Ichi no Tani was fought. The cliff of Hyodori-goe is still identifiable, a steep slope in the hills behind the city, though the city has grown up to its base, and the wilderness that Yoshitsune's horses descended is now overlaid with roads and houses. But the shape is there, the geography that made it what it was, the mountains behind, the sea in front, is recognizable in the landscape of the modern city. Takamatsu, the city on the coast of Shikoku, where Yashima has been connected to the mainland by reclamation and bridges. The flat-topped plateau that was the island where the Taira built their last court is still there, still distinctive, still the same shape it was in 1185 when Yoshitsune's small force came out of the night with torches and noise and chased the Taira off the island and into the sea. Shimonoseki, the city at the western tip of Honshu, where the narrow strait of Dan-no-ura separates Honshu from Kyushu, where the tide still runs with the particular violence that the Heike describes, and the people who live there still know. The Akama shrine, built for the repose of the drowned emperor, stands on the shore of the strait. On the anniversary of the battle, the ceremonies are performed. 800 years later, still performed, still remembering. The sea at night. There is a particular quality to the sound of the sea when you are listening to it in the dark, when the visual dimension is reduced and what remains is the sound alone, the rhythm of the waves, the particular cadence of water returning, the breath of it, in and out, in and out. That is not quite the same as breathing, but close enough to synchronize with. The Taira heard this sound every night of their exile. On the ships, with the water moving below them and the stars above, on the islands they sheltered at, with the sea surrounding, the sound of the water was the constant of the years of exile. There is something about this sound that the body responds to, that the oldest part of the nervous system recognizes as something familiar, something that preceded the human being and will outlast it. The rhythm of the sea, the breath of the water, not threatening, not the storm sea that Yoshitsune crossed, but the quiet sea, the nighttime sea, the sea at rest between the tides. Let the sea carry you now. The battles are over. The Taira are in the water. The sword is in the strait. The moon is above everything. Let the rhythm of the water, the rhythm the Taira heard in their last years, the rhythm that received them, carry you now into the particular quiet of deep rest, in and out, in and out. The sea breathes, and everything breathes with it. The road north. After the victory at Dan-no-ura, after the war was won and the Taira were in the sea, Yoshitsune returned to Kyoto. He had done what he was asked to do. He had done it better than anyone could have imagined. And the road north, the road from Kyoto to the mountains of Tohoku, was the road that the victory prepared for him. Not immediately. There was a period, a brief, difficult period, between the victory and the exile, during which Yoshitsune tried to navigate the political world that his victories had transformed. He accepted honors from Go Shirakawa. He made decisions that Yoritomo had not sanctioned. He was, in the capital, the celebrated general, the one the people called great. And this celebrity was the thing that Yoritomo could not allow to exist independent of his control. The order came, not a formal declaration, not the open act of a man announcing his hostility, but the quiet, effective isolation that made every path close one by one, allies withdrawn, resources cut, positions made untenable. Yoshitsune understood. He gathered what remained, Benkei and the others, the small group of people whose loyalty was to the man and not to the calculation, and he went north, the road north, the mountains, the deep snow of Tohoku, the end that was waiting in the only direction that remained open. The barrier at Ataka, on the road north, somewhere in the province of Kaga, at a checkpoint on the route through the mountains, Yoshitsune and his small band were stopped. They were disguised as monks, yamabushi, mountain ascetics, collecting donations for the reconstruction of Todaiji, the great temple in Nara that the Taira had burned. It was a good disguise. The reconstruction project was real. Monks on the road were a common sight. The barrier guard was suspicious. He thought one of the figures in the group, small, slight, carrying himself with a quality that did not quite match the role he was playing, looked like the fugitive Yoshitsune. Benki acted. He turned on Yoshitsune, his lord, the man he had pledged his life to, and berated him. "You slow us down. You cause trouble. A servant causing problems for his master on a pilgrimage. What kind of person are you?" He struck him. No loyal retainer would strike his lord. The guard knew this, and therefore, this man being struck by the monk could not be a lord. The disguise held. They were allowed through. Afterward, Benki wept. He had struck his lord. He had done the thing that was, in the code of the warrior, the ultimate violation, had placed his hands on the man he had pledged to protect, in order to protect him. The violation was the protection. The striking was the loyalty, and Yoshitsune understood. He said nothing that needed to be said. They continued north. What Yoritomo built was more durable than what Kiyomori built. This is the uncomfortable truth that the Heike's story implies, that the man who seems, in the emotional logic of the tale, less admirable than his brother, less brilliant, less beloved, built something that lasted. Kiyomori built the Taira ascendancy, a personal achievement, the product of one man's extraordinary drive and capability, that required for its continuance someone of similar quality at the center. Shogyomujo might have held it. Munamori could not. The structure was too dependent on the person who had made it. When the person was gone, the structure followed. Yoritomo built institutions. The bakufu, the tent government, was not a personal achievement. It was a system, a set of administrative structures, relationships between vassals and lords, mechanisms for collecting taxes and dispensing justice, and managing the military capacity of the country. It was designed to outlast him. It did. The Kamakura shogunate survived Yoritomo by more than a century. The structure of warrior government that he established, the shogunate, the relationship between the military administration and the imperial court, survived for nearly 7 centuries. He did not have the charisma of Yoshitsune. He did not have the brilliance. He was not the subject of stories and poems and no plays. But he built the world that the stories and poems and no plays were performed in for the next 700 years. This too is a kind of achievement, different from the achievement the Heike celebrates, but real. The stars were there, over every battlefield that the second part describes, over Ichinotani and Yashima and Dan-no-ura. The stars were there, the same stars that the Heian court had named and written poems about, the same stars that the Biwa monks navigated by, the same stars that are still there tonight, above wherever you are, above whatever is happening in the world below them. The stars do not change, or they change so slowly. The drift of the constellations across the centuries is real but imperceptible in any human lifetime. that for the purposes of the human story, they are the fixed things, the things that hold still, while everything else moves. The warrior culture of the Heike looked at the stars the way all people who spend time outdoors at night learn to look at them, as navigation, as clock, as the particular beauty of the thing that does not change in a world where everything is changing. Before a battle, the warriors would have seen them. After a battle, they would have seen them. The stars do not mark what happened below, do not hold the memory of the specific night in their arrangement, but they were present at every significant moment of the Heike story. They are present now, above this night, above your sleep, above the particular darkness of wherever you are. The stars that were above Dan-no-ura are above you. The same stars, a different night. The long continuity of the sky that holds everything and is troubled by nothing. Rest in it. The sky is large enough. The stars are steady enough. The night is quiet enough. The third part waits. The battles are over. The Taira are in the sea. Yoshitsune is dead in the north. Yoritomo has built the new order in the east. And at Jako Inn, in the mountain valley of Ohara, the kenreimon-in prays. The third part of this story will give her the ending she was given. The life in the hermitage, the years of prayer, the account she gave to Go Shirakawa when the old man came to visit her and heard, from the last witness, what had happened in the world that both of them had been part of. The third part will also give the larger ending, the meaning that the Heike arrives at after all the battles and all the deaths and all the things that were received by the sea and by the earth and by the silence that follows the noise of war. The meaning is not comfortable. The Heike does not provide a comfortable ending, does not resolve the death of the child emperor into something bearable, does not make the loss of the sword into something recoverable, does not undo what the battles took, but it provides something, a form, a shape, the particular quality of a story that has been fully told, that has not hidden from what it needed to show, and that, in the showing, has honored what it described. The third part will bring the Heike to its end. For now, in the quiet between the second part and the third, rest. Let the sea settle. Let the battlefield go quiet. Let the stars continue their slow turning above everything. The water is still. The tide runs through the strait. The bell rings. In the days after Dan-no-ura, the sea gave back some of what it had taken, not the sword, not the child emperor, not the warriors who had gone in with their armor weighted, who had made sure they would not float. But the bodies of some came to the surface, the armor and the robes, the silk and the brocade of the Taira court, floated on the water of the strait. The Minamoto warriors moved through it. They collected what could be collected. They recorded what could be recorded. The aftermath of a battle is always this: the accounting, the naming of the dead, the gathering of the things that the living need to understand what has occurred. The prisoners were few. Munamori, the leader, the son of the Kiyomori, had been pulled from the water before he drowned. He was taken east and executed in the 6th month of 1185. A handful of others were captured and held and eventually released or executed according to the calculations of the new order. The women survived. This is one of the facts that the political reality of the period produced, that the women of the Taira were not treated as military enemies and were allowed to live, and the kenreimon-in is the most significant of these survivors. She was pulled from the water. She was taken to the hermitage at Ohara. She outlived the war by decades. She prayed. She remembered. She witnessed. And the Heike, in giving her the final section, in making her the last voice of the story, honors the witnessing as one of the essential things that the living do for the dead. They remember. They remain. They carry the knowledge of what happened into the time that comes after. The second part of the Heike is harder than the first. The first part was the world before the falling, the beauty of the court, the elegance of the life the Taira made. And the first hints that the falling was coming. The second part is the falling itself. But there is something in the falling that the Heike makes useful for sleep, not despite the difficulty, but because of it. The battles of the second part are complete. They happened. They ended. The sword is in the water. The child is in the water. Yoshitsune is in the north. Benkei stood and fell. All of it is finished. There is a particular rest that comes from the completed thing, from the story that has reached its chapter's end, from the knight that has done what the knight does and is now ready to hand over to the next thing. The second part is done. The battles that happened 800 years ago. The people who fought them are at rest in whatever rest the 8 centuries have provided. The sword is still in the sea. The sea is still in the strait. The tide still runs. And you are here, in your particular night, in whatever darkness surrounds you. And the story has done what it came to do. It has given you somewhere to be, while your body prepares to rest. The second part is over. The third waits. Tonight, the sea, the tide, the stars above the strait. The Genpei War is everywhere in Japan, not always visibly, not always marked with signs and explanations, but present in the landscape and the culture and the names of places in a way that the person who knows the Heike begins to see everywhere they look. Kobe is Ichi no Tani. Takamatsu is Yashima. Shimonoseki is Dan-no-ura. The shrine at Tsurugaoka Hachiman in Kamakura, where Shizuka danced, is still one of the most visited sacred sites in Japan. The shrine at Akama in Shimonoseki, built for the drowned emperor, still holds the ceremonies. The temple of Jako-in Ohara, the hermitage of the kenreimon-in, still stands in the mountain valley north of Kyoto. The moss on the stones and the sound of the water, unchanged from what she heard in the years of her long surviving. The crabs of the strait still have their faces. The tide still runs through Dan-no-ura with the violence the Heike describes. The summer grasses grow over the ruins of Hiraizumi, where Basho wept for the warrior's dreams. Japan carries the Heike in its landscape, in the specific geography of the places where the story happened, and the story carries the landscape, the cliff at Hyodori, Goi, the shallows at Yashima, the strait where the tide turns. To know the Heike is to see Japan differently. To see Japan is to understand the Heike more fully. The land and the story hold each other, have held each other for 800 years, in the particular embrace of a place and the account of what happened in it. The bell rings again, the bell that opened the Heike, that said at the beginning all things pass, is ringing now in the quiet of the second part's ending. It rang over the Heian court when the court was at its height. It rang over the battles, over Ichi no Tani and Yashima and Dan-no-ura, not heard by the warriors above the noise of arrows and drums and the sea, but ringing, always ringing, in the register that the fighting cannot quite silence. It rang over Hiraizumi where Yoshitsune died, and the summer grasses grew. It rang over Jako-in, where the kenreimon-in prayed, and the water ran through the mountain valley. The bell says one thing. It has always said one thing. It will say it again in the third part, and at the end of the third part, and in whatever comes after. Shogyomujo. All things are impermanent. Not as a warning, not as a lament, as the truth that the Heike has been holding for 800 years, the truth that is most useful to know in the moments when the world is loudest, when the battles are fiercest, when the tide of the strait is running at its most violent. All things are impermanent. The battles past, the tide past, the noise past, what remained, the bell, the story, the telling, the particular quiet of this moment, this breath, this darkness, this rest that is also passing, also impermanent, also worth being fully present to for exactly that reason. The sea at daybreak, after the long night, after whatever darkness the night brought, the sea at daybreak is one of the most particular and reliable of things. The light comes from the east. First, a gray lightning at the edge of the water, the line between sea and sky, becoming visible before either is fully itself. Then, the specific pink of the horizon before the sun, the color that exists only in that brief window between night and day, when the light is indirect, bounced off what it hasn't yet touched directly. Then, the sun. The warriors of the Heike watched this on the morning of Dan-no-ura, the 24th day of the third month of 1185. The sun rose over the strait, and the Taira fleet and the Minamoto fleet were already in position, already watching each other across the water, already in the particular state of preparation that is neither peace nor war, but the held breath between them, the same sun that rises now, the same east, the same light coming from the direction that the light always comes from. The day of the battle began like every other day, with the sun rising over the water and the world becoming visible, and ended unlike any day before it, with the Taira in the sea, the sword in the water, the tide running through the emptied strait, the sun that rose on a world that had the Taira set on a world that did not, the same sun, the same rising, a different world beneath it. This is impermanence. This is the bell. This is the Heike. What remains of the Heike's world? More than you might expect. The shrine at Itsukushima, the gate in the water, the shrine buildings along the shore, stands today as it stood when Kiyomori built it. Not exactly the same. It has burned and been rebuilt. The gate has fallen and been replaced, but the same form, the same relationship between the gate and the water and the mountain behind. The boats still go out to it. The deer still walk among the shrine buildings. The tidal flat is revealed at low tide and covered again at high tide. The gate stands in the water as it has stood since the 12th century. The Heike no Kyo, the sutra scrolls, are preserved at Itsukushima with the care that objects of that importance require. Gold and silver on decorated paper, 800 years old, still exquisite. still the most beautiful objects of their kind in the history of Japanese art. The Konjikido at Hiraizumi, the golden hall where Yoshitsune came as a fugitive, still glitters in its protective outer building in the mountains of Iwate. The moss is older, the surrounding landscape is quieter, the winter is the same. The tide at Dan-no-ura still reverses multiple times a day, the same hydrological reality that determined the outcome of the most important naval battle in Japanese history. The water moves. It has always moved. It will keep moving. What the water holds, it holds. What the story holds, it holds. Both of them, faithful keepers of what was given to them. The armor of the Heike warriors, the Oyoroi, the great armor of the Heian and early Kamakura period, was not the sleek, close-fitting armor of later centuries. It was large, it was heavy, it was designed for the mounted archer, for the man on horseback who fought at distance with the bow, and it protected accordingly broad shoulder pieces that extended out beyond the body, layers of lacquered leather laced with silk cords in the colors of the clan. The Taira wore red silk cords on red lacquered armor, the color of the clan, the color that made them visible at distance, on the battlefield and the sea. And when the Taira fleet moved through the inland sea, the red of the armor on the ships was visible from the shore. Tomomori wore 2 suits. When he went into the sea, when he had seen everything there was to see, he wore 2 suits of armor instead of 1, doubled the weight, made sure, the armor that had been the expression of the warrior's identity, the thing that said, I am this clan, this rank, this person, became the thing that carried him down. The armor is in the sea, along with the sword, along with everything else the battle of Dan-no-ura received. The great Oyoroi of the Taira warriors is somewhere in the strait, dissolved by 8 centuries of salt water into whatever the sea makes of iron and leather and silk over 8 centuries. The color is gone, the silk is gone, the lacquer is gone, but the weight, the specific gravity of the things that carried the Taira down, that remains somehow in the water. The tide at Dan-no-ura changed the battle. This is what the tradition says. This is the shape the story gives to what happened. That the turning of the tide was the turning of the war. That the physical force of the water determined the outcome of the human contest being conducted on its surface. Whether this is exactly true is the kind of question that history and hydrology have been arguing about for a century. Whether the tide actually turned in the middle of the battle, whether the timing was right, whether the accounts can be trusted in their specific details, but the question misses the point. The point is the image, the tide turning, the current that was with you becoming the current against you, the force that was your advantage becoming the thing that costs you. This is the truth the Heike has been telling from the beginning, that the tide turns. For the Taira, it turned at Kurikara, and at Ichi no Tani, and at Yashima, and finally, and completely, at Dan-no-ura. It had been turning since Kiyomori crossed the line that could not be uncrossed, since Shigemori died, and the moderating voice was gone, since the child emperor was placed on the throne at 2 years old, and the Taira bound themselves to a fate they could not escape. The tide turns. It turned for the Taira. It turns for everything that the opening bell announced it would turn for. And knowing this, carrying this knowledge without despair, is what the Heike offers. Not the comfort of false hope, not the reassurance that it will all work out, but the truth that the tide is part of the story, that the turning is not betrayal, but simply the nature of the water and the moon and the forces that move everything, and that in the full acceptance of this, in the willingness to be what Tomomori was at the last, clear, present, seeing everything there was to see, there is something that the Heike calls dignity and what we might call rest. The tide runs, the bell rings, the story is told, rest well. The second part ends where all things end, in the quiet that comes after. The battles are in the past. The warriors are at rest. The sword is in the water of the strait. Yoshitsune is in the north. The kenreimon-in is in the mountains. Yoritomo is building his new world in the east. The court continues its ceremonies in Kyoto. The Biwa monks are on the roads between one performance and the next. The world that came after the Heike is already forming. The warrior world, the 700 years of the samurai. And the world that the Heike describes is already becoming what it will be from now on, a story. The most important thing a world can become, not history, or not only history, but the living account of what it was to have been what it was, the court at its height, the family in its glory, the warriors in their courage and their grief, the children who were there and did not choose to be, the sword in the sea, the fan in the sea, the bell ringing over all of it. Rest now. The third part waits, the hermitage, the prayer, the last accounting. Tonight, the sea, the tide, the stars above the strait, the particular piece of things that are finished and at rest. Let the water carry you. Rest well. Sleep well. Good night. New Japanese stories every day on Quiet Tales of Japan. See you again for your next sleep. The Tale of the Heike, Part 3, The Age of Quiet, a Japanese classic for sleep. Close your eyes, let your body settle, let your hands rest open and still. You have been with this story for a long time now. You have heard the bell. You have heard the court in its beauty and its overreach. You have heard the battles, the cliff, the storm, the strait, and the sea receiving what the sea received. Now, the quiet. The third part of the Heike is the quietest part, not because nothing happens, things happen, but because the things that happen slowly, in the mountain valley, in the small hermitage, in the prayers of the woman who survived what she did not expect to survive, and found herself in the silence that came after everything. The kenreimon-in, Tokuko, the daughter of Kiyomori, the mother of the drowned emperor, the woman who went into the sea at Dan-no-ura and was pulled back out, is the center of the third part. Her life, her memory, her prayer, and the particular grace of the story that gives her the last word. Rest now, and listen. After Dan-no-ura, the kenreimon-in was brought back to Kyoto, not as the kenreimon-in, not as the Lady of the Gate of Health, the mother of the emperor, the highest-ranking woman in Japan, but as a prisoner, as the surviving daughter of the family that had been destroyed. The city she returned to was the city she had left more than 2 years before, but different. The mansions of the Taira were gone, the Rokuhara burned, the other compounds taken or fallen, and the city that remained was a city already becoming what it would be in the new order, the formal seat of the emperor, the ceremonial center of Japan, the place where the ancient forms were maintained, while the real power operated elsewhere. She was placed in a small house on the edge of the city. She had nothing, not the silk robes. Those were gone, traded, or lost in the years of the flight. Not the household, the dozens of women who had attended her in the Heian court. Most of them were dead or scattered, or living their own diminished afterlives in the changed world. Not the child. The child was in the sea. What she had, the prayer, the particular practice of the Buddhist devotee, the recitation of the Nembutsu, the name of Amida Buddha, repeated in the faith that repetition builds the channel through which the compassion of the Buddha reaches the person who calls, Namu Amida Butsu. I take refuge in Amida Buddha. She said it, again and again, for the rest of her life. She became a nun. In the 5th month of 1185, within weeks of Dan-no-ura, she took the vows, cut her hair, put on the black robes of the Buddhist renunciate. This was not unusual. The path from the world to the hermitage, from the life of the court to the life of the temple, was a path that women of high rank in the Heian period took regularly. Gion had taken it. Many others had taken it. The world offered them a position that depended entirely on the continued goodwill of the powerful, a position that could be withdrawn at any moment, that had no security beyond the beauty and the skill that had earned it, and the temple offered them a different kind of security, the security of the vow, the unchanging requirements of the religious life, the protection of the institution rather than the protection of an individual. For the kenreimon-in, the choice was even simpler. There was nothing left to hold her in the world. The family was gone. The court was someone else's. The child was in the sea. The vow was the form available to her, the shape that the tradition provided for the life of someone who had lost everything and needed a container for what remained. She cut her hair, the long hair, the hair that was one of the markers of aristocratic beauty in the Heian world, that had been arranged and dressed and cared for since she was a girl, was cut. This is what the cutting means. The world I was in is behind me. The person I was in that world is behind me. What is ahead of me is different. Ohara, the mountain valley north of Kyoto, where the hills hold the cold air in the mornings, and the sound of water is always present, and the maples in autumn turn the slopes the color of fire, is where the kenreimon-in went to live. Joko-in, the small temple at the edge of the valley, ancient, even then, said to have been founded by the prince Shotoku in the 6th century, became her home. A small room, a simple altar, the image of the Buddha before which she prayed, the sound of the water below, the sound of the wind in the cedars above. The valley of Ohara had been, for centuries before her, a place associated with holy retreat, with the particular kind of life that removes itself from the world, not out of defeat, but out of the understanding that the world is one place, and the practice is another, and the practice is where she needed to be. The distance from Kyoto to Ohara is not great, a few hours on foot in the 12th century, but the distance is sufficient to be past the sound of the city, sufficient to be in the mountain air rather than the valley air of Kyoto. sufficient to make the journey something that required intention, that said, I am going somewhere with purpose, not drifting to the edge of things. She went there with purpose. She stayed. The life at Jako Inn was not the life of the court. This needs to be said simply, not as lament, not as complaint, but as the plain fact of what the change was. At court, the silk robes in the correct colors for the correct season, the ceremony at dawn, the ceremony at dusk, the meals prepared by servants, the gardens tended by gardeners, the music in the evening, the women who attended, who helped with the hair, who carried the messages, who were the texture of the daily life of the person at the center. At Jako Inn, the black robe, the prayer at dawn, the prayer at dusk, the simple food that the valley provided and the nearby farms donated, and the occasional visits of the people of Ohara who brought what they had. She learned to live without servants. She learned to do what she had never been asked to do, the ordinary maintenance of a life that the court had always done for her. And she prayed. This is the constant, the thing that the court life had not provided in this particular form, the sustained, deliberate, hourly practice of turning attention toward the Buddha and away from the accumulated weight of everything that had happened, not forgetting. The prayer was also for the memory, for the people who had died, for the child, for the family, but holding the memory in a different way, as the subject of the prayer rather than as the thing that overwhelmed the person praying. The seasons at Ohara, the valley that the kenreimon-in chose for her remaining years, is a valley of seasons, of the particular Japanese seasons that the Heian aesthetic had spent 4 centuries finding the words for. Spring at Ohara, the plum first, in the cold of early spring, when the snow has not entirely left the upper slopes, the plum that blooms before it should, before the world is ready, in the particular courage of the thing that blooms into the cold. Then the cherry, in Ohara as everywhere, the brief, total, extravagant explosion of the pink and white that the Japanese have always known is not merely beautiful, but meaningful. Beautiful, because brief. Brief, because beautiful. Summer at Ohara, the deep green of the cedars, the water running cold from the mountain above, the fireflies in the evening, the particular silence of a mountain valley in summer when the city below is hot and the valley holds its own cooler air. Autumn at Ohara, the maples. This is what Ohara is famous for, the autumn color that draws people today from Kyoto and from further to walk the paths through the valley and see the maples turning red and orange against the darker green of the cedars. She saw this every year, for years and years, the maples turning. Winter at Ohara, snow. The valley fills with it, the paths become difficult, the water slows, and the hermitage at Jako Inn is enclosed in the particular quiet of a world under snow. The sound muffled, the light diffused, the edges of things softened into the white that the winter provides as its particular version of impermanence. The retired Emperor Go-Shirakawa came to Ohara, the old man, the impossible survivor, the political genius who had outlasted everything, made the journey north from Kyoto to the valley, where the woman who had been at the center of the world he had helped to destroy was living out her years. He came quietly. The tale says he came before dawn, before the world was fully awake, with a small group of attendants, not the full pomp of an imperial progress, but the subdued retinue of someone who wanted the visit to be real, rather than ceremonial. He arrived at Jako-in. The kenreimon-in was not there. She had gone, the tale says, to pick flowers on the mountain, gathering the wildflowers of the mountain path as part of the Buddhist practice of offering flowers to the altar. Go Shirakawa waited. He looked at the hermitage, at the small building, the rough-hewn gate, the garden that was not a garden in the Heian sense, but a mountain clearing with the particular wildness of things that grow where no one has decided they should grow. He wept. The tale does not say exactly what he felt, does not offer the internal account of what the old man experienced, looking at the evidence of what the world had become, but he wept, and then she came down from the mountain. She saw him from the path, the figure waiting at the gate of Jako-in, the man she recognized even at distance, even after everything, and she stopped. The tale says she was overcome. She did not expect this, had not expected that the world she had left would come to find her, and the sight of Go Shirakawa, the old retired emperor standing at the gate of her mountain hermitage in the early morning light. This was too much to manage simply. Her attendant, Awa no Naishi, one of the women who had survived and followed her into retirement, gently encouraged her. You should meet him. He has come all this way. He has been waiting. She composed herself. She went to him. The meeting of these two people, the woman who had lost everything and the man who had survived everything, is one of the most quietly extraordinary moments in the Heike. They had been, in another life, on opposite sides of the conflicts that had defined their world. Her family had been his great opponents. His maneuverings had helped bring about the conditions in which the Taira fell. Now, a mountain valley, an early morning, two old people, or one old person and one young person, who had become old in ways that age alone doesn't produce, meeting in the quiet. Go Shirakawa asked her to tell him her story, and the kenreimon-in, who had more story than most people who had ever lived, who had been at the center of everything and survived to the edge of everything, told him. She told it in a particular way. The Buddhist cosmology of the period understood existence as organized into 6 realms, the Rokudo, the 6 paths of being, through which all beings cycle across their lives and deaths, the realm of the gods, the realm of fighting spirits, the realm of humans, the realm of animals, the realm of hungry ghosts, the realm of hell. She used this framework. She looked at her life, the life that had taken her from the height of the Heian court to the sea at Dan-no-ura, to the mountain valley of Ohara, and she found in the Buddhist map of the 6 realms the shape of her own journey. The realm of the gods, the court of the Taira at its height, the silk and the ceremony, the garden and the music, the particular perfection of a world organized around beauty, the realm of fighting spirits, the war, the armies and the battles, the ships on the sea, the tide running through the strait, the realm of humans, what she was now, the ordinary person, stripped of the extraordinary, living the ordinary life of prayer and sleep and food, and the particular awareness of impermanence that the ordinary life, lived fully, provides. The realm of animals, the flight, the years of moving from place to place, driven by necessity, with no choice about where to go, at the mercy of the war and the decisions of others, the life reduced to the animal's fundamental, survival, movement, the search for safety. The realm of hungry ghosts, the exile, the years on the ships, wanting the things that could not be given, the home that was gone, the city that was held by others, the life that was over, the particular hunger of the person who desires what no longer exists, who reaches for what the world cannot provide. The realm of hell, the sea, Dan-no-ura, the battle, the death of the child, the sword in the water, her own going under, and the hands that pulled her back, and the surfacing into the light of a world that contained all of this and required her to keep living in it. She had moved through all 6 realms in a single life, in the 30 years between her birth in the household of Kiyomori and this morning in the mountain valley. She had been in each of them, not as a metaphor, as her actual life. The Buddhist map of existence was not, for her, a theological abstraction. It was the account of her days. Go Shirakawa listened. The old man, who had spent his life at the center of the political world, who had survived by maneuvering, by always finding the position that kept him viable, sat in the morning light of the mountain valley and listened to the woman tell him what it had been like to be at the center of the world he had helped to make. The Heike says he wept. This is the word the tale uses again and again in the scenes at Ohara. The weeping that the situation calls forth from everyone who encounters it. And Go Shirakawa's weeping carries a specific weight. He had managed things. He had outmaneuvered the Taira. He had outlasted Yoshinaka. He had survived Yoritomo. He had survived everything. And here was the cost. Not his cost. He had paid remarkably little for someone at the center of so much destruction, but the cost as it had been borne by the people around him. The kenreimon-in, who had been the daughter of the man who had been his greatest opponent, sitting in a mountain hermitage telling him about the sea. He asked her if there was anything he could do. She said, "Pray for the souls of the Taira, for the people who had died, for the child, for the family." This is what she wanted, not restoration, not the return of what was lost, not the reopening of the court to the daughter of the Heike, just the prayers. Go Shirakawa left. He descended the mountain path back toward Kyoto, back toward the world of politics and management that was his element, and the kenreimon-in returned to the hermitage and the prayer. The tale does not tell us what Go Shirakawa thought on the way back. It does not give us his internal account of the visit, what he made of the valley, of the hermitage, of the woman who had been the Empress Mother of Japan, and was now living in the mountain cold with a rough gait and a simple altar, and a few faithful women who had chosen to stay beside her. But it tells us something through the quality of the scene itself, through the careful attention the narrative pays to the details of the visit, the hour of the journey, the smallness of the retinue, the weeping, the particular question and the particular answer. It tells us that Go Shirakawa was moved, that the survivor, the man who had survived by not being moved, by seeing clearly and acting on what he saw without the sentimentality that would have been a liability, was moved. By what? By the evidence of the cost. By the woman in the mountain who was the cost, who embodied in her single life the full weight of what the world had done, and who had not collapsed under it, who had found the form available to her, and inhabited it fully, who was praying for the people who had died while Go Shirakawa returned to the world that continued. she was not entirely alone. The women who had attended her at court, the ladies-in-waiting who had followed the Taira into exile, who had been on the ships during the years of the flight, some of them were gone, dead in the sea, scattered in the chaos, captured and dispersed, but some remained. Awa no Naishi, one of the women who had been at the kenreimon-in side from the court through the exile and now in the hermitage, who had been the one to encourage her mistress to meet Go Shirakawa, who had chosen the mountain valley over whatever life the changed world might have offered her. The loyalty of these women, the women who stayed, is one of the things the third part of the Heike returns to with particular care. Not the dramatic loyalty of the warrior at the gate, not Benkei's standing death, but the quiet loyalty of the person who shows up every day and continues to show up, who does not measure the service against the reward it offers, who simply stays because the person they are serving needs someone to stay. The court world of the Heike was built on these women, on their labor and their presence and their willingness to subordinate their own lives to the life of the person at the center. The third part honors them by naming them, by giving them the small dignity of being acknowledged in the story of the woman they served. Their names are in the tale. They are there. They chose to be there. The Pure Land. Jodo, the Pure Land of Amida Buddha, was the destination that the Buddhist practice at Jakko-in pointed toward. Not an abstract destination, not a theological concept held at intellectual distance, but the specific, vivid image of the place that the Pure Land tradition described, a realm of light, of the sound of water and of birds, of the presence of the Buddha, who received all who called on his name with sincere heart, the place that the grandmother had described to the child emperor as she stepped off the ship at Dan-no-ura. Beneath the waves there is a magnificent capital. The kenreimon-in practiced the nembutsu, the recitation of Amida's name, with the 5 colored cords connected to the hand of the Buddha on the altar. The physical connection, the silk cord running from the image of the Buddha to the hand of the person praying, as if the connection could be made literal, as if the practice of holding the cord was the practice of being held. Namu Amida Butsu, the 6 syllables that contain the wish, the faith, the understanding that what the human being has and is insufficient for what the human being needs, and that insufficiency is not a failure, but simply the nature of the human being, which is why the compassion exists, to bridge the gap between what we are and what we need. She held the cord. She said the name. The third part of the Heike is about what comes after, not after the story, after the battles, after the fall, but after what the battles produce, the silence. Every war ends, the fighting stops, the armies return or dissolve. The surviving generals take their positions in the new order, or are eliminated by the new order. The landscape is reorganized around the new reality. And the people who lived through it, who are not generals, who do not reorganize landscapes, find themselves in the silence that comes after, and have to understand what to do with it. The kenreimon-in in the mountain valley is the Heike's answer to this question, its most fully realized account of what the person who lived through everything does with the silence. She prays. She prays for the dead. She prays for herself. She prays for the world that was and is not. She prays in the silence because the silence is what is available. and the prayer is what she has. This is not a small thing. The Heike presents it as the thing of most importance, as the answer, not the consolation prize, as what the story has been building toward through all the battles and the beauty and the bell. The person in the mountain valley, holding the cord, saying the name, praying in the quiet that came after the noise. While the kenreimon-in prayed in the mountain valley, the world was reorganizing itself. Yoritomo at Kamakura, building his bakufu, his warrior government, was making decisions that would shape Japan for the next 7 centuries. The administrative structures, the system of warriors holding land from the shogun, not from the emperor, not from the court, in exchange for military service. This is the feudal structure that the Kamakura period introduced into Japanese governance, and its influence persisted long after the Kamakura shogunate itself had been replaced by the Muromachi and then the Tokugawa. The appointment of Jito and Shugo, land stewards and military governors, in every province of Japan, this extended Yoritomo's reach beyond Kamakura and the eastern provinces he had originally controlled into the whole of the country. It was the administrative equivalent of the victory at Dan-no-ura, not dramatic, not the subject of poems and no plays, but more durable than any battle. The court in Kyoto continued its ceremonies. The emperor continued to be the emperor. The rituals of the imperial institution were maintained with the particular care of people who understand that the ceremony is the institution, that if you stop performing the forms, the institution stops existing. But the power was in Kamakura. The ceremony was in Kyoto. The separation between these two, between the formal and the real, between the sacred and the effective, was the defining structure of Japanese governance for 700 years. What happened to the Taira who survived? Not all of them died at Dan-no-ura. Some had escaped before the battle, had drifted away from the fleet in the weeks before the final engagement, reading the direction of what was coming and making the calculation that survival was more important than loyalty. Some were captured, some simply disappeared, into the provinces, into the lives of ordinary people, taking new names, letting the connection to the destroyed clan fall away like something that could be shed. The legends of the Heike survivors are part of the folk culture of the regions where they are said to have gone. In the mountains of the Iya Valley in Shikoku, one of the most remote and difficult landscapes in Japan, there is a tradition that the descendants of the Taira settled there, fleeing the pursuit of the Minamoto, finding in the deep valley the particular protection of a place too difficult to be worth pursuing someone to. In the village of Heike no Sato, the village of the Heike, in the mountains of Nara Prefecture, a similar tradition persists. These traditions cannot be verified. They are the traces of the imagination, the way that local communities absorb a great national story into their own geography, finding in the landscape around them the evidence of what the story described. But they are also something more than invention. They carry the knowledge that people survive, that the families of the defeated do not simply vanish, that the human impulse to persist is stronger than the impulse of the victorious to eliminate them. The Taira persisted, in some form, in some places, under different names. The imperial succession. When the child emperor went into the sea at Dan-no-ura, Japan was left, technically, without an emperor. The Taira had taken him. The Taira were gone. He was gone with them. But the court in Kyoto had not been entirely still during the years of the Taira flight. Go Shirakawa, always maneuvering, always finding the position that kept him viable, had arranged for another imperial succession. A different grandson, not Antoku, the Taira's child, but Go Toba, another line, a child from a different branch, was enthroned. He was 4 years old when he became emperor. He reigned for the next decade as the formal emperor, while the real power moved increasingly toward Kamakura. The regalia were divided. The mirror had been recovered, floating on the water after the battle. The jewel had been captured from the Taira fleet. The sword was lost. An imperial institution without all three of its sacred treasures is a diminished institution, and the court knew this and managed it with the particular skill of an institution that has survived by managing inconvenient truths for 500 years. The regalia were reconstituted. The ceremonies continued. The emperor wore the robes. The offerings were made. Only the sword was absent, present in its absence, acknowledged in the ceremony that continued without it. The biwahoshi who sang the third part of the Heike were singing the quietest section, the part that required a different quality of attention from the listener than the battles had required. The battles demanded the attention of the narrative, the forward movement, the next development, the outcome suspended between what has happened and what will happen. The third part demands something different. It asks the listener to be still, to sit with the woman in the mountain valley, and to let the years pass without the urgency of the battle's forward pull. This is harder. The narrative drive, the what happens next, that keeps the listener engaged, is quieted in the third part. What replaces it is something like the quality of the valley itself, the awareness that things are happening but slowly, in the rhythm of the seasons rather than the rhythm of armies, and that this slowness is not absence, but a different kind of presence. The Biwa monks who performed the third part in the temples and the households understood this. They slowed. The music of the third part, the particular melodic patterns associated with the quiet sections, is different from the battle music. Lower, more sustained, with longer intervals between the notes, more space for the silence to be part of the sound. The listener heard the change. The listener understood. The battle is over. The mountain is here. Be still. Joko-in today. The temple in the valley of Ohara, the small temple where the kenreimon-in lived and prayed and died, is still there. It is smaller than you might imagine. The hermitage of the last Heike is not a grand temple, not a major institution with multiple buildings and a large staff, but a modest temple tucked into the hillside, with the sound of water always audible and the cedars rising above the roof. The main hall burned in 2000, an act of arson, and was rebuilt. The Buddha that had been there, the one before which the kenreimon-in had prayed, which had been present through centuries of prayer, was damaged. But the temple was rebuilt, as Japanese temples are rebuilt, with the understanding that what matters is the continuation, the maintenance of the form, the refusal to let what was built simply cease. You can visit it now. The stone steps up through the trees, the gate, the garden, the sound of the water, the autumn maples, the particular stillness of a place that has been a place of prayer for 800 years and carries in its air the quality of all that prayer. the accumulated attention of all the people who have come here and been still. The kenreimon-in's grave is nearby, a small mound, a stone marker, in the hillside above the temple. She is there. She has been there for 800 years. The valley is the same. The maples still turn. Why does the Heike give the last word to the kenreimon-in, not to the victors, not to Yoritomo, who built the new world, not to Go Shirakawa, who survived everything, not even to the battles themselves, to Yoshitsune at the cliff, to the fan at Yashima, to the tide at Dan-no-ura, to the woman in the mountain valley? Because she saw everything. The kenreimon-in was present at the height and at the fall, was at the court during the years of glory, and on the ships during the years of flight, and in the sea at the final moment, and survived to tell it. She is the only person in the entire story who was present for all of it. And because she is the person who understands what the Heike has been saying, who has the full, embodied knowledge of the thing the bell announced at the beginning, all things are impermanent. The powerful fall, the beautiful fades, what was held cannot be held. She does not know this as a theological proposition. She knows it as her life. The Heike gives her the last word because she has earned it, because the life she has lived gives her the authority to speak about impermanence in a way that no one else in the story can. Not from above it, not as a teaching, but from inside it, as someone who was at the center of the most complete demonstration of impermanence that the Japanese medieval world could produce. She was the Heike. She survived the Heike. She prayed for the Heike. She is the last word, because she is the most complete expression of what the story has been trying to say. Go Shirakawa died in 1192. He had outlasted the war. He had outlasted Kiyomori. He had outlasted Yoshinaka. He had outlasted Yoshitsune. He had outlasted the Taira. He had not quite outlasted the Kamakura shogunate. Yoritomo was appointed shogun in the same year that Go Shirakawa died. And the timing is the particular irony of Go Shirakawa's long life. He survived everything, only to see the final establishment of the thing he had spent decades trying to prevent. He was 65 years old. He had been at the center of Japanese politics for 40 years, from the Hogan Rebellion of 1156 to his death in 1192, through every major transformation of the period: the rise of the Taira, the fall of the Taira, the Genpei War, the establishment of Kamakura. He had managed and maneuvered through all of it, had been imprisoned by Kiyomori, and had outlasted Kiyomori, had been confined by Yoshinaka, and had outlasted Yoshinaka, had been constrained by Yoritomo, and had outlasted, almost, Yoritomo. His death did not change the direction of things. The shogunate continued, the court continued, the separation between the formal and the real continued. But something was gone with his passing, the particular quality of the survivor who had been present from the beginning, the thread of living memory that connected the world before the war to the world after it. He had been that thread. He had seen both worlds. When he died, the thread was cut. Ohara remembers the valley north of Kyoto, the valley of the autumn maples and the sound of water and the small temples tucked into the hillside, carries the memory of the kenreimon-in in the specific way that places carry memory, not as a fact to be looked up, but as a quality of the place itself, a weight in the air, a particular attentiveness that the visitor feels without necessarily knowing why. The people of Ohara have been telling the story for 800 years. The women who sell the pickled vegetables, the shibazuki, the sour purple pickles that are one of Ohara's most famous products, have a tradition that the kenreimon-in praised these pickles when the local farmers brought them to the hermitage. Whether this is true is impossible to know, but the connection is maintained. The story is told, because the community of Ohara has absorbed the story of the kenreimon-in into its own story, has made her part of the place's identity. This is how memory works at its best, not as the museum exhibit, not as the informational sign, but as the living connection between the present community and the people who shaped the place they are living in. The farmers of Ohara still grow the vegetables. The pilgrims still walk the path to Jaco-in. The maples still turn in the autumn, and the story persists in the pickles, in the path, in the particular quality of the valley that holds its history the way a valley holds water, quietly, without announcement, as a simple fact of its form. The story and the song. The Heike is both. It is a story, a narrative of events, of specific people, and specific places, and specific things that happened. And it is a song, something that was sung, that was shaped by music, that carries in its language the quality of sound as much as the quality of meaning. The language of the Heike is unlike any other Japanese literary prose. It is the language of performance, of something designed to be heard rather than read, that was shaped by the voice and the biwa over generations of telling. The sentences are built to be said aloud. The rhythms are the rhythms of speech, of breath, of the particular cadence of a human voice telling a story in a room to people who are listening. When you hear it in the original Japanese, even if you do not understand all the words, you understand something about it that the written page cannot fully convey. The music of the language, the rise and fall of the phrases, the particular weight of certain words that the tradition has given a specific musical emphasis, shogyomujo. All things are impermanent. 3 phrases, 3 musical peaks, the kind of cadence that the ear recognizes as something special, something that has been shaped by attention and repetition into the form that carries its meaning most fully. The story and the song are inseparable in the Heike. To read it is to hear it. To hear it is to understand why it has lasted 800 years, why the blind monks walked the roads and the audiences gathered, and the story was told again and again and again, each telling both the same story and a new story, the way the tide is always the same tide, and never exactly the same twice. The kenreimon-in died at Jaco-in. The tale of the Heike does not give a precise date. The historical record is uncertain about when exactly she died, with various sources giving different years, but it describes the manner of her going with the particular beauty that the Heike reserves for the endings of people who have lived well within the constraints the world gave them. The tale says, one day a purple cloud appeared in the west, the direction of the Pure Land, the direction of Amida, Buddha, and a wonderful fragrance filled the air, and the sound of music was heard from the sky, and the kenreimon-in, who had been holding the cord connected to the hand of the Buddha on the altar, passed. The language is the language of paradise, the specific, vivid imagery of the Pure Land tradition, describing the moment of death as the moment of arrival, the cloud in the west, the fragrance, the music, the signs that the Buddha has come to receive the person who has been calling on his name for years. Whether this is literally what happened, whether there was a cloud, whether there was fragrance, is the wrong question. The question is, what does the tradition understand about the death of a person who has prayed sincerely for years, who has held the cord, who has said the name? And the answer the tradition gives is expressed in the imagery. They were received. The compassion that was called on arrived. The gap was bridged. The Heike ends, not with a battle, not with a political settlement, not with the victory of one side or the defeat of the other, with a death in a mountain valley, quiet, attended, described in the language of arrival rather than departure, and the bell that has been ringing since the first line of the story, still ringing after the last line in the silence that follows. This is the form the Heike chose, not the hero's ending, not the death in battle, the standing death, the dramatic gesture of the warrior facing his fate, the nun's ending, the hermit's ending, the ending that is also a beginning, the passage from the world that the Buddhist tradition understands as the moment of arriving somewhere rather than leaving somewhere. The cord was in her hand, the name was on her lips, the west was where she was looking, and the cloud came in the understanding of the tradition, and she was received. The story is over. The bell is still ringing. Gion Shoja no kane no koe. The sound of the bell of Gion Shoja, shogyomujo no hibiki ari, carries in it the sound of impermanence. All things pass. The Taira passed. The battles passed. The kenreimon-in passed. The bell kept ringing. It is ringing now. 3 parts. The first part, the court. The second part, the battles. The third part, the quiet. The structure of the Heike is the structure of a life, of all lives, in the particular form that the Japanese Buddhist tradition recognized: the ascending, the crisis, the descent, the high point and the fall from it, the noise and the quiet after, the life in the world and the life beyond the world's claims. Kiyomori ascending, the battles falling, the kenreimon-in in the mountain. The arc is clear. It is the arc. The opening lines announced. The arc that the bell's sound described. The arc that every listener who knew the Buddhist teaching recognized immediately. Impermanence. Not as a fact about the Taira, not as something special about this particular family, but as the structure of all things, expressed in the story of this family with unusual fullness and care. What the 3 parts together give. The first part gives the beauty, shows us what was lost at its best, so that the losing has its full weight. The second part gives the cost, shows us what the losing required, who paid it, and in what coin. The third part gives the resolution, not the happy ending, not the restoration, but the form of living that remains available after the worst has happened. The prayer, the mountain, the cord in the hand, the name on the lips, the West. The prayers for the dead. This is one of the things the Heike was always doing, not just telling the story of what happened, but performing the act of prayer for those who had died in the happening. The Biwa Hoshi who carried the Heike through the centuries were, as we have said, performing a memorial. Every performance was a prayer for the specific dead that the story named Atsumori, whose flute went with him to the sea, Tadanori, whose poem survived without his name, the child emperor, whose age the story records with the care we give to children who died too young, Tomomori, who saw everything and weighed himself to make sure, the grandmother, who held the child and turned west and stepped off into the receiving water. Named, remembered, prayed for. The Heike understood something that the modern world sometimes forgets, that naming the dead is not sentiment, it is necessity. The dead who are named are the dead who are held. The dead who are held are the dead who do not haunt. The dead who do not haunt are the dead who can rest. The Heike named them. The Biwa monks sang them. The audiences listened. 800 years of naming. 800 years of prayer. There is water at Ohara. The valley holds two rivers, the Ritsuragawa and the Takanokami, that run through it from the mountains above, cold and clear, with the particular quality of mountain water that comes from a source above the world of fields and roads. The kenreimon-in heard this water every day, not the sea that had received so much of what she loved, but the mountain water, the inland water, the water that knows nothing of tides and battles, and the strait between islands. The difference between these waters, the sea at Dan-no-ura, deep, tidal, salt, moving with the enormous indifferent force of the ocean's breath, was the water of the ending. The stream at Ohara, shallow, clear, cold, moving with the specific modest energy of water that has somewhere to go but is in no hurry, was the water of the continuation. After the sea, the stream. After the overwhelming, the contained. After the ending, the sound of water that simply runs, that has always run and will run tomorrow in the same direction at the same temperature, with the particular reliability of things that do not participate in the dramas that happen beside them. She heard it every morning, the water running, the prayer beginning, the day continuing, one day at a time, the water always there, the prayer always there. The long aftermath. The Genpei War ended in 1185. The world that came after, the world that the third part of the Heike inhabits, was the world of the first shogunate, the world of the warrior governance that would define Japan for 7 centuries. What that world looked like in the decades immediately after the war was a world in transition, the old forms maintained, the new power consolidated, the people who had known the old world gradually dying and being replaced by people who had only known the new. The court continued, the ceremonies continued, the poetry continued, the seasonal observances, the cherry blossom viewing, the harvest moon watching, the plum blossom appreciation continued to organize the attention of the aristocracy that remained in Kyoto, but the money and the military were in Kamakura, and the people who had the money and the military were not the people who had composed the poems and maintained the ceremonies. The separation was not absolute. Warrior culture absorbed the aesthetic of the court and developed its own version of it, but it was real. The Heike stands at the hinge of this transition, looks back at the world that was passing and forward at the world that was coming, and its particular achievement is to honor both, to grieve the passing without condemning the change, to acknowledge the new world without forgetting what the old world was. The Flower Offering. When Go Shirakawa arrived at Jako-in and found the kenreimon-in absent, when the attendant told him she had gone to pick flowers on the mountain, the detail is not incidental. The picking of wildflowers as an offering to the Buddha, the practice of going into the natural world and gathering what it provides as the gift to bring to the altar, is a practice rooted in the understanding that beauty is sacred, that the wildflower on the mountain is already an offering before it is picked, that the act of picking and placing on the altar is the act of completing a connection that already exists between the beautiful thing and the sacred. She was on the mountain gathering beauty when the retired emperor came to find her. This is the Heike's picture of her life in exile, not the defeated woman, not the grieving mother, not only these, but the woman who goes up the mountain in the morning to bring flowers to the altar. The beauty that she gathered was the beauty of Ohara, the wild flowers of the mountain path, the particular flowers of each season, plum in early spring, cherry and azalea, the summer wildflowers, the autumn cosmos, and chrysanthemum. She knew them all. She had spent years learning the names and the seasons of the flowers of the valley where she lived, had learned the mountain the way you can only learn a place by living in it for years, by walking the same paths in every season, by knowing where the first plum blooms and when. This is also a kind of knowledge, a kind of belonging. The nature of prayer. The Heike's third part is full of prayer. It is the dimension of the story that is most explicitly religious, and it is worth pausing to consider what the prayer in this context means. The Nembutsu, the recitation of Amida's name, is not petition in the way that Western prayer is sometimes understood as petition, the asking for specific things, the hoping for specific outcomes. It is more like an act of attention, the sustained, deliberate practice of directing awareness towards something larger than the individual self. And it is also an act of faith, the trust that the compassion that the name represents is real, that calling on it establishes a connection between the person calling and what they are calling on. For the kenreimon-in, the prayer was also memory. She was praying for the people she had loved, the child, the family, the people who had died at Dan-no-ura and in the battles before it. The prayer held their names in the attention she directed toward the Buddha, kept them present in the act of seeking on their behalf, maintained the connection between the living and the dead that the Buddhist tradition understands as the responsibility of the survivor. She survived, therefore she prayed, not as atonement, not because she had done something wrong in surviving, but because surviving gives the person the ability to do something the dead cannot do for themselves, call on the compassion that receives them. The cedar trees, sugi, the Japanese cedar, is the tree of the mountain temple, the tree of the sacred grove, the tree that was planted around shrines and temples from the earliest period of Japanese civilization. At Jako-in, the cedars rise above the roof of the main hall, tall, straight, dark, the particular green-black of old cedar that is almost not a color, but a quality, the quality of something that has been growing for a very long time and has accumulated in its stillness a kind of presence. The cedars were there when the kenreimon-in was there, not the same individual trees. 800 years is longer than any cedar's life, but the same trees in the sense that the same species, in the same location, performing the same function of marking the sacred, of making the boundary between the ordinary world and the world of the temple. She heard them in the wind, the sound the cedar makes, the particular sound of cedar branches moving in a mountain wind is one of the sounds of the Japanese mountain forest, a high, dry sound, not the full-bodied rush of deciduous leaves, but the needle sound, the specific voice of the evergreen. She heard this every day. The wind in the cedars was part of the sound of the life she had, and the life she had was the life she prayed in, and the prayer rose through the cedar branches and the mountain air toward whatever receives prayer, the west, the pure land, the compassion that the name invokes. What was learned from the Heike? The question is not simple. The Heike does not have a single lesson, a moral that can be extracted and applied, but it has been teaching for 800 years, and the teaching has left traces in the culture. The warrior learned the cherry blossom death, the beauty of dying well, of dying at the height of what you were, is not something to be feared, but something to be aimed at. The beauty and the brevity are the same thing. The brief life well lived is the cherry blossom. The aristocrat learned refinement is not enough. The Heian world, the world of poetry and ceremony, was beautiful. It was also insufficient. The things that sustained it, the military protection, the economic base, were in the hands of people who were not aristocrats, and when those people decided to take what they had always provided, the aristocracy could not resist. Beauty needs something under it. The garden needs earth. The ordinary person learned, all things pass, not as a teaching to be studied, not as something delivered by a monk or a text, but as the story of a family that had everything and no longer did. If the Taira fell, with all their power, all their wealth, all their imperial connections, then no one is exempt. Everything is subject to the same condition. And in this, in the universality of the condition, there is something almost like comfort. Not comfort that it won't happen, but comfort that it happens to everything, that the bell rings for everyone, that the impermanence is shared. The moon comes to Ohara too, not only to the inland sea, not only to the battlefields, but to the mountain valley, to the small hermitage, to the garden where the wildflowers grew. The autumn moon over Ohara is one of the famous moons of the Kyoto area. The particular quality of moonlight in a mountain valley, free of the city's light, in the clear autumn air after the maples have turned, is something that people have walked to see for centuries. The kenreimon-in saw it, the same moon that had risen over the Rokuhara in the years of the Taira's glory, the moon that Kiyomori might have seen from the garden of his compound, rose over Jako-in the years of the hermitage. The same moon, the same rising. It does not note the difference. It does not shine differently on the nun's garden than it shone on the nobleman's. It rises and moves and gives the same light to everything below it, to the cedar forest and the stream, and the small altar inside the hall, where the image of the Buddha waited for the morning prayer. The moon is the most patient of witnesses. It has seen everything that happened on the earth below, has provided the same light to all of it, and continues to rise and set and rise again. The Heike has been telling this story of impermanence under the same moon that was above the events it describes. The moon was there. It is still there. It will be there when the last person who reads the Heike is gone. The No Play. The visit of Go Shirakawa to Ohara, the Ohara Goko, the imperial excursion to Ohara, became the subject of a no play, as so many moments in the Heike became no plays, as Atsumori became no, as Funa Benkei became no, as so many of the story's most significant encounters were given the form of the masked theater. The meeting at Jako Inn was made into the theater that is called Ohara Goko. In the no play, the kenreimon-in is the shite, the main character, the person whose inner life the play illuminates, and the play moves through the encounter with the care that no gives to the inner dimension of its subjects. Not the external facts of what happened, those are known, but the quality of what it was to be the person to whom it happened. The no stage is small. The performer moves slowly. The mask carries the emotion of the role, the particular expression of the woman who has survived what she did not expect to survive and is living in the aftermath, and the audience looks at the mask and understands what the mask contains. This is what no does, what it has always done, with the material of the Heike, takes the historical moment and gives it the form of pure human experience, removes everything that is specific to the time and the place, and what remains is what was true then, and is true now, and will be true in whatever time the audience of no brings to the theater. There is something about the Heike that belongs to sleep, not only the third part, not only the quiet of the mountain valley, but the whole story, from the bell at the beginning to the death in the hermitage at the end. The Heike was told at night. The Biwa monks performed in the evening, in the long evenings before electricity, when the darkness came early and the household gathered around the lamp, and the storyteller who had arrived with the story on his back. The performance was the entertainment for the evening. It was also the last thing the listeners heard before they slept. The Heike prepared them for sleep by giving them something larger than themselves to hold. The bell, the impermanence, the family that rose and fell, the sea that received everything. With this in their ears, this reminder of what the world contains and what it does with all of it, the ordinary anxieties of the day could be placed in a different proportion. The person who lies awake, worrying about the things that can go wrong, is the person who has not yet arrived at the particular acceptance that the Heike teaches, that things go wrong, that the powerful fall, that the tide turns, and that this is not catastrophe, not the end of meaning, but the nature of things, which the bell has always announced, and the world has always confirmed. Sleep is the small impermanence. The self that wakes tomorrow is not exactly the self that falls asleep tonight. The Heike has been preparing people for this small crossing for 800 years. The women who survived. The Heike is, in some ways, a story of the women who were left behind, who outlasted the events that destroyed the men, and who found, in the aftermath, the forms of life available to them. The kenreimon-in survived Dan-no-ura. She went to Ohara. She prayed. The shirabyoshi, who had been scattered by the fall of the Taira, Gio in her mountain hermitage, Hotoke, who had followed, had found their forms already. Shizuka Gozen, the dancer who sang for Yoshitsune, was brought to Kamakura, performed her brave song, and then disappeared from the record. What happened to her after Kamakura is not known. The women who were on the ships, the ladies-in-waiting who had followed the Taira into exile, some survived, some did not. The ones who survived scattered to wherever the world made available. The third part of the Heike honors these women not by telling their stories. There is not room, and many of their stories are not known, but by giving the kenreimon-in the last word. The last word of the Heike belongs to a woman, not a warrior, not a general, not a political figure. A woman in a mountain hermitage, holding a cord, saying a name, praying for the dead. This is where the Heike chooses to end. This is what the Heike chose to give the last word to. The bell. It rings at the beginning. It rings at the end. Between the first sound of the bell and the last sound of the bell, the entire Heike occurs. The court, the battles, the sea, the mountain valley, the prayer, the cloud in the west. The bell of Gion Shoja, the bell of the monastery of the Buddha in India, is not a real bell. There is no bell in Gion Shoja that sounds like the bell the Heike invokes. It is the bell of the teaching, the bell that says, "Listen, something important is being said. The truth that the sounds are always sounding, that impermanence is not a special condition, but the ordinary nature of things, is being said again by this sound for anyone who has ears to hear it. The bells of Japan's temples are real. They are rung at dawn and at dusk, at the new year 108 times, one for each of the 108 attachments that the Buddhist teaching enumerates as the sources of suffering, and their sound carries through the air of the Japanese city or mountain or village with the specific resonance of iron struck by wood. Not a sharp sound, not a bright sound, a full, low, sustained sound that takes a long time to diminish. That seems to be still sounding when you have stopped hearing it, because the body holds it after the ears have let it go. This sound is what the Heike was always trying to make. A sound that carries the truth of impermanence into the body of the listener, that the listener feels as well as hears, that persists in the chest after the story has ended and the Baiwa monk has gone on down the road. Listen for it. It is always sounding. The world after the Heike. The Kamakura period lasted until 1333, when it was overthrown in the conflicts that produced the Muromachi shogunate. The Muromachi shogunate lasted until the 16th century, until the chaos of the warring states, the Sengoku period, when the warlords fought each other for dominance, and the three great unifiers, Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, imposed a new order on the competing forces. Tokugawa Ieyasu established the final shogunate at Edo, at what is now Tokyo, in 1603, and the Tokugawa period lasted until 1868, when the Meiji Restoration ended the shogunate and restored formal power to the emperor. Through all of this, the Kamakura, and the Muromachi, and the chaos of the Sengoku, and the stability of the Tokugawa, the Heike was being told. The Biwa monks walked the roads. The No plays were performed. The chapters were taught in schools. The opening lines were memorized. The cherry blossoms were watched, and the poems were composed in the knowledge that the Heike had been watching and composing since before any of the poets were born. The Heike outlasted every political arrangement that came after it. The shogunates rose and fell. The warlords came and went. The emperors reigned and the shoguns governed, and the country changed and changed again. And the bell kept ringing, and the story kept being told. Gion, Shoja, no kane, no koe, shogyomujo, no hibiki ari. The Heike in the modern world. The opening lines are memorized by every Japanese schoolchild. The battles are depicted in manga and anime and films and television dramas and video games, Yoshitsune and Benkei as familiar as any heroes of the contemporary culture. The no plays are still performed, a living tradition maintained by a small number of devoted performers, and the baiwa is still played by musicians who have studied the tradition and carry it forward. In 2021, an animated television series, Heike Monogatari, was released, directed by Yamada Naoko, produced by Science Saru, that told the story from the perspective of a girl who could see the dead, who served the Taira as a witness to their fall. It was beautiful. It reached audiences who had never read the Heike, people around the world who discovered through the animation a story that had been told in Japan for 800 years. This is what great stories do. They find new forms, biwa, no, print, anime, because the story does not belong to any single form. The form is the vessel. The story is the water. The water takes the shape of whatever contains it and is still the same water. The Heike changes form. It remains the Heike. The bell keeps ringing. The fans keep falling. The tide keeps turning. And the woman in the mountain valley keeps praying for the dead. The mountain in winter. Ohara in winter is a different valley from Ohara in autumn. The maples bare, the color gone, the hills revealing their structure without the leaves, the bones of the landscape visible under the sky. Snow comes to Ohara, not every year. Kyoto is not a snowy city. But the valley is cold enough, and the hills catch enough of what comes down from the mountains further north, that the winters at Jako Inn were genuinely cold. The kenreimon-in had lived in silk. She learned to live in cold. The unheated hermitage, the stone floors, the wooden walls that let the mountain air through, required a different relationship with the body's comfort than the court had allowed. This too was practice. The cold that the monk accepts as part of the practice, not as punishment, not as virtue, but simply as the condition of the life, to be met with the same equanimity as the warmth of summer. Hot and cold, beautiful and plain, full and empty. The practice asks, can you be here in what is here, without requiring it to be different? She prayed in the cold, the breath making small clouds in the hermitage air, the image of the Buddha above the cold altar, the cord in her cold hand, the name on her lips, Namu Amida Butsu. The cold does not prevent the prayer. The prayer warms nothing. Both things are true, and the prayer continues. The cord in the hand, the 5 colored cords, red, blue, yellow, white, black, that connected the hands of the dying person to the hand of Amida on the altar. This is the specific practice that the Pure Land tradition developed for the moment of death, the physical connection between the person who was about to cross and the Buddha who would receive them. But the kenreimon-in's practice was not the deathbed practice. It was the daily practice, the ongoing holding of the cord, as the ongoing act of connection, the maintenance of the link between the person praying and the compassion being prayed to, not waiting for death, living toward it, in the full sense of the word toward, moving in a direction, with the cord in the hand, with the name on the lips. The cord is a remarkable object, so simple, silk thread, 5 colors, connecting a hand to an image, and yet what it enacts, what it makes physical, is one of the deepest of all human needs. The need to be connected to something larger than oneself, to be held by something that will not let go, to have in the hand the thread that leads to where you need to go. She held the cord, day after day, year after year, in the cold of winter and the heat of summer, in the grief and in the particular peace that exists on the other side of grief, when grief has been fully lived through. She held the cord. The cord held her. She was the last, not the last survivor. Others survived, scattered to various forms of diminished life, but the last person at the level of the highest court, the last person who had been at the very center of what the Heike was, who was still alive in the years after. This gives her a particular quality, the quality of the last witness, the person whose existence maintains the connection between the world that was and the world that has come after. While she lived, the Heike was still present, not as a story, but as a person. There was a person alive who had been there, who had seen Kiyomori in the years of his power, who had been the Empress Mother in the years of the Taira's height, who had been on the ships, who had been at Dan-no-ura, alive, in Ohara, praying. When she died, whenever that was, the last living connection between the Heike's world and the world that came after was severed. From that moment, everything that the Heike describes became truly history, truly past, truly something that had to be maintained through story rather than through the person who had been there. The Biwa monks understood this. They were singing the story of a world that was already fully past, that existed now only in the singing, and in the singing they kept it present. Story as preservation, song as life, the biwa as the cord, connecting the past to the ears of the living. Acceptance, the word that the Buddhist tradition uses for what the kenreimon-in arrived at, not the word it uses, which is more specific and more technical, but the word that the experience points toward, the acceptance of what is, not resignation, not the passive submission to whatever happens, but the active recognition that what has happened, that the sea received what it received, and the prayer honors what is gone, and the life continues in whatever form remains. She did not pretend that the child was not dead. She did not pretend that the family was not gone. She did not pretend that the court she had been the center of still existed as it had existed. She held all of this, the full weight of the loss. And she prayed. This is the specific achievement of the third part of the Heike, not the comfort that it will be all right, not the promise of the happy ending, but the demonstration that a person can hold the full weight of loss and continue, can pray, can pick flowers on the mountain, can hear the water and the wind, can hold the cord, can say the name, can, in the words of the tradition, attain to the Pure Land, can arrive somewhere after everything, because the faith that the compassion exists and receives is what the practice builds, one day at a time, in the mountain valley, in the cold and the warmth alike. The sound of the valley. Sound was the constant of the life at Jako-in, not silence exactly, but the particular sound world of a mountain valley that is the closest thing to silence that the Japanese landscape provides. The water. Always the water. The rivers running through the valley. The smaller streams coming off the hillsides. The particular quality of mountain water in each season. High and cold in the snowmelt of spring. Lower and warmer in summer. darkened by the leaf tannins of autumn, thin and cold again in winter. The birds, the valley birds of the mountain forest, the uguisu, the Japanese bush warbler, whose call is one of the most distinctive sounds of the Japanese spring, and the other birds of the mountain, each with its own season and its own voice. The wind, in the cedar forest, as we have said, the particular dry sound of the needle trees moving, and in the deciduous trees, when they have their leaves, the fuller sound of the broader surface moving in the mountain air. These sounds compose the oral world of the kenreimon-in's years, not the drums of the battle, not the cries of the sea, not the music of the court, the koto and the flute and the poetry recited at the moon viewing, the water, the birds, the wind, and underneath all of it, woven into it, the sound of the prayer, Namu Amida Butsu, said quietly, into the valley air, received by whatever receives prayers in the mountain valleys of Japan. The Heike as mirror. One of the things that makes the Heike worth returning to, worth the attention it has been given for 8 centuries, is that it shows the people who read it, or hear it, something about themselves. Not because the 12th century is like the 21st. It is not. The specific world of the Heike, the court, the armor, the biwa, the inland sea, is as far from the modern world as anything can be while remaining human. But the human is what remains. The person who grasps too hard and cannot stop grasping, Kiyomori. The person who sees clearly what grasping costs, and cannot convince the one who needs convincing, Shogyomujo. The person who is brilliant at the thing they are brilliant at, and suffers for what their brilliance makes them, Yoshitsune. The person who survives through intelligence and flexibility, and finds, at the end, the survivor's particular solitude, Go Shirakawa. The person who holds the cord, and says the name, and prays for the dead, and lives in the mountain valley with what remains, the kenreimon-in. These are not ancient types. They are recognizable. The reader who has known someone who could not stop, who has been that person in some form, knows Kiyomori. The reader who has seen clearly what was coming and could not stop it, knows Shogyomujo. The reader who has done everything right and been punished for it, knows Yoshitsune. The reader who has survived and wondered what to do with the surviving, knows the kenreimon-in. The Heike is a mirror, 800 years old, still accurate. The maple season at Ohara, Koyo, the autumn leaves, is one of the great events of the Japanese aesthetic year. In late October and November, the timing varying by elevation and by year, the maple trees of the Japanese mountains turn from green to red, through orange, through the particular yellow of the dying leaf, before it achieves the red of its fullest expression. Ohara is famous for this. The valley holds the cold air that the maples need, the cold nights alongside the warm days, to produce the best color and the particular composition of the valley, the cedars providing the dark green background against which the red maples appear most vivid, makes the autumn color at Ohara something that people travel for. The kenreimon-in saw this every year, year after year, the maples turning, the leaves falling, the valley changing from the green of summer to the fire of autumn to the bare bones of winter. She had seen the cherry blossoms fall at the Heian court, had experienced the aesthetic of the falling in the world of poetry and ceremony, Now she saw the same falling in a different context, not as the subject of poetry to be composed and shared with people who understood the references, but as the simple fact of the season, the actual leaves falling in the actual valley of the life she was living. The maples do not care who is watching. They turn for the cold. They fall for the wind. But the person watching, the person in the valley who has learned to see the simple falling without needing to do anything with it except see it, that person receives something from the watching that the poem cannot quite capture, the direct experience of impermanence as the actual world doing what it does. The Heike is a Buddhist text, not purely, it is also a military chronicle, a work of literature, a performance tradition, a historical account, and a poetic achievement. But it is Buddhist in the way that the air of the Heian period was Buddhist, not as a special condition requiring announcement, but as the atmosphere in which everything occurred, the framework within which the events were understood. The Buddhist concepts that pervade the Heike, mujo, impermanence, go, karma, the rakudo, the six realms, the Pure Land, and the Nembutsu, were not abstract teachings for the people who heard it. They were the framework of reality. The world the Heike describes understood itself through Buddhist terms, explained what happened to itself in Buddhist language, and the Heike carries that understanding in every passage. When Kiyomori falls ill and dies in the heat that no water can cool, the Heike is describing karma, the consequences of actions returning to the person who made them. When the kenreimon-in maps her life onto the six realms, she is not using a metaphor. She is using the actual map, the actual understanding of how existence is organized that her tradition gave her. When the cloud appears in the west and the fragrance fills the air, the Heike is describing what the Pure Land tradition says actually happens at the death of the practitioner, the arrival of the Buddha who has been called. The Buddhism of the Heike is not the Buddhism of the meditation hall, not the rigorous practice of the Zen tradition that was developing in the same period, but the Buddhism of the people, the faith that compassion exists, that it can be called upon, that the name said sincerely opens the way. What the third part gives that the first two parts could not. The first part gave the beauty, the height of what was built, the quality of what existed, and the sense that it could not last. The second part gave the cost, the battles, the deaths, the specific people, and specific moments in which the cost was paid. The third part gives the form of living after, not the triumphant living after, not the victorious survivor claiming the fruits of survival, but the quiet living after, the person in the mountain valley who woke each morning and did not know how many mornings remained, and prayed through each one with the same attention and the same cord in the hand. This is what the Heike was always moving toward. The opening lines announced impermanence. The court demonstrated it, the battles enacted it, the sea received it, and then the mountain valley, the prayer, the cord, the form of life that is possible after impermanence has been fully understood, not as a teaching, not as a philosophical proposition, but as your actual life, as the thing that happened to you, as the world you woke up in every morning after everything was gone. The third part says, there is a form of living that is available in the aftermath. It is quiet. It is not triumphant. It is not recovered to what was before. But it is real, and it is livable. And the person who lives it with full attention, who holds the chord, says the name, picks the flowers, watches the maples, that person is not diminished by what they have been through. They are deepened by it. The bell in the modern world. The temples of Japan still ring their bells. At dawn and at dusk, at the great ceremonies, at the turn of the year, the sound that the Heike placed at the center of its teaching is still being made, in the same way, by the same kind of bells, rung by the same kind of people, who have taken on the responsibility of maintaining the practice. The most famous bell ringing in Japan today is the Joya no Kane, the bell ringing of New Year's Eve, 108 times, one for each of the bonds that, the Buddhist teaching says, bind the human being to suffering. The bell is rung at each temple across Japan, and the sound crosses the night from one temple to the next, from one community to the next, until the whole country has heard it. People gather at the temples. They stand in the cold of the Japanese winter. December 31st is cold everywhere in Japan, and they listen. Not all of them know the Buddhist meaning. Not all of them could explain the 108, but they know that the bell is something important, that its sound in the cold air of the last night of the year is doing something that needs to be done, that the sound of it is the sound of the year ending and the new year beginning and the continuation that connects them. The Heike heard this sound and put it at the beginning. All things are impermanent. 800 years later, the bell is still ringing, in the cold of December, in the temple courtyards, in the ears of the people who have gathered to hear it once more. The complete arc, 3 parts, 3 movements, 1 story. From the bell at the beginning, the bell over the Heian court at its height, the bell that said, "This is beautiful and it is passing," through the battles that were the passing, the armies and the sea and the specific people and specific moments in which the Taira's world was dismantled, to the mountain valley at the end, the hermitage, the prayer, the cord in the hand, the name on the lips, and then the cloud in the west, the fragrance, the sound of music from the empty air, and the bell that was ringing at the beginning, still ringing at the end, as it was ringing before the story began, and will be ringing after the telling is finished. This is the Heike's form, the arc that begins and ends with the same sound, that contains within it the full range of what the human world offers and takes back, and that arrives at its conclusion, not at resolution, but at continuation, the bell ringing, the tide running, the maples turning, the woman in the mountain valley picking flowers for the altar, the prayer said, the cord held, the name spoken, and the world going on, as the world goes on, without asking permission, without waiting for anyone to be ready. The bell is ringing. Listen. The mountain sleeps differently from the city. In the city, in Kyoto, in Kamakura, in any city, the night is never entirely quiet. The sounds of people, of animals, of water in the drainage, of fire in the houses. The nighttime city has its own sound, lower than the daytime city, but present, the aggregate of all the lives that the city contains. The mountain valley is quieter. At Ohara, in the years the kenreimon-in was there, before electricity, before the infrastructure of the modern world, The night was genuinely dark and genuinely quiet. The water, the wind, the particular nighttime sounds of the mountain forest, the owl, the insects of summer, the silence of winter. She slept in this quiet, or lay awake in it. The sleepless nights that grief produces, when the mind will not relinquish what it has been holding long enough for the body to rest. And then the prayer in the wakeful dark, the name said not as a formal practice, but as the thing the person does when there is nothing else to do, when the mind has been through everything it knows how to go through and arrived at the limit of its own resources, and found, in the saying of the name, something that the mind alone cannot provide. The mountain is quiet. The prayer is quiet. The sleep, when it comes into the quiet, into the valley held by the hills, the water running below, the stars above moving through their slow arc, the particular rest that the mountain gives to those who live in it long enough to belong to it. The trilogy complete. We have traveled the full arc, from the bell at the beginning to the bell at the end, through the three parts of the story that Japan has told itself for 800 years. What we have been told, that beauty is real, that it passes, that the passing is not the end of meaning, that the beauty was real even though it passed, and that the passing is itself a form of beauty if seen clearly enough, that courage is real, the courage of Yoshitsune at the cliff, the courage of Benkei at the gate, the courage of Tomomori sweeping the ship. And that courage is available in forms that do not require a battlefield. The courage of the kenreimon-in picking flowers in the morning for the altar, saying the name, holding the cord, living the life that remained. That loyalty is real. The loyalty of Benkei to Yoshitsune, the loyalty of the attendants to the kenreimon-in, and that loyalty does not require a dramatic ending to be genuine. The loyalty that shows up every ordinary day is the same loyalty as the standing death, expressed in a quieter key. That impermanence is real, that the bell is telling the truth, and that knowing this fully and without denial is not a cause for despair, but a cause for attention. The attention we give to what is here, because we know it will not always be here. The particular fullness of the presence that the awareness of impermanence makes possible. The night at Ohara. Picture it. The valley in darkness. The mountains on either side holding the darkness in, making the valley a contained world, bounded by hills, enclosed in the particular quiet of the mountain night. The temple at Jako Inn, its gate visible in the moonlight, its roof a darker shape against the darker sky, is quiet. The lamp inside the hall is lit, or was lit, for the evening prayer, and now the evening prayer is done, and the lamp is low, and the hall is quiet. The kenreimon-in sleeps, or she is awake, in the particular way of the person who has prayed a great deal, and whose sleep is a continuation of the practice rather than a break from it, the name still present in the sleeping mind, the cord somewhere near even in the dark. The water runs, the cedars are still, the stars are out, the same stars that were above the inland sea at Dan-no-ura, the same stars that were above Hirizumi when Yoshitsune died, the same stars that were above the Rokuhara in the years of the Taira's height, the same stars, a different night, the same sky, a different world beneath it, and in the mountain valley, a woman, a prayer, a cord, the name, and the night continuing around her. The Heike and time. 800 years is a long time for a story to last. Most stories do not last 800 years. Most things do not last 800 years. The fact of the Heike's persistence, its 8 centuries of telling, is itself a demonstration of the thing it has been saying, that what is truly made of the human encounter with truth does not pass the way the powerful pass, does not fall the way the Taira fell. The Taira fell. The Heike about the Taira did not fall. Kiyomori is gone. The story of Kiyomori is here. The kenreimon-in is gone. The story of the kenreimon-in, the woman in the mountain valley holding the cord, is here. This is what storytelling does, what the Biwa monks understood that they were doing when they walked the roads with the story on their backs. They were making the dead present among the living, not in the way that haunting makes the dead present, not as the unquiet spirit returning to what it left, but in the way that memory at its most purposeful makes the dead present, as the specific truth of their specific lives, given a form that allows it to survive them, that allows it to travel from one era to the next, that allows us, 800 years later, to know what it was like to be Yoshitsune on the cliff, to be the grandmother holding the child, to be the woman in the valley saying the name. We know, because the Heike tells us, because the Biwa monks walked, because the tradition held. 800 years, still here, still true. Rest. The Heike has been preparing you for rest throughout its 3 parts, not by making you sleepy, not by boring you into unconsciousness, but by doing what the best stories do, by placing your attention in a world large enough to hold it completely, to give it somewhere to rest outside of the ordinary circle of the day's concerns. The concerns of the day, the things that loop in the mind when sleep is slow in coming, are real concerns. They are not nothing, but they are also small in the context of the Heike's world, not in a way that dismisses them, not in a way that says your problems are trivial, but in a way that says, here is a larger world, a world that contains kingdoms rising and falling, seas receiving everything they receive, women in mountain valleys praying for the dead, and within this larger world, your specific concerns are held without being solved, are given a context that is not a solution, but is something that a solution cannot give. Perspective. The bell rings. All things are impermanent. Your concern is real. Your concern is also impermanent. It will pass, as everything passes, in the direction that everything passes. And in knowing this, in holding this, the body finds the particular permission to let go for now, to release the grip, to follow the sound of the bell as it diminishes into silence, to let the silence be the silence of sleep, the small crossing, the small impermanence, and to trust that the other side of sleep will bring what it brings. The final night, not the kenreimon-in's final night. That is the night of the cloud and the fragrance and the sound of music, but the night of this telling, the night that the 3rd part of the Heike has been carrying you through. You have heard the bell at the beginning, the court in its beauty, Kiyomori rising, Gion in the mountain, Shogyomujo kneeling, the child emperor on his throne, the armies moving, the cliff at Hiyodori-go, the fan at Yashima, the tide at Dan-no-ura, the grandmother stepping off the ship, the mountain valley, the cord in the hand, the name on the lips, the cloud in the west. The story is complete. 3 parts, 1 arc, 800 years of telling. And now, this night, wherever you are, in the particular darkness of your own moment, the story has arrived at the silence that follows the telling. Let the silence be complete. Let the bell finish its ringing in whatever part of you it has been ringing. Let the sound diminish the way the bell's sound diminishes, slowly, fully, until what remains is not the sound, but the memory of the sound. And then, not even that, just the quiet. The Heike is quiet now. The mountain valley is quiet. The chord is held. The name has been said. Let yourself be quiet too. The landscape of the third part. If the first part belongs to Kyoto, to the Rokuhara and the Kamo River and the cherry blossoms of the court, and the second part belongs to the sea, to the inland sea and the strait of Dan-no-ura, then the third part belongs to the mountains. The mountains north of Kyoto, the range that separates the city from the Japan sea coast, that rises behind the northern edge of the capital and runs north and east into the ranges of central Honshu, is the direction in which the third part points. Ohara is in the first folds of these mountains, not deep in the range, not remote, but far enough to be a different world from the city below. The landscape of the third part is a landscape of enclosure, not the enclosure of the fortress, not the walls of Ichi-no-tani, but the gentle enclosure of the valley, the hills on either side creating the particular sense of being held, of being in a space that has a shape and a size that a person can inhabit without being lost. The kenreimon-in moved from the vastness of the sea, the horizon in every direction, the water without boundary, to the containment of the valley. Both are beautiful, both are true, but the valley was what she needed, the smaller world, the bounded world, the world where the sound of the water told her where she was, and the hills told her how far was far enough. She stayed within the valley held her, both of them, faithful to each other. The story continues. Not this story, the Heike ends, but the larger story, the one the Heike is a part of, the story of the human being encountering the world and trying to understand it, trying to find the form that holds the understanding, and finding again and again that the form that holds it best is the story itself. Every culture has its Heike, its great account of the time when everything changed, of the family or the civilization that rose and fell, and every such account carries in it the same knowledge, that all things pass, that the beautiful fades, that the powerful fall, that the bell is ringing. The Heike is Japan's version, the specific, beautiful, musically sophisticated, carefully told version of the story that all cultures tell about the impermanence of everything they have built. And it tells it with unusual honesty, without the consolation of the hero's triumph, without the restoration of the old order, without the happy ending, but with the consolation that the tradition provides, the bell, the prayer, the chord, the cloud in the west, the sense that the compassion exists, that it receives what the world has taken, that nothing that has been fully loved is entirely lost. The third part ends, the Heike ends. The trilogy of the Tale of the Heike, the three parts that have carried you from the court in its flowering through the battles and the sea to the mountain valley and the prayer, has arrived at its conclusion. What you have heard is one of the great stories of the world, one of the handful of works that a civilization has made of itself at its fullest, the story that Japan made of the moment when everything it had been became something else. You have heard it in the particular way that it was always meant to be heard, at night, in the quiet, with the story carrying you toward the sleep that the story was made to precede. Let it carry you there now. Let the bell finish its ringing. Let the kenreimon-in hold the cord in the mountain valley. Let the tide run through the strait. Let the maples turn in Ohara. Let the stars continue their arc above the sleeping world. Let the story be what it is, complete, beautiful, impermanent, and true. The story has been told. The night is here. The quiet is available. Step into it. What has been given? Through 3 parts, through the court and the battles and the mountain valley, the Heike has given something that is difficult to name, but easy to recognize. Not information. The facts of the Heike are available in books, in the original text, in the scholarship that has been devoted to it for 8 centuries. Not instruction. The Heike does not tell you what to do, does not offer a program for living, does not say, do this and you will be better. What the Heike gives is something more like company, the particular company of a great story, the sense that you are not alone in the human situation, that the condition you are in, the condition of being human, of loving things that pass, of building things that fall, of surviving things you did not expect to survive, is a condition that others have been in, that has been witnessed, that has been given the form of words and music, and told to anyone who would listen. You are not alone in the bell that rings for you. The particular impermanence of your particular life is the bell that rang for the Taira, for the child emperor, for the grandmother, for the woman in the valley. The same bell, the same sound, the same truth. And in knowing this, in hearing, through the story, that others heard the bell and found a way to live in its ringing, there is something available. Not comfort, exactly, not solution, but company. And company is not nothing. In the long human night, company is not nothing. The Heike is in your ears now, the story that has been told, the 3 parts, the arc from bell to bell, has entered the particular space that stories enter when they have been fully told, not only the mind, not only the understanding, but something deeper, something that the Japanese would call mono no aware, the pathos of things, the feeling awareness of the beauty that passes and the passing that is beautiful. You have been in the court. You have felt the quality of the world at its height, the cherry blossoms in the garden, the ceremony at dusk, the particular refinement of people who had spent generations paying attention to beauty. You have been in the battle. You have felt the speed of it, the descent at the impossible cliff, the arrow finding the fan, the tide that turned and took everything with it. You have been in the valley. You have felt the quiet of it, the water, the wind, the cedar, the cord in the hand, the name on the lips. These things are in your ears. They will be there when you wake tomorrow, not as information, not as the facts of the 12th century, but as the quality of the experience, the sense of having been in a world larger than the day, of having heard the bell that rings for everything, and understood, for a moment, what it is ringing. The valley in the morning, before dawn, in the particular dark that precedes the light, and is not the dark of midnight, but the dark of arrival, of something about to happen, The valley of Ohara holds its breath. The water is still running. The water does not stop for the dark. It runs in the dark as it runs in the light, with the same direction, the same temperature, the same sound, indifferent to whether anyone is awake to hear it. The birds are not yet singing. The uguisu, the bush warbler, whose call is the sound of spring, sleeps until the light tells it to begin. The robins are quiet. The mountain is quiet. And then, the first gray light at the edge of the hills. Not the sun, not yet, but the light that comes before the sun, the announcement of the sun, the particular quality of gray that the sky takes on when the darkness has finished its business and is ready to yield. The kenreimon-in woke before this light. The morning prayer began in the dark and continued into the gray and into the first light and into the full morning. The prayer that started the day, that set the direction, that said, "This day is given to the practice. This day is given to the name. This day is given to the memory of those who are gone and to the compassion that receives them." The valley grayed. The light came. The birds began. The morning arrived as mornings always arrive, without asking permission, without checking whether the person who would experience it was ready, and it was received as she received everything, with the name on her lips and the cord in her hand, and the attention that the practice builds, one morning at a time. The bell rings one last time. Not the final ringing, there is no final ringing, but the ringing that closes this telling. The sound that has been present through all three parts, that opened the story and closes it, that the first listeners heard and that you have heard, in its diminished form, in the form of words rather than iron and wood, through these nights. Gion Shoja no kane no koe, shogyomujo no hibiki ari. The sound of the bell of Gion Shoja carries in it the sound of impermanence. Shara soju no hana no iro, josha hisui no kotowari wo arawasu. The color of the sala flowers reveals the truth that the prosperous must decline. These words, 800 years old, still the most recognized literary opening in the Japanese language, carry in them everything that has been said in the three parts: the beauty, the fall, the prayer, the cloud in the west, all of it in 8 lines, all of it in the sound of the bell. Listen for the bell in your own life, the bell that rings when something passes, when something beautiful fades, when the tide turns in a direction you did not choose. It is ringing. It is always ringing. And what it says, what it has always said, is not a warning, but an invitation. Be here. This is passing. Be here while it passes. That is enough. That is everything. Final words. The tale of the Heike, in all 3 of its parts, in all of its beauty and grief and courage, ends as it began, with a person in the presence of something larger than themselves, receiving what the world has to give, attending to the passing with full presence. At the beginning, the court at its height, the beauty of a world that knew somehow that it was passing, and found in the knowing a beauty specific to itself. At the end, the woman in the mountain valley, the cord in the hand, the name on the lips, and the cloud in the west that the tradition understands as arrival. Between beginning and end, everything. The specific people and the specific places, Kiyomori and Shigemori, Jio and Hotoki, Yoshitsune and Benkei, Atsumori and his flute, Tomomori sweeping the ship, Nasu no Yoichi and the fan, the grandmother and the child, the sword in the straight. All of it specific, all of it real, all of it past, and preserved in the telling. The Heike is the telling. The telling is what remains when everything else has been received by the sea and the earth and the silence that follows all things. The story remains. The song remains. The bell remains. And in each new telling, in each new night when the story is told to ears that have not heard it, the past becomes present, the dead are among the living, and the bell sounds in the space between them. This is what we have been doing. This night. This telling. This bell. The Heike has been told. The night is here. The quiet is here. The bell is ringing, diminishing, into the silence that receives it. Go there. Rest well. Sleep well. The bell keeps ringing while you sleep. Good night. New Japanese stories every day on Quiet Tales of Japan. See you again for your next sleep.